Oh. Hello, hello. What's going on, everybody? Welcome in to the Cinemarxism broadcast. Welcome in, everybody. Let's see if my camera works. First of the day. No, it didn't work. Surprising. Boom. Hey, there we are. What's up, everybody? As you can see. Whoop. I had to use my camera yesterday on a very exciting and cool documentary. I filmed an interview. For an upcoming documentary called "We All Live in Gaza." Interview the director, who's like this very old man who spent like a good, spent some good time, like years of his life in Gaza, and got to know a lot of the artist community there, and made this documentary. So we interviewed him about it yesterday. I'm very excited for that project. Hopefully, we'll be able to show it on stream in the coming months. Yeah, cool stuff cooking. You know what I mean? How's everybody doing? Orion's mistake. How was your soup? What's up, everybody? Had a rack. Bearcilium, Brian, kill me. Violins against the rich. What's up? How are you doing? Aaron Schwartz, Macmell, Bees. Bar Doctor, thank you for the sub. What's up, man? Bar Doctor, I meant to reach out to you. I need to know how you want to be referred to in the YouTube edit of our gun class. We have that edit is coming. It's almost done. And I was supposed to reach out to you and ask you how you would like to be credited. You can DM me on Discord though. You don't have to tell me here. You can just call me Scott. Okay, cool. Cool. Definitely cool. Chat, we got a bunch of stuff to talk about tonight. First things, we're gonna talk about a little bit of Gaza. We're gonna get some updates on what's going on Gaza, and then we've also got. I'm really inspired right now. W inspiration, very inspired. I'm going to be doing this week my very first YouTube video, like bread tube. Well, I'm doing my bread tube arc. It's here, baby. We're talking to the camera. We're putting out an actual like high quality video essay I'm writing. It's gonna be interesting. I'm really excited about it. Yeah, let's go. I think it's gonna be cool. I'm really looking forward to the. I got like 5 pages of a script I cooked out today. I think it's gonna be good. I hope everybody watches it. So go follow and subscribe to the YouTube channel if you don't already. That's going to be YouTube exclusive content. And please go watch it and support it, because if I put in like multiple days of work on this video and it doesn't do numbers, let me tell you, I'm not doing it again. This is an experiment, and the results will determine everything. Yeah, but basically the video I'm making, or that I'm writing, is going to be about Luigi Mangione and the public's like response to it, but in the context of like hyper individualism in America, versus like collective action. So essentially like comparing like the reason that people really like Luigi is because it was an individual action. Like it's like there's like a very different response in America to collective action versus individual action. And we'll go through that. You know what I mean? We'll go through all of that. So I got a bunch of examples. I got a bunch of little threads I'm gonna pull on. I'm excited. I need to work on the script a little bit more tomorrow. But overall, I think it's gonna be a very good video. I'm really excited. We're gonna So tonight we actually have a few videos on the docket to kind of like accompany that, like basically like as like research. So we're gonna do a little bit of research on that topic of hyper individualism, And then a little bit also on like outlaws, American outlaws, like the mythology of and like folklore around people like Jesse James or Pretty Boy Floyd, and also like the art around that. We've also got Cop Watch. We've got Tyler Oliveira investigated himself. I'm sure he found that nothing was wrong. We've got travel videos, including a new one from Iraq from Mike OK. You know, we got a bunch of stuff. Good stuff. So it's gonna be a good stream. Hang out and enjoy yourself. You know, take your hand off of that mouse and stick around here. You know what I mean? Stick around here, baby. All right, let's start off with Yusuf Ahmad, who's a Zoomer vlogger inside of Gaza. He said this title of this video is Winter Arc in Gaza. Winter Arc in Gaza. Let's also get the chat box. God damn it. Gee dang it. Every time I close OBS, I have to like reformat it. It's the only application that does.
Is that a bomb or thunder? There's so much trash here. Look at that pond.
Pond?
Where's mom's phone?
Yo, what up, Left Eye?
So instead of wearing the vest, I'm gonna wear this waterproof jacket. Yeah, I'm gonna go fill up my water cans right now. I think it's raining. Wait, let me show you this. Yeah, you can see it's very wet outside. You can see it shining. I think that's enough proof that it's raining. Okay. Let's go fill up the water cans right now. Or at least try to. I think it's too late.
Jeez.
Is that a bomb or thunder? I don't know. I'm gonna go fill up my water cannons. It's not raining anymore. Gotta do this fast. What is this? Parkour. Shit, man. Is that a thunder or is that a bomb? I don't know if that's an airstrike or is that thunder. Because that is raining.
Is it like, chat? Am I dumb or is like, would rain be like a big relief because they can like collect rainwater? You can boil rainwater and drink it, right?
Yeah, that's kind of sad.
I guess it depends. Yeah, I mean, it's flooding everywhere. No shoes? What do you mean? He's got some good shoes on. Isn't it illegal? It's illegal for them to collect rainwater? Well, fuck. Like, do you think anybody here, do you think anybody in Gaza right now is like really like gives a fuck about legality? What are they gonna do? Kill them? What are they gonna do? Bomb them? They're doing it already. Like, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Well, the fact that people are just selling, the street vendors are still selling. Whilst it's literally raining outside, it's just.
Well, yeah. You'd have to collect it as it fell, like have like big barrels or something. It's not something that you could like. You can't just like fucking boil the water on the ground. Yeah.
It's sad. It's sad in a way, but kind of like inspirational. You got kids to feed. You won't go home without making a profit.
And there also are ways to remove sediment as well, like filtration or even like what do they do? Like you like put you put like a piece of fabric in a bottle and then like have it drip down into another thing, and that like filters it. In Islam, your prayers are more likely. Oh, look at this. Finally home. In Islam, your dua, your prayers, are more likely to be accepted when it's raining outside, so I make sure to make a lot of prayers. Borders have to open soon. I hope they do so. I'm sick of this. Prescribed. You can donate here, chat. Launch code campaign right here. Oh my god, holy link. Holy link. Yeah. 16-year-old Yusuf Ahmed doing incredible stuff, giving us a small little window into the lives of Gazans right now. It's always something, Chad. I know we haven't talked about it on stream a lot. I know we've been like kind of focused on America and focused on different other political situations in the world, and you know, it's always critically important to keep Gaza in your heart. The situation has never improved. It's still just as bad as it was when this was at the top of your mind, you know. So rededicate, recommit to your activism for Gaza. If there's something going on, get the fuck out in the streets. Because as this Al Jazeera reporting will tell us from today, this is from a day ago, Israel's intense bombardment of Gaza kills nearly 200 Palestinians in just 3 days.
So Israeli forces have killed at least 194 people across Gaza in the past 3 days, many of them in residential areas. The Israeli army says it targeted more than 100 Hamas sites. In Khan Yunis, in the south of the Strip, rescuers retrieved one body and pulled a number of wounded from the rubble of a family home. In Gaza City, a search and rescue operation is underway after another attack on a home. It was in the Sheikh Radwan district and has been completely destroyed. And these are the latest pictures out of al-Nusrat refugee camp in central Gaza, where an Israeli strike injured babies and children. Also in central Gaza, at least 6 Palestinians have been killed in the city of Deir al-Balah. A child is among the dead there. Okay, let's cross to Hani Mahmoud in Deir al-Balah, who's live for us there in central Gaza. So Hani, really attacks have been ramping up in the last few days.
Absolutely, and it's quite obvious from the number of funerals. Since we arrived 2 hours ago here at the site of the Al-Aqsa Hospital, we've seen many of the funerals here with large gathering of remaining family members, funerals of people who were killed in overnight attacks in Deir al-Balah city. But we could feel a sense of frustration coupled with sadness and the agony, and also the fact that this is allowed to continue to happen, a mass wholesale killing of Palestinian civilians in their tent camps or in front of their homes, or simply walking in the streets, overnight attacks, and since early hours of yesterday's evening.
I mean, the truth is, like, yeah, so there is a lot of talk, and we'll talk about it as, you know, we continue our coverage tonight, but there's a lot of talk of a ceasefire, and that really only means like one of two things. So either it's completely bullshit and it's just like another, you know, way for the US government and the Israeli government to like pawn off or like dissuade any criticism that would happen, that would come to them at this moment, like, right, like, oh well, like, yeah, it's all really bad, but like, we're gonna get a ceasefire, it's coming right now, it's coming, the ceasefire's coming, and it never comes. Or the Israeli government has like successfully, to their standard, eliminated all life in northern Gaza. It's going to be fully annexed, and they're just gonna like basically try to, like, you know, reset life back to the way it was before October 7th. However, now southern Gaza has half of the land. Gaza is half of the land, twice the population concentration. um, you know, and none of the infrastructure because Gaza. I mean, they've all been bombed. Every hospital has been bombed. Every school has been bombed. Any semblance of like organized, structured life inside of Gaza has been absolutely just leveled. And so the process of rebuilding has to start at some point. And we don't know what that looks like, really. Like, the truth is there is very, very little, very, very little hope that, like, the Israeli project is going to collapse like we had, like we would like. And so justice will continue to slip through the hands of the Palestinian people.
Many of the attacks happening right at the top of every hour. The latest was a school in Al Bureij refugee camp, and as soon as people
like schools and refugee camps
to the outside gate in front of the street vendors buying dinner or whatever is available to feed their families and their kids, they were struck by a drone missile, killing 4 people right at the spot, particularly majority of them children, 3 of the children.
No, I haven't, JJ.
As of early hours of yesterday's evening to the hospital. Tens of injuries as drones and missiles are packed with shrapnels, very sharp nails and little pieces of metals that are cutting through the flesh, causing severe bleeding and causing burns. Are here at the hospital inside the Al-Aqsa hospital right here, the emergency department, waiting for their turn to be admitted to the operating theater. Across the Gaza Strip, a surge in the attacks, a quite significant surge that already causing further civilian casualties, forced displacement, as well as sheer level of destruction. And right now, Gaza is beyond rebuild.
You got to be real, though. We can be cautiously optimistic, but remember that the terroristic state will not stop until they're given a firm warning, meaning we need to cut Israel off and make it a pariah state. I agree with you. We do need to cut them off. We need to continue BDS. Like, we need to continue advocating for divestment of any institution that you're a part of. You should be fighting for that in your unions. You should be fighting for that at your universities. You should be fighting for that. Any organization that you are a part of has an investment portfolio, and you should be fighting for that to be divested from Israel. That what I'm saying is not doomer. It's not. I'm just giving like a analysis of where we're at, right? Like, it's not something where I'm like, oh, it's never going to get better. The Israeli state is like impervious to any kind of action. I don't believe that at all. I think the Israeli project is destined to fail. Like, fascists are bound to lose. They will lose. But the fact is that, like, just right now, we are at a moment where people have kind of like gone back to their normal lives. Trump was elected. The genocide is continuing. What do you think? Trump's gonna like stop it? Fuck no. Of course not. Trump wants to go to war with Iran. Like, it just feels like there's not. It doesn't feel like there's a very clear path forward here. Just like in regards to like the geopolitics of it. And of course, you bring up a good point. If we wanted this to end, it could end tomorrow. If America decided that this was unacceptable, if this really weighed on the American conscience like it should be, this shit would end tomorrow. But it isn't.
Just given the sheer level of destruction that is caused to virtually all means of life, the residential buildings, public facilities, infrastructures, there are areas that have turned into more of a wasteland. The Israeli military justified these attacks as it was operating against militants and Hamas members across the Gaza Strip, cataloging 100 attacks or strikes across the Gaza Strip. But when we compare this narrative to what we see on the ground, the gap seems to be getting bigger and bigger between what the statements are talking about versus what we see on the ground. Women and children are making up the vast majority of casualties of these attacks. The Israeli military continues to talk about the use of precise ammunition to target militants and Hamas members across the strip. But when we
Dude, the whole precision of the of their claims of precision are such a slap in the face on top of it. It's like, no, we hit exactly what we want to. We hit it exactly what we want to with precise attacks. It's like, okay. So you admit it.
what we see here coming as ambulance pulled up in the courtyard of the hospital. More of the children, more of the women are in fact the target of these attacks. Also,
just like he says, women and children are the targets. Yes.
These statements, we've been following them for the past months, and these seem to be quite the same, offering no substantial evidence whatsoever. More residential blocks have been targeted and destroyed as of yesterday in both center Gaza City and an area better known as the Saraya complex, as well as further to the northwestern part of Gaza City, to the eastern part also of Gaza City. Further northern part, the ongoing demolition of homes and destructions continue to happen with no let up in sight for these attacks.
Yeah, no let up in sight. That's the phrase, isn't it? All right, Hani, we'll leave it there for now. Hani Mahmoud reporting there from central Gaza.
Yeah, we got CBS News. Blinken on his way out as the Biden administration is wrapping up their administration. They're leaving and they're cleaning up the White House as they leave. And they're trying to solidify their dynasty or whatever you want to call it, whatever their legacy, which we should all know, especially as more information comes out, as the dust really clears, and we understand the severity and the death toll is really counted in Gaza. Biden will be known. Blinken will be known as the butchers of Gaza. Their legacy is genocide. Nothing else matters. Their legacy is genocide. Their legacy is also handing America to the fascists. Handing America to a fascist state. Their legacy is going to be responsibility for whatever Trump does over the next 4 years.
While speaking in the South Korean capital earlier, Secretary Blinken expressed optimism that a Gaza ceasefire could be agreed on before President Biden leaves office. This comes amid reports that Hamas has approved a list of 34 Israeli hostages to be released in the first phase of a potential deal.
Yeah, so the reports are that Hamas has approved a list of hostages to be released as like a first step in a ceasefire deal.
Meanwhile, violence
but we'll see.
In the region continues. This morning, at least 3 Israelis were killed in a shooting attack on a bus in the West Bank. CBS News foreign correspondent Rami Inocencio is following the latest from Tel Aviv.
Right, 2 weeks from today, President Biden's term ends and Donald Trump returns as president. But in that time, the White House is making a last-ditch effort to broker that ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. Secretary of State Antony Blinken in South Korea right now in his own...
Yo, Lunette, thank you so much for the sub.
Final days in the job, by the way, said that this is the home stretch. Take a listen.
What we've seen in the last couple of weeks is a re-intensified engagement, including by Hamas. We very much want to bring this over the finish line in the next 2 weeks, the time that we have remaining. And we.
No, like, and now that it's the deadline is coming up, guys. You know, we really don't want to hand over this genocide to Trump because then we'll be held accountable for all of it.
We will work every minute of every day of those 2 weeks to try to get that to happen.
And the talk also this morning is about a list that Hamas released of 34 hostages. That's a mix of people believed to be alive and dead that the group says it's willing to hand over in a deal. 21 of those are women and men between the ages of 50 up to 85. It also includes children that Hamas claims were killed in an Israeli airstrike. Now, all those make up about a third of the 100 or so hostages still believed held in Gaza. But Hamas says that Israel needs to agree agree to withdraw from Gaza and to agree to a permanent ceasefire. Those have been major demands since last summer, but Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his cabinet have so far not capitulated. And just this past weekend, more than 100 people were reportedly killed in more Israeli bombings up and down the Strip. That's pushing the total number of dead toward the 46,000 mark. And that's according to the health ministry run by Hamas. And Blinken did add that if a ceasefire is not accomplished by this January 20th, he says he still believes and is very confident that a deal will be done, but under President Trump, of course, but on the basis, he says, of President Biden's plan. And we've got 2 weeks left.
Like, it's so fucking insulting that they're just over here like posturing for who gets credit over this. Who gets credit over ending it? Like, no, you all get credit over perpetuating it. You all get credit over, like, you are ethno-nationalists. You're fascists. You're ethno-nationalists. There's nothing that's going to ever stop that. There's blood on your hands. When you die, you'll be tortured for eternity. If there's any justice in the world, like, I don't believe that hell exists, obviously, but like, God damn, I hope it fucking exists for these pieces of shit. Oh, it'd be so beautiful to just imagine them suffering forever
has told Reuters
for what they've done to the Palestinian people.
News agency that it has approved a list of 34 captives presented by Israel to be exchanged in a ceasefire deal. Hamas says any deal will depend on an Israeli withdrawal from the Gaza Strip and a permanent ceasefire. Well, let's get all the latest on these lines from Al Jazeera's Ali Hashim, and he joins us here on set. Ali, great to speak to you. I know that you are now talking to a member of the Hamas negotiating team. What are they telling you independently of what they've told Reuters news agency?
Well, what they're saying is that things are still early to call because many things are on the table, especially what's been reported by Reuters or any other news agency. However, it all depends on the Israelis, because the ball is now in the court of the Israelis, and they have to do take their options. And of course, for Hamas, the main objective right now is to end this war. And they've been saying this for a long time. Of course, with a prisoner swap in the right way, with the Israelis getting out of Gaza. These are all points that Hamas been mentioning over the past months, actually 14 months. But now there is something that everyone is looking forward to see, which is a prisoner swap, especially with a lot of controversy, a lot of concerns over the health of the prisoners. So this is the issue right now. Hamas is putting the ball in the Israeli court. Whether the Israelis are going to seize the opportunity, this is the question that the Israelis should answer.
Well, it's interesting that Israeli media is reporting that the head of Mossad is due to be in Doha tomorrow on Monday. So it will be very interesting to see what developments happen then, because, of course, we have had the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu insisting that there will be no permanent ceasefire in Gaza.
Well, of course, beside the Israeli negotiator, the Mossad chief, also there are reports of a very senior American official also coming to Doha. And this gives an indication.
Really, Bar Doctor? You think that, like, does that stop you? Does, like, the lack of, or, like, non-existence of an afterlife, like, prevent you from doing something?
Things are...
I know what you mean, but...
developing in a way or another. However, the big question is, will there be a deal? And will this deal be as early as tomorrow or next tomorrow? Actually, my sources within Hamas are a bit reluctant to give an answer. And they think
we should have that certainty.
This is what Israel would have to decide.
Just to give us a little bit of background, of course, Yahya Sinwar in Gaza was the head of...
John Brown was correct. The brutality that he was fighting against is clear as day. Just like the brutality that the Israeli government perpetrates is clear as day. Like, we should, like, genuinely, we should have that clarity. But I understand what you're saying also.
Head of Hamas, and he was killed a few months ago. Has Hamas managed to put forward new negotiators, or do we know who is actually negotiating on behalf of Hamas now?
Well, over the past 6 months, 2 main negotiators have been killed. Ismail Haniyeh, who was the head of Hamas, and he was here in Doha, he was killed in Tehran. The second in command and then his successor, Yahya Sinwar, was also killed just a few weeks ago. Now, of course, there's someone in Gaza who's calling the shots. But it seems that after all these developments, after this war, Hamas is a bit trying to keep its main negotiators secret. Now, we know that the bureau chief over here, whether in Doha or any other place, are the ones also talking and trying to exchange papers. But at the end, the people in Gaza, the officials in Gaza are the ones who are going to give the final say.
Do we know what's on the table? Is it the three-part plan that we've talked about at length, which has sort of only changed slightly around the edges, but basically is the same sort of format that Joe Biden presented, back in May, and that the United Nations Security Council accepted as a resolution? Is this still the same deal that's on the table now?
Well, it depends, because this deal was on the table and the Israelis refused it, or went around it. And then we saw...
Yes, you mean the deal that Hamas agreed to, like 6 months ago?
All these developments that took place over the past few months. Of course, the main framework is there, but what's going to change within this framework is going to be decided on the table. And this is what we don't know as journalists and as observers, because there are issues that aren't really said out loud. And that's probably because the negotiations are becoming very delicate, are becoming very sensitive. And at the end, each side would want to present, this is in concept, each side should present compromises or get some steps back. But it doesn't seem that at least the Israelis are ready to give these compromises, given the fact that they had some successes on the ground in the past, in Lebanon, with respect to what happened and on the Lebanese front. Now, in Gaza, still things aren't changing. Hamas is still fighting, and the main objectives the Israelis put to annihilate Hamas, they're not able to achieve.
They were never going to achieve this. Dude, I'm sorry, but anybody who has paid attention to any foreign policy, if you know Middle Eastern history of the last 30 years at all, you should know that fucking bombing people does not eliminate, terrorism. There is no military solution to radicalism, to resistance. That is not how this works. And if you think that the Israelis don't know this, if you think that they don't understand this, then you're fooling yourself. They understand this. They know this too. That's not their real goal, though. That's not their real goal. Their goal is to fucking eliminate all Palestinian life. Whether it's they are forced to leave, whether it's by murdering them all, whether it's by starving them to death, whether it's whatever, if they just disappeared. They just don't want the Palestinians to exist at all. It is a systemic ethnic cleansing, okay? It is ethnic cleansing that has been happening for almost 80 years now. And so where are we at? What are we going to do? What is it to do?
Chief.
In Gaza, it's...
I know about the Greater Israel situation. And you can see what they're doing in Syria also. Israel's attacks on Syria and Israel's insistence on, bombing Syria right now. Very much in line with that.
Over the last few days, last week or so, we've been seeing a massive intensification of attacks. The death toll is much higher than it has been in previous months. Some analysts have suggested this is because a deal is nearing, a deal is closing. Would you associate those two events?
Well, I will just...
What? You're saying that because the death toll has been higher recently, you think that's evidence of them wanting a ceasefire? Can you talk me through that logic real quick? Does anybody understand this? What is lady saying? What?
Take us back a month ago when Israel was negotiating in Lebanon for this.
Yeah, I've heard that too. That's not a new line either. But it's like, so, I mean, that's basically what they did before the Lebanese ceasefire too. And after also. Over like hundreds of attacks after the ceasefire in Lebanon. And the moments leading up to the time frame that they had set when it started, they were bombing the fuck out of Beirut.
The ceasefire. Netanyahu was saying, we are negotiating for a ceasefire with fire. And it seems that he is also negotiating for a ceasefire in Gaza with much more fire. And this is, of course, is resulting in more people being killed. But at the end, in Gaza, situation is different. It's not Lebanon. So today, with Hamas still able to fight, with Hamas still standing still there, it doesn't seem that this is going to change the equation.
So we've seen that Biden has very little, if
You hear about the Palestinian Authority in Al Jazeera? Yeah, I know. In the West Bank, like the Palestinian Authority has been going after like armed militant groups which exist by the Palestinian people to defend themselves from the settler like violence. You have these settlers who are like incredibly far right fanatics. Like they're like genuinely psychopathic with their like political identities and their violence and the way they think about the Palestinian people that are very close to them. And so every single night, Israeli settlers in the West Bank go out, destroy water facilities, lynch people, burn cars, burn buildings. Like they just do terrorism. And so yeah, Palestinians have fucking armed themselves and patrol their own land. Becca, thank you for the tier 3. Of course. But the Palestinian Authority, which is the government in the West Bank that collaborates very, very deeply with the Israeli government, they've been like going out and killing them. They've been going out and killing the Palestinian like resistance groups. They've been attacking Al Jazeera as they're like reporting on this, and it's just like it's a really bad situation in the West Bank.
any influence over Netanyahu. One wonders what influence Trump is going to have, because he said there will be hell to pay if there's no ceasefire when he comes to power. He's going to be sworn in tomorrow on Monday. He is inaugurated, of course, on January the 20th. Yeah. Do you think that's going to be critical for this deal?
Absolutely, it's going to be critical. But
ceasefire now, thank you.
Questioning whether Netanyahu would want to sell a deal to the Biden administration, outgoing administration, or wait another week or 10 days, 2 weeks, till Trump is in office, and then sell this deal to Trump.
Well, if we look to hone in on what Hamas is offering, 34 captives, it's saying. We estimate that there are around 100 captives still in Gaza, not all of them, of course, alive. Mm-hmm. What do we know, perhaps, about the 34 people that are being offered to be released? Do you think it's mainly the women or the females, the elderly, the sick? Who do you think would be?
The women or the females? Dude, what is this lady on? He took one too many Xanax bars this morning.
Hamas, at the beginning, there were talks about the quality, the categories of...
Yo, Georgie Farts, thank you for the sub.
Captives who are going to be released.
Georgie Farts, just
First
subscribed.
of all, the elderlies and women, then the women soldiers, and then the soldiers, I think. This was the category that was put at the beginning. Probably this is going to be still Hamas's stance. However, and given the fact that the Israeli...
Yeah, the point is that they're offering to release hostages, as they have been since October 8th. Yeah. No, right. I mean, Hamas has always been willing to exchange hostages. Yeah. There were reports on like the days after October 7th of Hamas officials like starting to try to begin those negotiations. Because you have to remember also, there's like 9,000 Palestinians that are inside of like Israeli prisons inside of Israel, which we know now for a fact are like fucking rape torture camps. You know? And so like, but we never refer to those as hostages. You understand? children in the prisons inside of Israel, those are not hostages. Those are prisoners. And there's a very big difference between a hostage and a prisoner. And the difference is Israel is legitimized. Israel has, you know, they have the right to do that, I guess. And Hamas doesn't, and Gaza doesn't. Cheesy Bread, thank you for the gifted 2 gifted subs. You're 3 away from 500 in the channel. Oh my God, Cheesy Bread.
Israelis already requested these number of captives. As we said, Hamas is throwing the ball in the Israeli court, and now it's going to be up to the Israelis whether to accept or not to accept. Now, it's good that things are moving, and this gives some optimism, at least to those people in Gaza who are currently still in this situation, dire situation. You've been just mentioning the number of people being killed over the past days. And of course, we've been seeing tens of thousands of people being killed over the past year and couple of months. So maybe it's time to end all this.
I suspect we'll be talking.
Yeah, you think so?
Talking more at length over the coming days, but for the moment, many thanks indeed.
You think so? You think it's time to end it? Okay, chat. That's well, actually, that's not true. I had this. Chat, did you see this?
An assist. You got an assist.
Okay, at risk of blowing your eardrums out with the TikTok thing at the end. Cheesy Bread, thank you for the extra gifted. Why is the audio so ass, bro? Quit recording your TVs, man.
They have given 499 gift subs in the chat.
Are you okay?
Yeah, okay. It like hurt, but I'm still okay.
I'm glad to hear that.
Oh,
Hey,
I got one more thing to say.
yeah, one more thing to say.
Free Palestine.
Okay.
Oh yeah, one more thing I gotta say.
I got one more thing to say.
Yeah, one more thing to say.
Free Palestine.
Okay.
Based, bro.
Oh, you an assist. You got an assist. I see some snow and ice here. Did you get hit in that spot?
I hit my eye.
Man, are you okay?
Yeah, okay. It like hurt, but I'm still okay.
I'm glad to hear that.
Oh,
Hey,
I got one more thing to say.
yeah, one more thing to say.
Free Palestine.
God damn, dude. I love this kid, man.
You guys don't really.
What a homie. Israel, this is from The Guardian, reports of optimism about Gaza ceasefire and hostage release deal. I was reading on like Twitter and I couldn't find the video again after I saw it once, but like, you know, there's like reports of like refugee like camps, like all like breaking out into like applause and shouting and cheering, because they feel that it's so close. That's kind of why I wanted to cover it tonight, was because, the word that I was getting, and like I said, this was on Twitter, so it could be totally fake or whatever. But it seemed like people inside of Gaza were very hopeful and optimistic that this might actually happen. We've covered it a lot tonight, but Israel and Hamas appear to be edging closer towards a ceasefire and hostage release deal that could bring the bloodshed in Gaza Strip to an end amid reports of optimism among decision makers. The latest round of negotiations intend to broker a lasting truce in the 15-month conflict. Okay. Truce. Words you should not use when referring to a genocide. Truce. Conflict. Resumed in Qatar, on Sunday. Hamas said on Monday that it had given mediators a list of 34 Israeli captives seized during the group's attack on Israel on October 7th, 2023, which triggered the war. Jesus Christ, dude. Who could be freed as part of the first phase of a prisoner exchange deal. The list included the remaining women, children, and older and injured people, Hamas said, although Israel said the militant group had yet to convey whether those named were alive or dead. A Hamas official told Agence France Presse that the group needed at least a week of calm in Gaza to determine the hostages' locations and communicate with captors about their status. Despite the latest talks, Israel has stepped up airstrikes on the Palestinian territory that killed at least 100 people over the weekend, local health officials said. This number is now over, it's like 193 is what Al Jazeera said. The Israeli military did not immediately comment on the toll. Yeah, they said, we don't care. That's why we dropped the bombs. That's the point of the bomb. Yep. The same list of 34 hostages was put forward in July of 2024, according to the office of the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Israeli and Western intelligence services estimated that at least 1/3 of the remaining 95 or so Israeli captives in Gaza has been killed. By who? By who? Who have they been killed by? Ron Hammy, thank you for the sub. Several rounds of talks mediated by the US, Egypt, and Qatar have failed to produce a lasting ceasefire. Officials have repeatedly voiced optimism that a breakthrough was close, only for the negotiations to founder. Right. A renewed push is underway, however, before Donald Trump takes office as US president on 20th of January. I don't understand this because, like, I don't know, like, what does the Biden administration, what do they think, like, what leverage are they using here? What leverage are they using here? Like, why would they listen to you? You're out, bro. You're old news. You're old news, dude. Like, fuck you. You're the old guy. We're going to talk to the new guy. Why would they even care? Trump, whose first term was notable for strong support for Israel and an otherwise mercurial foreign policy, has warned Hamas of hell to pay if the group does not free Israeli hostages. The Israeli daily Haaretz reported on Monday that negotiations with Hamas are approaching a crossroads, and the Israeli delegation is optimistic that a deal can be finished within the next few days. The U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said on Monday during a visit to South Korea, "If we don't get a deal across the finish line in the next 2 weeks, I'm confident that it will get its completion at some point, hopefully sooner rather than later." Conditions in Gaza, where almost all of the 2.3 million are almost all of the population of 2.3 million are living in makeshift accommodations, are deteriorating in the face of cold and wet winter weather, which has caused flooding. Another infant was reported to have died of hypothermia on Monday, bringing the number of babies killed in recent weeks by the harsh conditions to 7. What was their crime, chat? What did these babies do? They were born on the wrong side of the line. They were born to the wrong parents. They were born with the wrong skin. That's what these babies that died of hypothermia, that's their major crime. Israeli ground operations have concentrated on the northern third of Gaza over the past 3 months, but on Monday, 2 children were killed in a drone strike in Shauka, in the southern town of Rafah, the Civilian Defense Service said. The World Food Program also said on Monday that Israeli forces had opened fire on its clearly marked convoy near Wadi Gaza the day before, despite it receiving prior security clearances from the Israeli authorities. There were no reported casualties. The IDF did not immediately respond to requests for comment about the incident. 3 Israelis were killed and 7 injured in a drive-by shooting targeting a bus in the occupied West Bank on Monday, and the IDF killed 2 Palestinians, including a 17-year-old boy, near Jenin and Nablus. Violence on the West Bank has surged in tandem with the war on Gaza, where the health ministry said on Monday that the death toll has reached 45,800. The UN and aid agencies consider the ministry's data to be accurate. About 1,200 Israelis were killed. Oh my God. We're still talking about October 7th. Yeah. Like, it's just like, how do you put these two together and think that one justifies the other? Because, like, again, you know, if 1,200 people being killed and 250 taken hostage justifies what the Israeli government has done to Gaza, then, like, what does 45,000 dead, 110,000 injured, and, like, you know, 10,000 captive, like, what does that justify? It's the logic of this genocide is so corrupt. It makes no sense. It makes no sense.
This news is
anyway, chat.
viewers like you.
12 seconds left on the hype train. Sorry we didn't get to do a good... Here, well, fuck it, dude. We don't need no fucking hype train to tell us when we can dance or not. Let's just chill, chat. We refocus on Palestine. And we know that the only thing that works is direct action and praxis.
Sometimes I feel like Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic.
Thank you for the support, chat. I appreciate you with the hype train.
If you have that knowledge, then you know you need the praxis. Red book on my lap, you can never catch me lacking. Sometimes I feel like Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic. Sipping all this drink, I just spilled it
on my fabric.
If you have that knowledge, then you know you need the
Red book on my lap, you can never catch me lacking.
I don't worship idols, man, that shit just be so corny. I be with the masses cause the rich just be so boring. I be on the internet whenever I feel lonely, and I rather feel like Che Guevara than ever be
Ew, Chateau. Jesus fuck.
Sorry, I'm a communist. Take a flight to
That's horrible. Yeah, I heard about that. That's terrible. Really sad for her.
We should
take like all of it. We should take like all of it. Careful who you talk to, cause they fed and they be counterfeit.
switch out the AR for the AK like a Soviet. Say I
Get her high, get her high.
like some opiates. Sometimes I feel like Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic. Sipping all this drink, I just spilled it on my fabric. If you have that knowledge, then you know you need the Red book
on my lap, you can never catch me lacking.
I feel like Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic. Sipping all this drink, I just spilled it on my fabric. If you have the knowledge, then you know you need the praxis. Red book on my lap, you can never catch me lacking.
Jeez. Okay, next up, chat, we got a Democracy Now! Interview with Ronan Farrow on a very important topic. The U.S. government's ability to spy on your phone. Okay, this is a very, very, very important thing. Cybersecurity, knowing when you are being watched or not, especially as we go into Trump's administration. Being able to to resist in a way that keeps you safe, being able to organize in a way that keeps your comrades safe, and knowing the difference. This is critically important. So Ronan Farrow has some new reporting. By the way, if you guys don't know Ronan Farrow is the son of Mia Farrow and Woody Allen. Need I say more? Genuinely asking. Do I need to say more? Woody Allen, notoriously fucking disgusting human being. But Ronan, in the wake of this like horrible upbringing, has done a bunch of really incredible reporting. Has done a lot on the Me Too movement and like exposing these kind of like predatory individuals in Hollywood, and now is reporting on spyware technology that the Trump admin could use to hack your phone.
Viewers like you, please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. We return to our conversation with filmmaker Matthew O'Neill and Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Ronan Farrow about...
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that, Blonde. Yeah, some people think that's not confirmed, though, right? But some people do think that Frank Sinatra is his dad. like he was born out of wedlock.
About their HBO documentary Surveil that's now streaming on Max. The film looks at the dangers of spyware like Pegasus.
Bro, look at him.
Developed by the Israeli firm NSO.
Given the fact that Israeli industry has become such a main source of this surveillance.
I mean, Mia Farrow was blonde too.
Do you have any indication that it's basically United States military funding that goes to Israel, that government then contracts with its own so-called private companies to develop this technology?
In an attenuated way, there absolutely is that flow of resources. Israel has become a cradle for innovation in this kind of technology for a combination of reasons. I mean, Tel Aviv is a center of tech innovation in general. They have a great pool of tech talent. And Israel is set up in a very specific way where there's mandatory military service. People at a pretty early time in their careers go into government, military, and intelligence units. And then also pretty early in their lives and careers, they come out of that service and they apply those skills and that knowledge in the private industry. So you have companies like NSO Group and companies like Black Cube that Amy mentioned that do more traditional human intelligence operations that have all of these resources directly from a government that is, of course, as you point out, supported largely by the United States and its military aid. So a lot of these solutions are Israeli as a result of all of those factors.
How much does Israel target Palestinians? We've talked with reporters like Yuval Abraham from 972, who exposed Lavender and Where's Daddy, where they follow people home, Palestinians in Gaza. Of course, we know about the exploding beepers and phones in Lebanon. And then I want to ask, did you ultimately take down the head of NSO Group, which makes Pegasus?
So first of all, on this question of targeting Palestinians, the reporting suggests, yes, there have been a number of documented cases of spyware technology being found on the phones of Palestinian activists, politicians. We talked to a Palestinian former Knesset member, politician in the film, who puts forward the theory that Israel essentially uses the Palestinian populations as a laboratory for this technology. And, you know, one of the reasons why private spyware companies thrive in Israel is that in addition to the Israeli government's internal, very robust capacity for this kind of espionage, there's always a demand for more of this kind of tech, including from private vendors, to deploy in the...
It's pretty wild that they're just putting spyware on activist computers. I mean, listen, I think, like, bro, like, we kind of knew all this already. Like, don't you guys remember Edward Snowden? You ever heard of a guy named Edward Snowden? He kind of like revealed all of this, and then nothing happened. Like, it was revealed, and then it just nothing ever happened. Nobody did anything about it. Like, yeah, they made a movie with that guy, you know, famous actor on it, you know. Joseph Gordon-Levitt, yeah, he was in it. Yeah. That's it. That's about it. That's all the really movement that happened on it.
Conflict that surrounds Israel at all times because they are a highly militarized state beset by all of these existential threats. And especially now in this state.
What's the movie? I don't even remember what it was called. It wasn't very good. I remember watching it. But it was like, I think it was called Snowden. Wasn't it called Snowden?
There is just always a context in which to apply and refine this technology. And there has been additional reporting that in this most recent conflict as well, there's been a deployment of Pegasus in an effort to try to track hostages. Now, of course, there's controversy within Israel.
Also, like, crazy that dude got out. He got out. Like, Edward Snowden got out. He did his thing. He left. Made such an incredible sacrifice. Like, chose to leave the United States, never able to return, never able to enter any country that would extradite him. It's kind of crazy. Like that action himself will, that action on its own will always like give like he'll always have my respect for it, but it's also like, god damn, dude.
Israel, people see some of the intelligence failures around this latest conflict, and there's right-wingers who in that country say, well, there should be more use of this technology. But certainly to your question, people who care about the agony of Palestinians right now, I think should be aware that this technology has wormed its way into this conflict, and that this conflict has reinforced the development of this technology. To your question about the leadership of NSO Group.
Oh my God. Is this real? Queen. Absolutely queen. The queen.
I would not say that I took out the head of NSO. The head of NSO was, as we acknowledge openly in this film, a source of mine.
Chelsea Manning is probably more responsible for my radicalization than any other human being on the planet. Did she? Yeah, her and Grimes were dating for like a while. For like months. Yeah. No, but for real, Chelsea Manning, that original video, I remember when it came out. Like, I was like, probably like 16. I was probably like 16 when that came out. And it radicalized the fuck out of me. It radicalized the fuck out of me. It was back during the Occupy days. It was before Occupy.
Did depart that company amidst a lot of the scandals. The company was very embattled, and then there was a leadership change. The reporting of a whole...
Oh, yeah, I forgot Becca met Chelsea Manning. God. So jealous. So jealous.
International publications, a lot of different outlets, I think, contributed to those scandals. I would say the foremost player in disclosing information about this company was the watchdog group that we track in the film, Citizen Lab.
And Ronan, what could the outgoing Biden administration do to curtail the ability of the incoming Trump administration to use the powers of this technology? Or what could Congress do that you think, given the makeup of the Congress, of the new Congress coming in?
This is where it gets really tricky and, frankly, even bleak. And I think this is why activists and journalists tracking this issue are in a state of such alarm. The Biden administration, the executive branch, can do relatively little, as far as I understand.
The Chelsea Manning one was literally video of a drone strike. Or was it an AC-130? This was even pre-drones, I think. I think it was an AC-130. And you hear the like soldiers inside of it. I'm pretty sure you hear them talking about it, and they just like blow up this group of people, which is honestly like something that is so like it was radicalizing for me back then, but I feel like nowadays like it's so mundane. I literally watch this shit on Twitter every day, and it's not even leaked. Like, we get videos that are way worse than what Chelsea showed nearly every day. From Gaza, like... Oh, yeah, then the van also, right? I don't know, like, I have a hard time not being, like, doomer when I, like, put that into perspective like that. This thing that was, like... Holy fuck. Like, our government is doing this for me as a kid is now just like, oh yeah. It's just like almost taken for granted. Like, oh, this is definitely like, well, this is happening. Yeah, it's not that we weren't doing it back then either, right, Nate King? Yeah. And I mean, this is like post, like even like the Vietnam photo of like the little girl burning from napalm. You know, like I think that had that same effect on some people back in those days. And it's just fucking horrifying.
Understand that can't be undone by the Trump administration. More robust executive orders, are a possibility, but the Trump administration, A, can pass its own executive orders, and B, has just shown an unprecedented disregard for the rule of law. So not only are there existing loopholes, not only can those loopholes be widened, but we may have a set of players coming in based on their own statements who just disregard the entire framework and overreach in various ways. You see a clear concerted effort in Trump's appointments in this.
Is it okay for journalists to be this hot? But more importantly, should it be allowed? Yes, because if Ronan Farrow wasn't a journalist, he would have been in Hollywood, and he would have probably been taken advantage of in the same way that his mother was, in the same ways that his sisters were. Like, yeah, he's better off. He is way better off.
Cabinet, and why
he'd be on the CW? No, he's bigger. He's a bigger talent and a bigger name than that. A lot of you are Zoomers, right? And so you don't understand who Woody Allen or Mia Farrow are. But these were they are the top of Hollywood. They were the top of Hollywood at one point, as a director actor combo. Mia Farrow is just queen. I love Mia. I don't care how libbed up she is. I think Mia Farrow is so amazing. I think she's great. Also, you'll never, ever be able to shame me into not watching Rosemary's Baby. Ever. Because of Mia Farrow. I don't give a fuck. I get this auteur theory that a movie is the director. I get it. I understand. Roman Polanski, total piece of shit, deserves nothing but the worst. However, you shouldn't give that entire movie. You shouldn't give that entire movie to the director, because there's a lot of creatives behind the scenes. There's Mia Farrow, who puts on a fucking masterclass of horror acting. It's just a phenomenal film.
Wider administration.
You should watch it for Mia. Was she not in an abusive relationship at the time? I think she was. She basically went from abusive relationship to abusive relationship. She had a really fucking hard life. Really hard life.
To circumvent the rule of law, you see the select.
No, Nate King, auteur theory is literally that everything in the everything comes from the director. And it also comes from the studio system, right? This is how the studios are selling the movies. You're going to see the Tarantino movie because it's a Tarantino movie. And so everything else kind of gets flattened into this being a Tarantino movie. And the same thing happens with Rosemary's Baby and films of Also, I would also make the distinction that Woody Allen's films are not the same thing, because Woody Allen is typically starring in his films. They're typically about him. Some of Woody Allen's movies are literally about his pedophilia. You know what I mean?
Election of someone like Kash Patel,
Manhattan.
It would very clearly give Trump free rein to manipulate law enforcement investigations if he were running the FBI, and has suggested that the executive should have absolute power, has suggested that journalists should be prosecuted.
This is Patel speaking to Steve Bannon on his podcast, The War Room.
We will go out and find the conspirators, not just in government, but in the media. Yes, we're going to come after the people in the media who lied about American citizens, who helped Joe Biden rig presidential elections. We're going to come after you. Whether it's criminally or civilly, we'll figure that out. But yeah, we're putting you all on notice. And Steve, this is why they hate us. This is why we're tyrannical. This is why we're dictators, because we're actually going to use the Constitution to prosecute them for crimes they said we have always been guilty of, but never have.
That's Kash Patel, the Trump nominee for head of the FBI to replace Christopher Wray.
That sounds like he's going to go after Hassan. Don't speak it into existence. Hopefully none of that will ever happen and we'll be able to all continue doing our jobs.
Who was already called on the carpet around buying Pegasus. So when not only Kash Patel, because who knows if he'll make it, but President Trump has repeatedly talked about journalists, for example, as the enemy of the people.
Enemy from within.
Your final thoughts, Ronan?
Trump and his associates have explicitly threatened journalists with prosecution. And specifically threatened journalists who protect their sources with prosecution. That is dangerous for democracy. This is one of the first times, and I'm, as we discussed, someone who's dealt with a fair number of surveillance and intimidation efforts, that I've felt frightened to work in this country. I think in this incoming administration, we're going to need the work of journalists more than ever, and we're going to need the space for journalism, for dissent, for all of the spaces that are shrunk and cracked down on when you have this technology freely used in an unfettered way. And we've just seen this horror story play out in one country after another, even where there are ostensible protections in place. We see how hard it is to get accountability after the fact. We see how tempting it is for law enforcement to overreach and start to target people in a vindictive, politicized way. And then you have these sets of statements where you have Donald Trump threatening political opponents with military tribunals, for instance. And as ever, we're in the media engaged in this debate of what's a joke and what's not. But these kinds of appointments, or at least attempted appointments that we're seeing, are no joke. And this technology that is already at the fingertips of this government, that's no joke. So people need to really care, and members of Congress of whatever party who remain sane in a context that is increasingly not normal really need to clock and appreciate this issue. I have seen in talking about this film in public spaces how the public gets it, how ordinary Americans understand that it is scary to have these spaces shrunk and cracked down on. And I think that politicians who take a stand and realize that the spyware companies in this film who say this is a weapon of war, the spyware companies themselves. We have NSO's lawyer on camera in the film saying there's no equivalent to the Geneva Conventions for this, and that's not on us. We're making and selling a weapon that is largely unregulated. We've got to fix that. And I think people care is what I'm seeing, and my hope is that political representatives understand that the people care. And this is not a partisan issue. You know, people who don't want big government, people who have traditional conservative values should especially care about protecting people from this tech.
Matt O'Neill, you traveled the world with Ronan as you interviewed people almost on every continent. I want to ask you, for example, about Guatemala. In 2022, a group of journalists working for the award-winning Central American independent news outlet El Faro filed a lawsuit in U.S. court against NSO Group, the Israeli company that operates Pegasus spyware, used to monitor and track journalists, human rights activists, dissidents. The El Faro journalists, which is based in El Salvador, allege Pegasus software was used to infiltrate their iPhones and track their communications and movements. Now, you didn't go to El Salvador. They sued, and one of the heads of it.
People say I'm not hiding, so I don't care, and then it turns out they're doing legitimate journalism and getting targeted. I mean, of course, right? Yeah, I don't know how this materializes. I think it is going to just be like, you know, we're frogs in a boiling pot. And I'm really worried that we're going to die before we realize how hot it's getting. And that's why I was like, I want to be able to like write down like what is the line? You know? Like what is the line where we like actually have to like protect ourselves and leave? You know, is it really just like I'm just going to keep doing this until like Hassan leaves? Like, is that the line? You know, like what is it like other journalists? Is it YouTubers? Like, you know, how close does that YouTuber have to be to our space or our type of coverage or the specifics of any of it. You know what I mean? Like, it just feels very scary. Yeah, was rewatching Andor last night. The Empire has been choking us so slowly, we're starting not to notice. That's totally how it feels. You know? I don't know. It feels I don't know what to I don't know. Cuz I mean the truth is that like even Donziger exists, you know? Like we're not in a good space for any of this right now. The suppression of speech. Look at the RICO charges against the Stop Cop City protesters. Look at the trumped up charges that a lot of the Palestine like student intifada these students. Look at the charges that they're getting. You know, we already have a suppression of like public assembly and a suppression of freedom of speech. And so at what point does it become too much? And at what point should we you know? Do something about it.
Went to Guatemala.
Yes, we went to Guatemala City to interview Roman Gressier, who was targeted by Pegasus spyware. And I think this is indicative of what you...
I think this is all to say, chat, that moment likely will not ever come. And if it would have, it has. And so, like, I think we just all need to start operating like it is, you know? Like, we need to start, you need to have an urgency to your organizing. You need to have an urgency to your activism. You need to, like, be out in the streets and making these connections and organizing and, like, you know, whether it's with a PSL or a DSA or, you know, with your local mutual aid organization or just with a handful of others, like, you know, comrades that you know in real life and are meeting with in person to talk about this stuff and making plans and talking about how you're going to protect each other, figuring out if you need more people and how do you do that? How do you outreach? How do you need to put up flyers in different areas or, you know, figure it out. Now's the time. It's not going to get easier than it is right now to build these ground, you know, to build this and to make those inroads. It's only going to get harder from now on, right? And so do you want to start pushing that rock up the hill later, or can you start it now? And with urgency.
On every continent where Pegasus is in use is that you're seeing journalists, civil rights activists, human rights activists who are being targeted with this software. If you're looking at El Salvador, this tool is only as responsible as the people using it. So in El Salvador, they're prosecuting journalists. In Saudi Arabia, they're tracking down and executing journalists. If we have this software here, I think people listening at home might be thinking, I'm not going to be subject to an ICE investigation. The Department of Homeland Security isn't interested in my selfies or my pictures of my kids. And that's likely true. However, if this investigative tool makes it into the hands of people who have an expansive idea about what criminality is or what the reach of their institution is into people's lives.
Or proudly announce there are enemies lists they have.
We will all be caught up. We don't need to be the target of an investigation. They could be targeting you, and our text exchange this morning would have looped me right into that.
So if you can talk, Ronan, about what you do, Juan asked you this question before, but really specifically, it amazes.
No, like that's true too. It's your associations, you know. Or you have a text chain with a compromised person or a handful of compromised people who the state considers enemy of the state. Now you're guilty by association, like for sure.
Amazes me how simple some of it is, and of course much more complicated to stop this level of spying.
Well, simple, but it's not foolproof. You know, I have been told by senior people within spyware companies that rebooting your phone every day is a great practice.
Why?
It doesn't foil all of these forms of technology.
Doing it right now.
Survivability is built into some of them. But others, including, at least when I last checked in on it, Pegasus, will actually have to reinfect you after a reboot.
Meaning turning your phone off.
Just turning your phone off every day is a good digital hygiene practice. Again, not foolproof. And increasingly, these technologies are more and more sophisticated and can survive reboots. But it will clear out some types of spyware infections.
Just did it. One in chat if you rebooted your phone right now.
Also, this may seem obvious, but just keep all of your devices.
Wait, oh yeah, unless you're watching on the phone, or actually, even if you are watching on the phone, just do it. we can measure how many mobile watchers there are by how many people leave right now.
In every way you can. I mentioned that kind of Mr. Robot digital sniping between the platform.
What up, Bing? How's it going, man?
And Meta and the spyware companies. What that means is that every single day there is a multi-billion-dollar industry that is geared towards finding the vulnerabilities in the latest Apple patch, the latest WhatsApp patch, and exploiting them. And on the other hand, there are teams of sophisticated programmers within the companies that make your software and your hardware that are spending their lives creating those new patches to close up those vulnerabilities. And
yeah, but dude, am I really gonna, like, you can't count on the mega capitalists. Like, you think Apple's coming to save you? That's the advice, is that Apple's gonna come save you because they'll just like fix the vulnerabilities? I don't think so. What up, Ukrainian? The blonde presenter, this is Ronan Farrow. We've talked about it quite a lot, but he is literally like the old Hollywood, old entertainment, like golden boy. And now he does incredible. He's an incredible reporter. He's a very, very, very accomplished reporter.
We see some of those battles in the film if you're interested in learning more. But the end result is update everything all the time. When you get that little alert, it's annoying, but don't wait.
Aluminum.
But anyway, yeah, I just like these capitalist companies are not going to save you, and you don't have to look far. Like, did Tim Cook donate? I think Tim Cook did, right? Yeah, look, you think this guy's going to save you? You think this guy is going to save you? Tim Cook, $1 million donation to Trump's inauguration. Like, why are they all doing this? Oh, Sam Altman, OpenAI, Meta, Amazon, all donating $1 million to the inauguration committee. Uber. It's from fear? Just like, this is where we are? These companies are not going to fucking save you. Is my point, okay? And I think the state and capitalist, like, the state and capitalist collaboration is only going to get more and more fucking insane. And we're gonna tap on this more later tonight, after this video.
Foil.
Well, we follow a scene in the film where a live infection is found of another type of spyware technology, Kandiru. And
yep, Calm Like a Tom, exactly.
Race to the scene, and they have the activist who's been infected wrap his laptop where the infection is taking place in tinfoil to create a Faraday cage, like you get when elevator doors close and you lose reception, to interrupt the flow of data in and out of the laptop and hopefully prevent a signal from being sent to it that might cause the technology to delete itself. In that case, it was successful. They managed to prevent the technology from self-destructing, and they got a live example of how this infection was working, and it actually helped Microsoft generate a patch that thwarted this technology for a time. So tinfoil theoretically, or even better, you can get Faraday bags that in secure settings sometimes people use to interrupt transmissions to their devices, can theoretically be a help, but I wouldn't count on it because you got to wrap those things really thoroughly. And I have also talked to sophisticated technology experts who say, you know what, that's really far from fail-safe.
And Ronan, did you find in your...
Wait, Nate King, is that real? They can tell your keystrokes from audio? Is that real? That's actually fascinating if so. Really? It's a theoretical paper. Oh. That's really interesting. Like on a mechanical keyboard, right? Not like your phone. Your phone?
investigation, any companies or platforms that had better practices in terms of securing individual phones against surveillance?
Well, I have been impressed, whatever you think of the wider companies, with the commitment of the programmers who are playing defense on this issue within Apple and within WhatsApp. These companies are sometimes secretive about what they do on this front. Nobody likes to publicize that the device you make or the software you make is so vulnerable. But I'm grateful to the sources within those teams who spoke for this reporting and to the cases in which the companies in question, Microsoft or Meta, for instance, agreed to participate even in the film. We have people going on camera talking about how they
Deft one. Gotta type on the keyboard like the Fremen walking in the desert.
do this. I think more openness about this is called for.
That's funny as fuck.
People should celebrate the cases in which companies put resources into protecting their customers in this way. There's not enough, but there is some going on, and that does deserve acknowledgement.
Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Ronan Farrow and Matthew O'Neill talking about their new documentary, Surveilled. It's streaming on Max. It's directed by Perry Peltz, Matthew O'Neill, and produced by Ronan Farrow. We'll link to Ronan Farrow's New Yorker piece, The Technology the Trump Administration Could Use to Hack Your Phone.
That was great. Very, very interesting interview. Really glad we watched that. Okay. Oh, yeah. I wanted to watch this because we were talking about like the corporate fascist collaboration, and I just want to tell, just like, I think this story, actually somebody brought it up in my chat yesterday or like 2 days ago. We looked at Comrade Workwear, and this popped up on my TikTok feed the day after, and I think this is a very, very important story to know about. I think we should watch it on stream. I reached out to him personally to try to have him come on the stream, but he hasn't gotten back to me, so but I would love to get him on.
A lot of you guys don't really know about what happened like 2 weeks ago with me and the NYPD and how they tried to like ruin my business. So I thought I'd give you guys like the once over. Basically, I wanted to make these playing cards that had CEOs' faces on them and like QR codes to learn about all the evil deeds that these companies and their leaders did. After putting that out into the world, the New York Post and a bunch of right-wing media like showcased the story. I was on the front page of the New York Post. And then the following day, the NYPD came to my door. Following this, every single social media account and element of my business was systematically taken down. First, they came for my Instagram account, which was banned, and I had no ability to review the decision. I had like 50,000 followers there. Then, Shopify made me take the product down. Then, TikTok took down my first account, my main account, which had like 70,000 followers. Obviously, I can't get it back. Then Instagram took down my backup account and my personal account. There's my personal. Oh, it was 67.2. Then the NYPD commissioner came and like did a whole press conference when they announced Luigi Mangioni's.
I think it should be illegal to be a New Yorker and to hold this magazine. The New York Post is such a fucking rag. I can't believe it should be illegal to own it, to hold it in your hand. Nope.
these charges and referenced my thing and called me an extreme activist and said that I wanted to murder CEOs, which I didn't. I never said that. I told her her detectives that I didn't want to do that. And it was like on every single thing that I wrote that it was for education and entertainment purposes. I tried to appeal the YouTube stuff and they wouldn't let me do that either. Then they came for my payment processors on Shopify and they said that I can no longer use Shopify payments and Apple Pay accounts. Those are disabled. They didn't give me any prior knowledge. They didn't give me the ability to change anything. They just said it's done and I can't fix it. When I asked why, they said the decision was chosen by their banking partners and that I couldn't do anything about it. Then they came.
Chat, this is coming from above. Okay, this is not an organic thing that is just happening. There is somebody in the NYPD or the federal government even maybe that is like going into like interacting with all of these companies. Like this is the fascism.
For my
when you can just get any private company to acquiesce to whatever you want. Like what if we're fucking doomed? Like what do you do? What do you do? What do you do?
My backup TikTok, which over like 7 days got like 45,000 followers. And I didn't have any community guidelines violations yet. I just had a link to my store, which no longer had the cards in it. And then they say all of this, which basically says like they can't have third-party websites. I said, I don't have any violations. And then they said that they won't communicate anymore on the subject. Just like, don't talk to us about this anymore. We don't want to talk about it. To which I was like, just tell me one thing I did. They wouldn't tell me. They said, we're done. So now I'm on my third backup TikTok account. I'm scared to do another Instagram one because they keep taking those down like within minutes. And, you know, I don't know what to do. You know, it's a clear First Amendment violation thing. It's a clear corporate and state collusion. You know, the way the NYPD was at my door within like 3 to 4 hours of print is insane. And the way that like there's clearly top-down things about my accounts has nothing to do with community guidelines. It's just like people saying, can't do that. Banking partners can't do that. But I'm still making these freaking cards because I think that they're funny and I still want to make them. And I think that people deserve to know, you know, who these people are that are making these decisions that kill ordinary working class people. And so I finished all the designs today. And I finished the list. I have all the people that are going to be on these cards. It's done. And I will be sending over the design proofs to the manufacturer this week, and we will have all these things in production soon. I also have an alternative payment processor. I'm waiting on some verification stuff right now, so you will be able to get them soon. But right now, my store is still defunct. But if you know any journalists that would want to talk to me about this, I would love to tell the story. And if you know any lawyers or anyone that you think would want to get involved with a potentially very lucrative civil rights case, I am all ears.
This is crazy. This is crazy. And like, chat, the same thing happened to Cola Corporation over... Where's the hat?
Ins and Outs 2025.
It's not here. Out. It's the other room. But the Luigi hat, they took that off of Spotify, or the Shopify. It's just a green hat. It's just a green hat. But no, they did it on the they did it on the fuck the LAPD shirt too. They said that LAPD owned the copyright to the letters LAPD. And that you were using them in an unauthorized way. Of course, they lost. They lost. But, excuse me? No, yes. And also, if you look into it, I'm not going to do it on stream right now. I think we've done it before. But there's some really hilarious documentary guidelines that the LAPD has published. Where if you're a documentary filmmaker... and you want to like film the police, like basically it's like here are the circumstances in which you can film the police, and they consider like their cars. There's like a sigil on the side of the cars, and they're like, we own that copyright, and we will sue you if you show the sigil in your videos. It's like that's okay. That's not how any of this works. Like, that's not how any of this works. And you can submit to them for like a ride along, but they're explicit that they're just like this. Your film has to present the LAPD in a positive way. That's the only way that we're gonna allow you to like document the LAPD with us. Yeah, it's like, oh, okay. Well, at least we're clear. At least we're clear. Okay, chat. We have a video. How leftists can win in 2025. Harper O'Connor. I don't know who this is. I don't know this white boy. Never watched the video, but I'm excited to check it out.
Let's be honest, the left is in a bit of a slump. The far right is in ascendance.
Childless cat ladies.
The climate crisis continues unabated, and the Democrats are as useless as ever.
If you want from one white boy on the left to another white boy on the left. You gotta be out here, bro. Doing the work.
Say that, otherwise I'm speaking.
But despite all that, I still think we have the chance not just to compete, but to win right now. So today, I wanted to offer my thoughts on where we should concentrate our efforts in 2025 and beyond. Let's get into it. We have to begin our analysis by acknowledging one thing. We are trying to...
Somebody needs to give this guy a softbox right now. I like his composition. He's got an interesting frame. Your lighting is garbage doo-doo ass cheeks. You're using two different colors of light. This one is so hard that I can see your lips in the fucking, you know what I mean? Like in the thing over here. It's mysterious. No, it's just really bad light. Homie needs a lesson. I'll give it to him. I would love to. Pygress, thank you for the 5 gifted. 5 subscribers.
Build socialism.
Oh yeah, we watched that sign. We watched that when it happened.
Under totally unique historical conditions. By the way, if that word scares you, this probably isn't the channel for you. Nowhere has a developed capitalist country, much less the most militarily and economically powerful empire on the planet, been successfully guided towards socialism. Not through elections, not through revolution. Our allies in the third world can fight wars of attrition, knowing that their occupiers will have to withdraw eventually. We do not have that luxury. At the same time, it would be equally short-sighted to think that we could legislate socialism into existence. Our electoral system of first-past-the-post voting...
Marcus, are you like an... did you change your name, or are you like a dedicated lurker? Have you just been lurking? 7-month sub?
The single-member districts incentivizes the electorate.
Dedicated lurker? Hell yeah.
For candidates that they
think... appreciate you. I love it when lurkers come out. You've been supporting the channel for so long. Just hanging out. I appreciate you.
Are likeliest to win, which inevitably leads to a political system dominated.
I'm playing video games based.
Parties. Under this system, it is almost impossible for a socialist to get elected. If we run as Democrats, we're at the mercy of their corporate...
Yo, what the fuck? Yo, what the... Who did this? Yo. Orion. This is so cute. This is so cute. I love this. Is Orion in here? Oh, yeah. Orion's mistake. Oh my God, this is so cute. I love the little... the little mic for the kitty. It's so cute. Show us the cat. We don't... The cat is now with Maya Claire. Maya Claire in the chat right now. Adopted the cat. We rescued this cat. It was a kitten. I'm getting back into stream this week, hopefully, so chat can see kitty. There you go. Go follow Maya to see Faye. This is so cute. I love this. Thank you. Oh my gosh.
sponsored leadership. If we run independent, we barely win a handful of state and local elections. And when we do gain national prominence, the two-party system forces us to collaborate with Democrats to obstruct Republicans. Inevitably, this detaches representatives from the radical platform they were elected on. Even if the Democrats were to become a workers' party over the long term, which good luck, then the Republicans would still have a very firm hold over the Supreme Court, neutralizing all but the weakest of reforms. So, with both reform and revolution off the table under the current conditions, the American road to...
Who is this? Harper O'Connor. Which is like
socialism must be totally
the name of a
Brandon
Fraser character.
But there's no roadmap for what we're trying to do. Build power in the heart of global capitalism. With that being said, here's my proposal. Step 1. We have to grow. All of our strategizing is irrelevant if we can't answer this question. And to understand why it's so critical, it might be helpful to consider the fact that DSA, arguably the largest grassroots leftist movement in the country at this point, has about 80,000 on-paper members, making up approximately 0.03% of the electorate. That is, for political purposes, functionally insignificant. So how can the left go from being small?
I mean, you say that, but DSA has been getting people elected in city governments. You know what I mean? Like with that 80,000 membership, their efficacy is, I mean, in that perspective, is pretty significant. Now, you can obviously, I think there's more. I don't know. There will be soon. I don't know. I think Cenk is onto something. I'm judging you. I am not a dog and I'm judging you. Okay, sarcasm. Okay. Ooh. Woo.
All weak and divided to being large, strong, and united. I believe the answer is coalition building. The left needs people who can bridge the gaps between the labor, anti-racist, environmentalist, and Palestinian movements, among others. But I'm not the one who came up with the idea of a united front. In an American context, this method was pioneered by Fred Hampton. Under his leadership, the Black Panthers formed what became known as the Rainbow Coalition. Hampton realized that these fragmented, individually weak movements could only exercise credible social, economic, and political power if they worked together. So that's step 1. Growing by organizing the forces we already have. Once we do that, we can move on to step 2, and our coalition can take on a broad variety of work. In particular, I'm thinking about 3 strategies, each of which I'd like to go more into detail in: elections, messaging, and humanitarianism. The benefit of elections is that they give us a much more official platform on which we can discuss our ideas. And particularly at the local level, they can be successful. That being said, while elections might be strategically useful in some cases, they need to be part of a broader strategy, especially considering the resource constraints that we're facing. Here's the harsh reality. Party politics can never be a viable option without substantial electoral reform in this country. We need to abolish the Electoral College. We need proportional representation in the legislature. We need ranked choice voting. If we do that, third parties become viable. Of course, the establishment would never do that unless they were facing overwhelming public pressure. Which brings me to my second point, messaging. We need to make electoral reform a hot button issue. And the best way to do it is to hammer.
I agree with this 100% so far. I think this is actually a great path forward. Like electoral reform, if we start there. I will drop everything. If a mass movement across the United States starts and its target is Citizens United, I will drop everything. I will quit. Well, I mean, streaming I think will be useful in that moment, so I'll probably keep streaming, but you know what I mean? Like, I would do anything. To me, that is like right up there at the very top of the list of priorities with like it's like there's 3 to me: defunding the police, Medicare for all, electoral reform. These are the 3 most important things that we could do. I mean, you also have to like throw in like foreign policy. You know, like we need to stop being imperialist and have justice for like the rest of the world. But these are important.
On the broken.
Would you hug a cop? No. I was trying to think of a cute response, but I just no.
Of the two-party system. Think about it. Everyone in your life,
I don't know what those letters are, Andromeda.
Right? They understand that ordinary citizens are pretty powerless to change the status quo. There is genuine frustration here, and the most effective messaging simply lets people understand the source of the frustration they are already feeling. Believe me, everyone feels the
This is correct too. Is that there is a very, very strong desire for people to like have an explanation for why their lives are so fucking awful. Everybody feels this. Everybody knows this. And they don't know why. Or they think it's immigrants. Or they think it's, Biden. Or I don't know. Like the stories that they are being told that explain their situations, they're not going to work. They're not true. Yeah, like they know that things are fucked. This is why conspiracies pop off so hard. I mean, you're right? But like it's also why the government does so much to discredit and suppress anti-capitalist thought and Marxist ideology. That's why we are going to have a target on our back once the Trump administration really kicks into gear.
Malaise of the current system. We just need to give it a name. Now, naturally, you'll be...
Yeah, but it's about storytelling. And I've been saying this like since before the election. We're not telling the story. Trump told the story of migrants are here. They're weird. They're eating your cats. Also, they're not white, and this is why your life is shitty. Kamala's answer was, your life is not shitty. Kamala's answer was, we actually did a really good job, and you're everybody's just doing fine. Like it was like they chose to gaslight instead of just tell the story. And we have a lot of stories we can tell here. I mean, I think most importantly is like workplace justice, fighting for like power in your workplace. Especially at this moment. Javelina, thank you so much for the tier 1.
If it isn't the blowjob brothers.
If it isn't the blowjob brothers. But no, being having like workplace power, understanding like who is actually responsible for the problems of your life, understanding that it's the capitalist class, understanding that like we are at a precipice, we are at a very, very big like tipping point in America where automation and like all of these different things are already changing industries, and all of them exist in order to suppress like the right to suppress workers and labor. And so what does it look like when America is more productive than they are now and nobody has anywhere to work? Like the we're about to see like exponential growth in wage and wealth inequality that we've already been seeing, and it's it's exponentially getting more and more worse, but it's about to go like the number's about to go so high. It's like it's going to be really, really bleak, right? And so like it's just, we have to have a moment of understanding this, and it comes from this. It comes from storytelling, explaining to people what is going on and why, figuring out how to inspire people and to like tell a story that explains their situation and also gives them a way to change it. That's really fucking hard, but that's the job of an organizer.
What should this messaging look like? From personal experience, and of course I'm biased, I'd say short form video is our best friend. I'm no communications expert, I'm no genius, I don't have a team behind me, but in just a couple short years, I was able to reach quite literally millions of people on TikTok. And I know for a fact that I've been responsible.
Proportional representation or first past the post?
Starting to question
proportional representation, right? So, although I don't really know what you really mean by that. First past the post is like 50% plus one, right? And then proportional is like if X amount of people does this, you know what I mean? I think proportional representation is sometimes better. First past the post, it depends. It depends on how it's done. Like if it's ranked choice, then that's different. But I'm not like an electoral, you know what I mean? Yeah, just the most votes. Oh, yeah, I got you. First past the post is bad. That's what we have right now, right?
Why is short form so powerful? Well, I think there's a couple reasons for that. First, anyone with a phone can do it. You don't need lighting. You don't need to know how to edit like I do. Second, these platforms have millions of users and it is really easy to reach them because of the way the algorithm.
I mean, I just don't have like that strong of like opinions on between those two right now.
Go viral even if you don't have many followers, provided you make a catchy video. Third, it's easier to get across to people on a human level. Some of these videos I've seen from just normal people sharing their experiences with, for example, the healthcare system or talking about climate change are really impactful because it's another person. TikTok feels like you're taking a FaceTime video from your friend. That's pretty powerful. And you don't get that on a more impersonal platform such as Twitter. And that personal sort of connection can start that spark of solidarity, this recognition that, hey, we're all going through the same thing. We're all suffering in the same ways. That's the beginning of class consciousness. Follow other creators whose messaging you admire. Tell your own story. Confidently and clearly explain why the current system cannot be reformed and needs to be replaced. Again, public discontent with the polarized two-party system is our highest point of leverage because basically everybody resents the status quo. If we can focus that discontent, allow people to realize its true source, and then present them with a realistic alternative, that's lightning in a bottle. The goal is to make it so that every time somebody thinks about how broken the political system is, they immediately think of our solution, which is that electoral reform platform I just mentioned. If we can connect up these two things, we're golden. Now for the fun part. This is where a true left-wing coalition differentiates itself from political elites, Democrats, by improving people's lives. I think our priority in the near term needs to be outreach programs such as school lunch drives, tenant and union organizing, infrastructure redevelopment, housing construction, legal defense, establishing community gardens, winter clothing drives, and whatever else our communities need. We need
migrant
to show
defense.
the people who are neglected and exploited under the current system that we are willing to fight for them. Again, this is something that the Black Panthers did incredibly well. Of course, this work will most likely start in cities, but over time we can and must reach out to rural communities. A fantastic example of this is the Middle Tennessee chapter of DSA, which recently raised the money to erase over $2.5 million worth of medical debt. Let me repeat myself. $2.6 million. Imagine how much respect and loyalty we would gain from the American people if we were to.
I mean, that's like 10 people, but respect.
Do this on a nationwide scale. Imagine if socialists were the most active members of our communities. That would go so far in countering the decades of.
To be clear, like it does. This is already happening. At least in LA. Like if you go to like LA City Council meeting or anything, the people that are there advocating for homeless people, the people that are there advocating for victims of police violence, like these are the people I organize with. And it's because they're there doing those things. You know what I mean?
Red Scare propaganda.
You can buy medical debt for pennies on the dollar. Yeah, I know. I was just saying if it's $2.6 million of medical debt, I was joking that's like 10 people. That's like one side of a hallway at a hospital, dude. What, you know?
That Americans have been subject to. Plus, working together is how we actually build those coalitions I was talking about. The ruling class wants us divided and siloed, but when we work together, we build real solidarity. A strategy that focuses just on elections could never do this. We need less talking and more doing. Okay, so here's the strategy up to this point. We build a coalition from the broad spectrum of left-wing groups operating in this country already. Second, we go to work serving our communities and building trust with the American people. And that brings me to...
That's almost like not even a second. That is how you do number one, in my opinion. You know, you form these connections with labor, with like minority focused groups like LGBT groups or black groups or migrant groups. You form that by being there. You form that by walking picket lines. You form that by showing up to vigils. You form that by being there, by doing it, by doing the thing, and that's what I always try to like impart on everybody is like, you got to show up. You actually have to touch grass. You actually have to be involved. You actually need to like form, if these don't exist in your community, you need to form them. This is the only way we get out of this. It's essential.
To step 3, the end game. Over time, I foresee these coalitions becoming quite powerful and autonomous if we are successful. I foresee a world where membership means legal fees are paid if needed. You have help covering rent if needed. You have help organizing your workplace if needed. I foresee organizations that are robust enough to feed the hungry, to house the homeless, to care for the sick. I foresee great festivals and gatherings full of music and art, full of freedom that prefigures the society that we are working to create. Then, once we're strong enough, we can apply pressure for electoral reforms through protests, strikes, encampments, and most importantly, the discipline to withhold votes from politicians who won't work with us. So there's the actual 3-step framework. Rally our allies, win over the American people, and then use that mass movement to put pressure on the state. I don't want to give you false hope, but despite strong headwinds, I seriously believe that we have a massive opportunity for movement building right now. The genocide in Gaza and the brutal crackdown on people protesting that genocide at home has woken up a lot of people to the harsh reality of our system. The climate crisis is only just beginning. The cost of living continues to rise. Establishment politics are as ineffective as they've ever been. The public is primed to look for an alternative. We need to rally our allies. We need to go where the fight is. This is how we win. So if you're not in an organization, get organized. If you're not reading, get educated. I'll leave a resource in the description for anybody who's looking to get busy on that. Ultimately, we are blazing a new trail that has never been trod before. But still, for the sake of humanity, we have to push forward. This video was adapted from the article, The American Road to Socialism by Samuel Withers. I'll leave a link to that below. A better world is possible.
You'll be hearing from Age Bomber Guy very soon.
This episode is brought to you.
You adapted this from an article, buddy? Age Bomber Guy will be making a video about you tomorrow. Sorry, brother. There's a video right there, chat. Go sub. I like that. That's cool. That was very Brett coded. Is there space for 2 of us? Because I will kill him. I'm just kidding. Mastering persuasion. I am begging you to read some theory, bro. Cool. 4 lies new leftists believe. Okay, I like this. Cool. He's aimed at new leftists. I like that. That's awesome. People who are new on it. Okay, cool. So chat, actually, it's funny that we should watch that, and that his advice was to make short form video, because I am currently writing my first like short form video. I'm writing a YouTube video that I'm hoping to record and edit this week, maybe release it like late this week or something. I'm gonna do it all by myself. Develop a little aesthetic and stuff, and do some like straight to camera like content like this. So basically the concept for this video is I want to dissect Luigi and the response to Luigi, but talk about it through like a dichotomy of like collective action versus individual action. Right? Yeah, subscribe to the YouTube if you want, right? And so through that, I'm going to kind of talk about like how in America we basically the idea is like from this thought, this tweet I had, where I was like kind of like just pontificating about the Saturday Night Live audience like cheering when they heard the Luigi. Remember that? And I was just like, like they would never do this for like the student intifada. Like They would never do this for like a mass protest movement, even if it was for healthcare and stuff. You know, like what is that? What is that thing? Like, why do people want to support Luigi, but they won't like get involved in a collective movement? And I think it just has a lot to do with like the American like obsession with like heroes and, you know, being like, everybody wants to be the hero. Everybody wants to be the guy that is everybody's saying is really hot on Twitter. And like, you know what I mean? I think that's like actually a super hyper individual, hyper American concept, right? And so I'm talking about that. I'm also going to talk about it in relation to like traditional American outlaws, like Jesse James and Pretty Boy Floyd. I'm going to talk about like Luigi's like actual politics. I'm going to talk about the student intifada and how that collective movement like adopted anonymity as a strategy and as like a way to keep us safe, and how you know, collective action has a form like it has a form of an ability to keep us safe and for us to be safer than individual action would. And also that, like, you know, truthfully, like pot shots, yeah, it's a great man theory, exactly. But like pot shots at executives or politicians or like these kinds of assassinations and stuff that's not going to cripple capitalism. Like genuinely, that is not our path forward, right? Like collective action is our path forward. So yeah, that is kind of what the video is about. I hope it's good. It'll be my first one, so be gentle if it's not, you know, but you know, we're going to edit it. But anyway, I wanted to watch some videos tonight. I got 4 videos lined up that are kind of about Luigi or about outlaws. I just kind of like research for that video. So if you see me typing over here, because I'm taking notes for that.
City Stream. Get free access to Nebula, the ad-free, creator-controlled streaming service.
Andromeda, are you good?
The link below.
What do you mean? Are you good, bro?
We want every American to know the dignity of a hard day's work. We can lift our citizens from welfare to work, from dependence to independence.
Let me know if you want an insight from a student journalist who sees the action that is taken on campus that doesn't usually get highlighted. Yeah, oh, that's interesting, Maya.
This is Hard Work U, where they really do work really hard. They love our country, they love faith, they love values, and they love working hard.
It's indicative of a problem in our culture where we've started to sideline this notion of personal responsibility. Yes. And personal responsibility, as a foundation of our culture, it's important because it leads to empowerment. It gives us the agency to control our own destiny.
If a young person believes that the climate, the global warming problem on the climate is something that needs to be tackled quickly, and they can't wait until they grow up and become prime ministers to do it, do you think collective responsibility overrides individual responsibility in a huge issue?
Josie, don't be rude.
Like that?
No. Have you ever been told to pull yourself up by your bootstraps? Ever heard someone chastise the poor for making bad decisions, or praise the rich for making good ones? How many times have you heard someone assert that the US is the best country on earth because of our individual freedom? These are all part of the same phenomenon. And while present in some cultures outside the US, the mindset is particularly intense here. In this episode, we're going to take a brief look at individualism and consider why it's a deeply flawed worldview. Individualism is in the air we breathe.
Yeah, exactly.
About
Maya's right.
Heroes saving the day. We're taught that history is made by individual great men, and we read think pieces about how individuals in poverty make good or bad choices. Because this ideology is so universally accepted, it has earned the label of common sense, even suggesting that individuals may not be primarily, much less entirely responsible for their circumstances is cause for mockery and dismissal. To blame structures or systems or society is seen as childish weakness, as an attempt to shield yourself or others from accountability. The trouble is that individualism is an utterly absurd way of explaining the world. In 2018, a group of Harvard researchers analyzed data from the US Census and attempted to find correlations between a person's life story and their current income. They discovered that there was such a strong connection between the place someone is born and their future income that they put together a map called the Opportunity Atlas, which shows the median incomes of people born in each zip code, and even predicts what those incomes will be in the future. In 2015, another study found a similar link between your future income and your parents' wealth. The report stated, the wage gap for people from different backgrounds is significant. The expected income of people raised in well-off families in the 90th percentile, that is, the top 90% of the national median household income, is about 200% larger than the expected income of children raised in poor families, in the 10th percentile, and about 75% larger than that of children raised in middle-class families, in the 50th percentile. What's more, people raised in middle-class families will earn close to double what children from lower-income families earn in adulthood. Put simply, by combining these studies, sociologists are able to predict your lifetime income based on the zip code you were born in and how much money your parents make. Not based on how hardworking you are, not based on your personal qualities or capitalist instincts. No, the circumstances of your birth are the single.
Yeah, but if all of them just worked as hard as they possibly could for their entire lives and never once looked down, never once like took a break, then they could all be Elon Musk. And then we'd all be Elon Musk, and then we'd all have, everybody would be a billionaire. If we all just worked hard, That idea is actually so pervasive in American culture that I don't even know how you, it's like basically the religion of today. This is these are like core tenets of what our entire society is based on,
Single largest predictors of your financial success. If everyone truly were entirely
no one grinds as hard as me
in control of their destiny, if the myth of individualism were true, how could that be possible? The ridiculousness of the equal opportunity and individual success story becomes even clearer when we look at the supposedly self-made people that individualists point to as proof. Elon Musk, supposedly an Iron Man-style brain genius, enjoyed family.
Bro, what is this? He thought he was cooking. Brian Kilme, thank you for the 3 months.
3 months of grind.
He thought he was cooking with this bandana. He thought he looked so cool.
Wealth from apartheid businesses, which he has translated into 2 companies which abuse government subsidies.
Do you think Grimes tied it around his neck? No, this was after she left.
Profit from wasteful non-solutions to climate change. Bill Gates, the founder
Hiding a
of
hickey? Yeah,
self-made
right.
tech moguls, was one of the first students in America to have his own computers, and had direct connections to tech corporations through his father. But those are just modern examples. If you'd like a truly telling example, a 2016 study found that between the years 1427 and 2016, Florence, Italy, has been ruled by the same families. That is a period of 600 years, at least 12 generations, in which the plague...
The grind set is genetic. What can we say, man? The grind set. They got the grind set, and they teach it to their children.
The Renaissance, the Industrial Revolution, 2 world wars, the creation of capitalism, and modern technology itself has failed to disrupt Florence's structures of wealth and power. If the story of individual hard work determining success, or the inverse story of laziness causing failure were true, surely one child in those 12 generations of Florentine elites would have been born without the magical hard work juice which we are told determines success. The notion
it's genetic.
Of equal opportunity we are constantly being sold on is incompatible with...
Actually, it's not genetic. They were just chosen by God to have the grind set. Oh, to have Pete grind set, you must be a homosexual. Because everyone knows true grinding cannot be achieved without grinder.
Heritable family wealth, much less 600 years of it. And what about bigotry? How can we claim that anyone has enough power over their life path to punish them for failure when we know for a fact that racism, sexism, and discrimination wildly change your opportunities in life? Being a woman drastically affects your likely type of future employment, decreases your future income, and determines whether you spend...
Name one right that women have. Name one right that men have that women don't. Name one right. Name one law. Name a single law that prevents a black person from doing anything they want in the world.
Life doing domestic work, both paid and unpaid. Black Americans...
Fucking cretinous Ben Shapiro bullshit.
...are born with roughly 8 times less family wealth, are underrepresented...
Name 3 women, yeah. Dude, actually, during Connor's interview with Adrian Dittman, I literally, his best line, I said to Becca before, when they were doing the name 3 women thing, I was like, he should say the name of Victoria, the name of his trans child, Ghislaine, and Grimes. Like, that's what Connor should say as 3 women. just to see what Elon would say. Nami, Nico Robin, and Hinata. Dude, Trumu, look. I have it on the playlist already.
In elections, even after votes are counted, and are far more likely to face both hiring and workplace discrimination compared to white Americans. Race and
also, Adrian is not Elon Musk. No, he's not. I will put money on this. Adrian is not Elon Musk. He's just a mentally ill like loser who's like way too obsessed with him. Way too obsessed with Elon, and he has adopted his entire personality. It's so sad and weird, but it's true. I think it's not Elon. That's my take on it.
And employment type are deeply linked. In 2019, the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics found that
I refuse to believe anybody would be that pathetic. I know that's like the whole thing. That's why it's popular, is because most people refuse to acknowledge that people can be that depraved and weird, but people can definitely be that, and they are that weird, depraved. It's true. It is. They are. They just are.
Americans are nearly twice as likely.
Wait, has anyone ever seen Zeitgeist Addendum? Yes. Is that's the one where they do the post-scarcity world like fantasy building, right? That shit was fire when I was a kid.
Likely to work service, construction, or industrial jobs as their white peers, and therefore twice as likely to face the health problems that kind of employment causes. Health outcomes, including life expectancy and future mental health issues, are connected to your race, your gender identity, and the zip code you were born in. Black communities, as one example, are far more likely to be subjected to toxic lead paint and unclear water, both of which can cause lifelong illnesses. Transgender people are much more likely to face depression as a result of being unable to transition or because of the bigotry they face from some corners of society. Both groups are more likely to be murdered outright, often by the police, and far less likely to have those murders solved. Conservatives and liberals alike have been repeating for generations that individuals, not structures, are to blame for human suffering.
Doodle, you're just doubling down.
Government is the problem, never the solution. Thatcher asserted that there is no such thing as society. But if this is the case, if the storybook protagonist-centered tales we tell are real, how can we possibly explain the mountains of statistically significant links between race, poverty, gender, and birth location to future health, wealth, and happiness? How can we explain why some countries, namely the ones with more socialist policies, have such low rates of poverty and homelessness, while others hop from crisis to crisis every year? Could it be coincidence? Sheer chance? Or, as argued by the likes of Ben Shapiro, pseudoscientific debunked bigotry? The most basic facts of modern life utterly contradict anti-systemic individualist thinking. To highlight that contradiction, let's try to explain these facts with individualist logic. Women and non-white people, by sheer coincidence, all individually chose to be paid less for more demanding jobs. Also, by coincidence, they chose to work those jobs.
It's your fault. That's the thing. Everybody, this is what they want to do. Any blame for like that they deserve, and the powers that shape your life deflect the blame back onto you. It's all your fault. It's so insidious, and I don't know why it works on our monkey brains. I wish we had evolved past this already, but like it's so pervasive, dude. It's so pervasive in everything.
And be paid less than women and non-white people in other similarly developed countries. Simultaneously, people born in the same zip.
Genuinely, do you know what kind of like broke this for me? Was like working in the film industry, I think working in general, like working jobs, you will like this will get broken. Like at some point you'll be like, wait, it doesn't matter how hard I work. You know what I mean? Yeah, your first job will break it. You're like, oh, it doesn't matter how hard I work. Like we just got to do this. Like, you know, but it's not only that, it's also that we like, it was like sports for me when I was in high school. It was like I went out and I worked my ass off. I did the summer weight classes. I really wanted to be good at football. And I was good at football for a little bit. But then it was like sophomore year and I just didn't grow muscles and stuff. All the other kids like got bigger, you know? And for some reason I didn't. I just never, no matter how much I lifted, no matter how much I did, which was fine for wrestling. I kept in like a 145 weight class and shit. But it was just like, it didn't happen. And so I was like, well, didn't get put in no matter how hard I worked. I wasn't even small. I was just average, but everybody else was above average.
Zip codes all just happened to make choices that led them to similar incomes, similar lifespans, and similar rates of disease. Those born to poor families chose, with little or no outside influence, to work lower-paying jobs. The rich also chose, of their own accord and without significant systemic advantages, to work higher-paying jobs. The huge differences in the inequalities between America and other wealthy nations is also a coincidence caused by Americans choosing to be lazier. Rather than consider that centuries of enslavement and systemic racism has sabotaged the quality of life for Black Americans, individualists insist that Black individuals choose to live in poverty more frequently than non-Black people. Rather than consider that society exists, individualists have created a web of absurdities and chosen to live there. They also insist that none of these absurdities are racist, sexist, or classist. We shouldn't temper our language here. Anyone who claims that individual choices rather than systems entirely determine how most people live should be dismissed outright. It's an embarrassing and absurd worldview, and even the
What the fuck is this weirdo ideology? Bro, this is American ideology. This is the defining American ideology. This individualism is this is the religion of America. Everything that is done in America is done on these bases.
Bit of research should make that clear. I've left some links to further reading in the description. Like many aspects of American capitalism, individualism is a worldview created not to explain the world, but to control it. It's designed to fragment strong communities, turn workers against each other, and diminish the power of solidarity among the people. When you see yourself as the morally upright hero and everyone else as competition, you're turning your back on what it means to be human. There's plenty to go around, or at least there would be if it weren't all funneled straight to the top, to the people who manufactured the idea of individualism. Make no mistake, this worldview does not benefit you. We all need to make an attempt at deprogramming ourselves, of casting off decades of toxic individualist propaganda, and rebuild the ideals of unity and solidarity.
I'm European. This is shocking. I can't even begin to explain this to you. This is drilled into every American's head every day. And I mean, we export it with our films too. Like there's something so deep in every single movie about this, as well. It's so deeply drilled into your head. You can be whatever you want as long as you work hard enough. It's on you. It's on you.
With history, it's easy to fall into the great man mindset, erroneously thinking that history is driven by a handful of superhuman individuals. But figures like Martin Luther King Jr., while certainly important and principled in their own right, are always carried by mass movements. In MLK's case, he supported and was supported by his fellow Black Americans fighting for equal rights. If you'd like to learn more about the civil rights movement, I highly recommend you check out King, a Filmed Record on CuriosityStream. It's a great two-part documentary following MLK on his journey from regional activist to becoming the face of the civil rights movement. CuriosityStream is an established streaming platform with a solid...
Okay, this video is 3 years old, so we're going to skip it. Okay, so on this length, we're talking... So the video that I'm making is a little bit definitely about hyper-individualism and about how we all want to view ourselves as that hero. And I kind of wanted to go back in American history and examine some outlaws that were viewed as heroes because they attacked what were perceived to be the structures that were responsible for the worst aspects of American society back then. So we got two. I think these will be fun to watch. One video about Jesse James, another one about Pretty Boy Floyd.
And
then we have a video about the art of deny, defend, depose, about the art that people have been making after Luigi's arrest and everything like that.
Brought to you by Captivating History. Jesse James is one of history's most notorious outlaws. He was a PR mastermind who sold himself as a heroic Robin Hood figure with a gentlemanly disposition. Many people bought into this self-spun legend, and he would become something of a folk hero to poorer Americans living in the South. Though we may consider him a cold-blooded killer in modern times. One of the most successful thieves of all time, only a brutal betrayal from one of his own men would finally bring him down. Jesse James was born in 1847.
Yeah, they made that didn't hurt. Even though Brad Pitt is kind of a piece of shit in his personal life, I fucking love him as an actor. Also, he's very hot.
Of a Baptist minister, and he grew up in Clay County, Missouri, where his father preached to many people as part of the Second Great Awakening, the Protestant revival in the U.S. Although his father would die when he was only 3 years old, his mother...
I want to rewatch that.
2 more times.
Yeah, I exactly, VCC. I want to rewatch this too.
And the family eventually became quite comfortable. The family owned 7 slaves who worked the small family farm, and Jesse grew up in relative peace on the estate of his brother, Frank, and his sister, Susan. But trouble was on the horizon. Jesse grew up in the difficult period leading to the American Civil War, and Missouri, in particular, was a contested border state. Its citizens harshly split between those loyal to the Union and those who believed in the Confederate cause. In 1861, war officially broke out, and Jesse's family was firmly in the pro-slavery Confederate camp. Frank, Jesse's older brother, was keen to support the cause, so he joined the Missouri State Guard as soon as possible, fighting in several major battles quite early in the conflict. Not long after the war, Frank fell ill and he was sent home on parole. He was captured by Union troops who made him sign the oath of allegiance to the Union. Undeterred, Frank joined the pro-Confederate guerrilla band, the Bushwhackers. The Bushwhackers were not officially connected to the Confederate Army. They were a grassroots movement that looted towns and ambushed Union troops. Before the war ended, they would also become infamous for carrying out many atrocious acts of violence. Because his brother was in the Bushwhackers, and because Jesse's headstrong mother was a very outspoken supporter of slavery, one day in 1863, Union militiamen showed up at Jesse's home with guns. They repeatedly hung Jesse's stepfather from a tree until he was almost dead, demanding to know the guerrilla leader's location, and they whipped teenage Jesse while he watched. After they broke Jesse's stepfather, they left, but...
Oh God, don't cry. They own slaves, bro. These were slave owners.
James would not...
I mean, somebody had to do it. You know what I mean? Like,
take the humiliation lightly. From that day forward, he began a path of bloody revenge. At the tender age of 16, Jesse also signed up to join the Bushwhackers, serving under the infamous Bloody Bill Anderson, who carried out many well-known acts of cruelty during the war. Many historians believe that Anderson himself was actually a psychopath, as he took no prisoners during the war and he horribly mutilated the people he killed. Jesse James would have been present for many of these killings while looting towns and shooting and scalping unarmed Union soldiers. Jesse was also present at one of the most brutal and best remembered bushwhacker raids from the war, the Centralia Massacre. In 1864, Bill Anderson's gang arrived in the town of Centralia, looking to disrupt the railway tracks running through the town. While there, they stripped a band of 24 unarmed Unionist soldiers naked and shot them at point-blank range. The Civil War soon drew to a close in 1865. Many guerrillas quickly surrendered under the general amnesty, giving up their arms and taking the oath of allegiance to the Union. However, as Jesse and his men approached Lexington under the white flag of truce, a fight broke out between them and the Union soldiers. Jesse later recounted that he was going to Lexington to take the amnesty himself when the soldiers fired on him. Others claimed that Jesse and his fellow guerrillas launched an unprovoked attack on the soldiers. Whatever the truth of the matter, Jesse was gravely injured during the fight when a bullet hit him in the chest, entering his lung. Close to death, Jesse escaped to a nearby farmhouse. During his lengthy recovery from the gruesome injury, Jesse finally took the oath of allegiance to the Union. His cousin, Zerelda, or Z, nursed him back to health, and Jesse fell deeply in love with her for her gentle kindness, starting a 10-year courtship that would end in marriage. Although it seemed as if Jesse's days of violence were at an end, by this point, violence was all that he knew.
He's like, yeah, they just jumped after the war. They jumped a bunch of anti-slavery Union soldiers. Oh, but then he got married to his cousin. It's like, what? Got whiplash. Like, what are we talking about?
And like many other young men who grew up during
What is wrong with these people? They're Missourians. They're from Missouri. I'm sorry. On behalf of all of us.
the Civil War, he was soon lost and looking to join a new gang. After the war, the James family had been banned from Clay County, Missouri for their wartime activity, and Jesse and his brother Frank quickly fell back in with other ex-bushwhackers who understood them. It is believed that in these early years after the Civil War, Jesse and Frank were working with the Archie Clement Gang, an ex-Confederate guerrilla group who robbed banks now that the war was over. The gang is most famous for their daring robbery of the Clay County Savings Bank in 1866, during which the thieves stole almost $60,000, about $1 million in today's terms. While Jesse's presence in the gang has never been definitively confirmed, many historians believe he was likely present during this daring heist. Not until 1869 did Jesse James personally become famous. On December 7th of that year, Jesse and his brother Frank stormed into a bank in Gallatin, Missouri. During the robbery, Jesse shot the cashier, believing he was Samuel P. Cox, the man who killed Jesse's old buddy from the Bushwhackers, Bloody Bill Anderson. Frank and Jesse found very little money in the bank, and they soon rushed out to leave. But one of the brothers was thrown from his horse and dragged across the ground. Both brothers then climbed onto the same mount and rode off into the distance. News of the murder and the brothers' daring escape made the newspapers. After Jesse and Frank were both identified and condemned for the incident, Jesse wrote an astonishing letter to the state governor, proclaiming his innocence. Jesse wrote in his letter that he was not involved in the robbery, but he would never receive a fair trial, so he would not turn himself in. The strange debacle made Jesse famous, and soon many stories about Jesse and his new gang of outlaws spread by word of mouth. Jesse's gang, which included the famous younger brothers, Cole, Jim, John, and Bob, began robbing banks and stagecoaches across the country, and they gradually became more and more well-known to the public. Jesse, in particular, had a flair for showmanship and dramatic storytelling, and he would use it to his advantage to sell himself as a folk hero. In one well-known example, during one robbery in 1871, Jesse and his gang robbed a bank in Croydon, Iowa, before interrupting a political rally outside a Methodist church to tell the crowd they might want to head over to the bank to untie the employees. Before long, the gang was holding up banks and trains across the U.S., and Jesse was leaving press releases.
Yeah, Lunette, that's why I wanted to watch this, because I think there's some parallels to be drawn between these famous old American outlaws and Luigi. And also how this plays into the American hyper individualism. I think more so the next one we're gonna watch, because that guy was more of an actual Robin Hood figure, whereas Jesse James seemed to just be kind of a piece of shit. You know,
scenes of his crimes and writing letters to newspapers explaining his actions. He claimed to be a Robin Hood type character in these letters, but there.
Yo, Maple Takes. Welcome in, guys. Thank you so much for the raid, Maple. Chat, please go follow Maple Takes. He is a streamer that you're going to want to know about because he's on the up and up. Thank you for the shout out. Everybody, please go follow Maple Takes, especially right now with so much crazy shit going on in Canada. You got to rely on your Canadians on Twitch. Maple Takes, Peacefire Now. Go hang out with them and let them tell you about Canada, because I don't know shit about Canada. I haven't even said the words Trudeau in months. My first time.
Never gave any of the money he stole away.
Chat, we're doing some research. We're doing some research on old outlaws, American outlaws, for a video that I'm writing for YouTube about Luigi and the hero complex and American individualism.
Was that Jesse inspected the hands of the men he was robbing.
What's going on in Canada? Trudeau is resigning. And so they're having their own right-wing shift in a big way.
blown all those hard-working, ordinary men whose hands were calloused by honest labor. Jesse's publicity stunts had an unlikely supporter in the form of a newspaper editor and ex-Confederate Major John Newman Edwards.
I actually didn't know that Jesse James was so committed to the Confederacy. I did not know that before this.
Fascinated by Jesse James and sold him to the public as a daring anti-hero for the South who supported the Confederates' lost cause. Edwards' newspaper, the Kansas City Times,
just a little newspaper called the Kansas City Times,
praised Jesse and his men, describing them as gallant knights and Confederate heroes. Many were captivated by the outlaw's story, born from the old Civil War grievances. Many Southerners saw the banks that Jesse robbed as extortion rackets that took money from local people. Edwards also took pains to stress that Jesse was polite and chivalrous.
Yeah, Maddie, I grew up in Kansas City, I know.
Absolutely necessary. It remains unclear how much has been invented about the outlaw and how much is true to this day. As Jesse's reputation skyrocketed, the James Younger game hit bigger and bigger targets. In July 1873, the gang hit the Chicago, Rock Island, and Pacific Railroad. The group waited until the train hit a bend and was forced to slow down while bending and destroying a part of the tracks to force it to a grinding halt. This was one of the first train robberies on record in the U.S., and it shocked the nation. The gang had worn KKK masks during the attack.
Kearney, Missouri.
Display of their
not well
affiliations, and the crime made national newspapers. Although the gang found very
wait, what?
One of the first train robberies on record in the U.S., and it shocked the nation. The gang had worn KKK masks during the attack, a clear display of their political affiliations, and the crime made national newspapers. Although the gang found very little when they raided the train. A year later, in 1874, Jesse finally married his sweetheart, Z. However, settled life did not deter him from his criminal.
That's his cousin, right?
And he supposedly even robbed his stagecoach on his honeymoon in Texas. Nor was Jesse deterred by all those who tried to catch him, including the famous Pinkerton Detective Agency, a group of investigators known for protecting President Lincoln. While Pinkerton detectives hunted Jesse for many years, they never got close to apprehending him. In one particularly reckless attempt to catch the bandit in 1875, Pinkerton agents threw an iron weight wrapped in flammable material into Jesse's stepfather's house. When the
what is this, stagecoach then? No, stagecoach is like a horse-drawn carriage with like a bunch of stuff in the back, like a truck.
Device hit the chimney and exploded. Jesse's 8-year-old half-brother was tragically killed in the resulting explosion. Jesse's mother lost her arm. The senseless attack only made Jesse and Frank James more popular, as many people saw the attack as an act of cowardly violence. While Jesse and his gang seemed to ride on a high, their luck eventually ran out.
Yeah.
In 1876, the group planned to rob the First National Bank of Northfield, Minnesota, because it was rumored that the vaults contained something in the region of $75,000. During the attempted robbery, the gang members standing outside the bank alerted a passing medical student's suspicions. The young man, named Henry Wheeler, was driven away by the gang, but rather than running off, he found a gun, and soon he shot at the robbers from the third-story window of a nearby hotel. Meanwhile, in the bank, the cashier refused to open the bank's vault, claiming it was on a time lock and there was nothing he could do. The bank's teller made a break for it, running out into the street and yelling to the townspeople that the bank was being robbed. Before long, an angry mob had formed outside, and a shootout began between the gang members and some of the braver townsfolk. Several of the gang members were shot dead, while several others sustained serious injuries. When the bank staff remained uncooperative, the gang shot the cashier dead and fled the town, stealing just $26.60 from the bank. The Northfield robbery was a painful and humiliating defeat for the James Younger gang, and it ultimately destroyed them. While fleeing the scene, an argument broke out between the exhausted robbers, and Jesse and Frank split off from the Younger brothers, agreeing to go their separate ways. A massive manhunt was enacted. The Younger brothers did not last long and were soon cornered in another gunfight, after which they were arrested. Frank and Jesse,
Taylor, yeah,
they spent several years out of action, laying low. Newspapers circulated rumors that the James brothers had finally been killed, and Frank James ultimately gave up the life altogether. enjoying the peace of mind that came with ordinary living. However, while it would take him a while to recover from the Northfield disaster, by 1879, Jesse had formed a new gang with his friend Charlie Ford and others. The group carried out a string of robberies and petty thefts, most famously stopping a train in Glendale, Missouri. But this new chapter of Jesse's life was a short one. When word got out that Jesse James had returned and was holding up trains again, the railroad companies offered a massive $10,000 cash reward for the capture of Jesse and Frank, dead or alive. Jesse's new gang was not as trustworthy as his old one, and soon the temptation to turn Jesse got to his new gang members.
$10,000? Back then, dude? Holy.
Jesse's trusted friend Charlie Ford and his little brother Bob, who had recently joined the gang, hatched a plot to get rid of Jesse. In 1882, the group stayed at Jesse's house, hoping to plan their next heist, while Jesse's wife...
Bro, imagine if they killed him, got the money, and then they bought Bitcoin. In 1882, bro, they'd be trillionaires. They'd be gazillionaires.
But one morning, April 3rd, when Jesse took off his guns to stand on a chair and straighten a paint...
I'm about to re-download Red Dead Redemption 2. I was genuinely feeling the same. I was like, dude, this looks... I kind of want to play Red Dead now.
20-year-old Bob Ford shot Jesse James in the back of the head. The infamous outlaw had finally met with his inglorious end. After hearing of Jesse's death, Frank James would soon turn himself into the authorities. Although still popular, he was promptly acquitted. Jesse's death would make the young Bob Ford famous, and Bob even went on tours telling the story of how he killed Jesse James. But he only got a little of the reward money for the killing.
What?
And he was even tried for Jesse's murder before later being pardoned. Many people felt that Bob was a coward for shooting Jesse while his back was turned, and Bob would later fade into obscurity before he was murdered by one of his enemies. On the other hand, Jesse James passed into legend, and to this day, he is still one of the best-known outlaws of all time. To learn more about Jesse James, check out our book.
No. Okay, that's interesting. I'm definitely going to include some of that in the video. Mostly that, like, you know, he was viewed as positive because of his ideological affiliations. Like, you know, because he was a Confederate and because he was, like, robbing trains in KKK outfits. Like, you know, that was what got him so much fame and support from the American public. Very interesting. So that'll be in there for sure.
In the heart of the Great Depression.
Okay, now Pretty Boy Floyd, the killer charmer who haunted America. Also, we're starting off strong with this AI photo of like the 1910s.
Many stories of crime became legends.
Red Crusader, you go back in the VOD. We covered it for like the first hour and a half of the stream. It was, I mean, same story that we've been hearing for like the last year and a half, honestly, but there's optimism, quote unquote. Hamas has agreed to like 34 hostages that they will release. Everything is in Israel's hands, as always.
Infamy was at its peak, and bank robbery was like a trend amongst desperate souls trying to survive through the harsh times. Among those souls was a man who not only became one of America's most wanted men, but also a folk hero. As we dive into this true tale, many questions will arise, like, why was he loved by so many? Was he a hero, or just a ruthless criminal hiding under a pretty face? Did he deserve to be one of the biggest names? This is the story that still echoes through many streets of America. The story full of conspiracy.
Why do you have to use AI, dude?
Floyd, or as you may know him, Pretty Boy Floyd. The sun hangs low in the sky, casting long shadows over a small, hardscrabble farm in Adairsville, Georgia. The earth is dry and cracked, the result of the scorching sun and the unbearable pain of those who work it. In the fields, a young boy of about 6 years old, barefoot,
probably
patched clothes,
Pepega,
struggles to keep up with the adults. His name is Charles Arthur Floyd, and this is the life he has known, one of poverty, labor, and endless struggle. Around the age of 7, the Floyd family migrated to Sallisaw, Oklahoma, in the hope of a better life. The future, led by rumors of arable lands and new opportunities, enticed many families to migrate westward during this period, but this was far from the truth. The Floyds' situation in Oklahoma was...
And then like some of these, I'm like, is this AI? Or is this just like a weird? You think every single image is? Or is this just like a weird sharpening filter they put on it?
Not much different from what they left, being serfs on land owned by others and struggling.
Yeah, bad upscale. Yeah.
Sallisaw is somewhat of a rundown town, and crime is high, along with unemployment and super low upward mobility.
Thus, by the time he was already in his late teens, Charles Floyd had already started to
I know.
something more than the life of poverty that he could only expect. He quit school after 8th grade, which was normal for boys in rural areas where children were required at home to work on the farm. But Floyd was restless. He had no desire to get into the rat race and live a conformist life where all he got was back-breaking work for mere pennies.
Based.
All his sweat and efforts were worth nothing but a piece of bread.
Based.
He was lucky enough.
As the stories from the Depression era suggest, there was not much to do about poverty. People needed money to survive, but had no jobs to do so, and that led them to desperate paths which did not end up great in most of the cases.
In his early 20s, Floyd started to dabble in criminal activities. He initially became a petty thief and illegally manufactured and sold alcohol, which thrived during the Prohibition period. The Prohibition business was lethal.
It entailed a risk of conflict with law enforcement and other gangs competing for the spoils.
However, Floyd's initial full immersion in the criminal world was when, at the age of 21 in 1925, he was arrested for a payroll robbery in St. Louis, Missouri. Floyd, along with a couple of companions, stole a Kroger grocery store payroll worth $11,000, which might not sound too much to some, but back in 1925, it was quite a large sum of money. The crime was a step up from his past actions, and it had the consequence of receiving a 5-year
Yeah, Pretty Boy Floyd the Outlaw.
It was a brutal environment where physical force was always present, and where prisoners needed to find a niche to make it through their sentence. To give you an idea of the painful situation the prisoners were put in there, they would attach a ball and chain to the convicts' ankles. The only bright prospect for someone like Charles Arthur Pretty Boy Floyd was the educational opportunities it presented. For him, it was an opportunity to learn about the higher levels of crime, how you would case a bank, how you would crack a safe, how you would get away from the scene of a crime. Young Floyd's background was set, and when he got to prison, he did not take long to learn from other inmates with experience in serious crime. It can be reasonably assumed that in the savage and brutal world of the penitentiary, one becomes as ruthless as the rest. Thus, Floyd adapted the demeanor and behavioral patterns of the inmates he met. When he was let out in 1929, he was not a young boy who had gone to prison 4 years earlier, but a criminal who despised any form of authority and would not go back to the prison like that he had endured in childhood.
Everyone in the Jefferson City prison that he respected, all of the high-level criminals told him that Kansas City was a place that he had to go. Kansas City had a gentleman's agreement.
There was a deal between the Kansas City mob and the Kansas City political infrastructure that the mob would keep major crime down to be allowed to conduct their pettier crime, things like gambling and prostitution and bootlegging and booze manufacturing and things like that. It was a nice back-scratching operation. So upon his release from prison, Floyd relocated to Oklahoma, only to discover that the society he once knew had evolved significantly. This country was in the middle of the Great Depression, and the Midwestern states were among the most severely affected. Homes and farms were being repossessed on an unprecedented scale, and literally thousands of families were left straight and empty-handed. He lost whatever dreams he once cherished and felt betrayed by the American society that has been portrayed as belonging to all with equal rights and opportunities, but was, in fact, a mirage of dreams for most.
It was during this time that Floyd started executing his bank robberies, which would later gain him much fame across the country. While most of his peers worked in urban centers, Floyd focused more on the rural areas, where the security at the banks was relatively poor and local law enforcement was unable to combat an organized criminal group.
Floyd's criminal activities would soon lead him to be dubbed Pretty Boy, which was allegedly given to him by a woman who saw him rob and reportedly said that he was a handsome young man.
Sound familiar? Reminds me of another famous criminal. Alleged.
As for Floyd, he despised that name as it ruined his attempts to maintain a seemingly criminal facade. Yet the name Pretty Boy Floyd spread like wildfire through the Midwest region. But things wouldn't go according to
the Midwest region. Like, why did you make this title, bro?
More than 200 agents hunting him made things ugly instead.
As his fame rose, so did the myth about him that circulated among the people. It was said that during the robberies, Floyd decided to burn mortgages, thus freeing many farmers from their debts.
Yeah.
While to many, Floyd was a criminal.
That's what I have in my notes here, too. is that this guy, when he would rob banks, he would shred mortgages. He would burn mortgages and free people from debts at the banks.
To others, he was a hero of the Dust Bowl that robbed the rich banks and the government that had left them penniless during the Depression. During an incident at the Sallisaw Bank, Floyd arrived in the town at about 10 o'clock.
Have you seen the John Dillinger movie? I don't know. I don't think so.
Was also with him in the car. They stopped right in front of the bank entrance. They came out of their car, and then he proceeded to greet his friends and neighbors. He especially invited his grandfather, Charles Murphy Floyd. He directed his grandfather to where it was most appropriate to sit. And someone asked him, "Why are you here today, Charlie?" Everybody in the town seems to know Pretty Boy. He goes next door to the barber shop, and he says hello to the barber and one of the customers there.
And he says, "Now, don't lift that receiver and make any calls here because I'm gonna go into this bank. So to sum it up, we are going to steal from this bank." He went in and told the bank teller, "Give it all to me and we'll be out of your hair." It was kind of like a successful actor returning to his hometown after having made it big on Broadway. He got great delight out of just being able to go into his hometown and rob that bank and get away scot-free. This incident was the perfect demonstration of the fame and love he got from the people.
He was cruel in his robberies and was not afraid to kill people to get what he wanted. In 1931, while holding up a garage in Ohio, Floyd and his gang shot a police officer dead. In this added to the pursuit of him. The FBI.
Wait. I mean, he just shot a cop?
Under Hoover decided that they wanted to capture Floyd, and he was painted as public enemy number one. The event that would forever change Floyd's life and cement his place in the annals of American crime history occurred on June 17, 1933, in Kansas City, Missouri. On that day, a group of law enforcement officers were transporting a captured bank robber, Frank Nash, who had been apprehended in Arkansas and was being brought back to Kansas City for questioning. The plan was to transfer Nash from a train to a car at Union Station, but as the officers and their prisoners moved across the station platform, they were ambushed by a group of gunmen. The gunmen opened fire with Thompson submachine guns.
I said, "Free my mans,"
spraying the platform with bullets. In the chaos that followed, 4 law enforcement officers and Frank Nash were which became known as the Kansas City Massacre, shocked the
Jesus,
and led to widespread calls for a crackdown on organized crime. The FBI quickly named Pretty Boy Floyd as one of the gunmen responsible for the massacre, although the evidence linking him to the crime was largely circumstantial. Some witnesses claimed to have seen Floyd at the scene, while others provided alibis suggesting he was elsewhere. Despite the lack of concrete evidence, Floyd's reputation as a violent criminal made him an easy target for blame, and the FBI launched an intensive manhunt to capture or kill him. This was because for over a year, Floyd fled from the law and mainly relied on his associates to ensure he did not get arrested. It was an exhausting life of constantly being on the move, the risk of being killed at any time, and the risk of people he thought were helpful turning on him. In one scene, Floyd gets the idea that the FBI is almost at his door, yet he is very committed not to being arrested, so he escapes the hotel room from the back window before the feds even get close to the floor he was staying on. At this time, Floyd's legend was slowly building as he engaged in different fights. He could be seen more often in the press as newspapers provided updates on his activities and his possible locations. To many, Floyd was not just a criminal. He represented a rebellion against a society that despises one for being black. They even wrote songs for him, and his icon was idealized in everything that was created for the masses.
What?
However, the life that Floyd was living was...
Wait, what?
To many, Floyd was not just a criminal. He represented a rebellion against a society that despises one for being black.
How is he was anti-racist? Wait, what?
They even wrote songs for him, and his icon was idealized in everything that was created for the masses. However, the life that Floyd was living was not as lavish as it seemed. The man was running around constantly, couldn't stay in one place for long, sometimes didn't even get a chance to catch a breath, and was always checking behind him. As
AI got confused writing the script? For real.
He developed health problems, and the constant pressure and strain of living a life in hiding affected his mental and physical state. Nevertheless, Floyd successfully avoided arrest for more than a year. As the authorities upped the ante in the search for the infamous criminal, the opportunities for escaping justice were reduced. And by the end of 1934, there was the realization of his imminent
These titles are so funny, too.
As stated before, Floyd's luck ran out after he was arrested on October 22, 1934. A local sheriff there in East Liverpool, Ohio, saw him and knew him to be the subject of the wanted poster and promptly contacted the FBI. Soon, a team of federal agents...
Like, I don't know if any of this is true. Because you've tainted the fucking well. Also, obviously paying for comments.
Was called by the famous FBI agent Melvin Purvis, swooped down to arrest him. The confrontation occurred in a cornfield located in Clarkson, Ohio. When arrested, the agents surrounded Floyd, and despite his efforts to escape, he was cornered by the agents. As for what happened next, unsubstantiated reports claim that Floyd dropped the weapon and attempted to flee, and that as a result of this, he was shot dead by the agents. Floyd was shot several times and subsequently ended up on the ground dead. As he lay dying, he reportedly muttered a final defiance. "I'm done for."
Deny, defend,
Took
depose.
his last breath, and America's most infamous criminal was no more.
Floyd's remains were returned to Oklahoma for burial, and his funeral service was conducted in Sallisaw, his hometown. Nevertheless, thousands of people came to the funeral, proving that people can have mixed emotions towards a criminal, especially if he is widely known. A gangster, Pretty Boy Floyd, became a legend of American history after his death in recent years. He has been portrayed in numerous books, movies, and songs, and hence his life is shrouded in myths. However, the tale that lies beneath the myth is of a man who was created by the facts of his era, a man who willingly embarked upon a life of crime for no greater reason than that he could not find any other way of sustaining his existence and resenting it. Floyd's story is an example of the flip side of the American dream, a dream that never came through for many. Therefore, this story is a clear demonstration of the dangers of a society that fails to provide support to the ones in desperate need, and the measures that individuals will go.
Bro, this is exactly what.
Once they consider themselves.
This is gonna be a good video.
Helpless, because at the end of the day, when a man is going to sleep without eating a grain, his survival instincts will kick in, pushing him towards the unfortunate paths which might allow them to live a better life, or lead them to complete demise with no chance of redemption. This is it for the video. We hope you enjoyed. Every second of it was worth your time. Please make sure to show your love by hitting the like button, share it with your friends who might find it interesting, and just so you don't miss out on...
Okay, I'm never watching your videos ever again. You suck. You suck. However, I do want to know more about this Pretty Boy Floyd. 46. Ooh, the infographic show? No. Adventure Man USA? Alright, let's try this one.
I'm Adventure Man, Ron Spellman. Thanks for joining me as I fill my life with adventure and show you how to do it too. Right now we're driving south on Route 7 from Youngstown, East Liverpool, Ohio. This is the same road that was driven in 1934 by notorious gangster Pretty Boy Floyd when he was on the run from the police. We're headed right now to find some historical sites relating to his final moments and the furious gunfight that ended in his death.
Adventure Man. This guy's awesome. I love it already.
Charles Pretty Boy Floyd, wanted for bank robbery and the murder of police officers across the Midwest, implicated in the infamous Kansas City massacre in which 4 lawmen were gunned down.
See, like, we saw that photo in the last video. This photo was in the last video and it looked like AI.
Implicated in the infamous Kansas City massacre in which 4 lawmen were gunned down. And after the death of John Dillinger in 1954, Floyd was on the run as public enemy number 1. Fleeing from Buffalo, New York, his car skidded off the road near East Liverpool, Ohio on a rainy night. Left to wander the hills on foot, he sought food and assistance from local farmsteads. Not much has changed since 1934.
Bro, just wait.
That are all separated and isolated is very much similar to the way it was 74 years ago. It was easy for an outlaw on the run, a desperado, to find someone to feed him and clothe him. get a little bit of warmth and shelter from the rain, and a moment's rest from the relentless pursuit of the G-men behind him. After 48 hours of being on the run, on foot, cold, wet, tired, and hungry, Pretty Boy Floyd finally ended up here at the Conkle's farm. After snatching meals wherever he could from farmers' houses, he was finally taken in for the moment by Ellen Conkle and fed what he described to be a meal fit for a king. But then, just as he was catching a ride off the property to go north to Youngstown, Melvin Purvis and his G-men pulled onto the property, and a chase ensued.
The G-men.
On this very piece of land is where Pretty Boy Floyd...
I'm looking at his wiki and I don't see anything about him being anti-racist. Yeah, I would be surprised, if I'm being honest. If I'm being honest, I would be pretty surprised.
Met his end. It's easy to imagine the G-men crunching their way up, speeding up this gravel road. Just as they leapt out of the car, Floyd saw them, and they saw him almost instantly. One of the deputies yelled, "That's him!" And the chase began, right off through the field. So there's still a faint impression where the barn must have been.
He does look like the cash cab guy.
Where the foundation.
What the fuck? That's such a
field where he took off.
That's such a clock.
Is right beyond. Floyd was hiding behind a combine.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some more water.
Purvis and the other G-men yelled to him to come out or they would start shooting. He did come out, but he kept running, waving his gun at them, and they didn't hesitate. He went down amidst a hail of gunfire, shotgun blasts, Tommy gun fire, even handgun shots. They saw his right hand fly up just as he was coming up over the crest, and he went down on his left side. As he lay there on his left side, bleeding profusely from 2 severe gunshot wounds, the police wrenched the gun from his hand. Melvin Purvis himself kicked it out of the way as they held their guns on him, and first made sure that it was Pretty Boy Floyd, and then they asked him, "Were you involved with the Kansas City massacre?" Finally trying to solve the mystery. Well, I'm not going to say on camera what he told them to do with themselves, but he went out defiantly with his last breath, possibly on this very spot. Are these bullet holes? Thank you. Floyd's body was brought here to the Sturgis Funeral Home. It was embalmed and a death mask was made. Years and years later, in the 90s, this was a bed and breakfast, and the owner actually had the death mask on display. Unfortunately, the bed and breakfast is long since out of business, but we're going to see if we can still find the death mask at the East Liverpool Historical Society. And this is Floyd's death mask. This was a direct imprint of the man's face, hours after he died. It's actually on display at the city police station, of all places.
That's weird. That's weird. They got the Shroud of Turin for this guy. I hope Luigi gets a mask.
A CEO has been killed, and many people are celebrating his death. It's a significant event, and one which I'm particularly drawn to because of my political convictions. So in this video, I want to look at the art that was inspired by this event. I think the art, and especially the memes made about the assassination of the CEO, are as important, if not more important, than the act itself. Obviously, killing a CEO is not going to change much. The root of the problem is the system. It's capitalism, not an individual CEO. The individual CEOs answer to the demands and pressures of the market and of shareholders. It's these demands and pressures inherent to capitalism that we should eliminate. However, the symbolic act of killing a CEO and finding widespread solidarity around it, especially from the left and the right, is not to be neglected. Over and over again, the word class consciousness keeps popping up. This is why I'm more interested in the narrative, and especially the art that came after the CEO's death. Because we still look at the art of the past, I want to show you this woodcut by anarchist artist Charles Morin. It's a portrait of François Claudius Königstein, better known as Ravachol. Yes, both Königstein and Ravachol inspired the name of cities in the game Disco Elysium. Ravachol, also an anarchist, was arrested for bombing 2 judges who condemned protesters during the Clichy affair. I won't go into the whole Clichy affair, but in a nutshell, Ravachol detonated bombs, was then ratted out by a waiter in a restaurant, yeah, that happened, and was finally sent to the guillotine in 1892.
What? Wait, who's this guy? How do you spell it? Did he spell it on screen?
François Claudius Königstein, better known as Ravachol.
Ravachol. Ravachol. Okay, I have to add this. Ravachol.
Yes, both Königstein and Ravachol detonated bombs, was then ratted out by a waiter in a restaurant, yeah, that happened, and was finally sent to the guillotine in 1892. This woodcut shows Ravachol standing tall and proud, and between himself and a hopeful sunrise stands a guillotine which boldly frames him. This image was later used as the cover of a pamphlet titled La Salute e Voi, an Italian work made by followers of Luigi Galliani. It promoted propaganda of the deed or direct action, which is the idea of instigating revolution, or at the very least sway public opinion, by placing bombs or assassinating notable figures of the state or capitalists. By showing that capital and the state aren't as all-powerful as they claimed to be, anarchists showed that that power, which is imposed and maintained by an elite, can be shaken up by one single act and can be toppled if coordinated by broader action. So that strategy didn't really work for anarchists.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think so. I mean, it depends on how you define that broader action and what that broader action is. Truthfully, it depends. It's not something that you can just, you will not take down capitalism. You will not end fascism by assassinations. That's not how this works. It's not. It's not. Taking out Trump would not stop the rise of MAGA. Taking out the United CEO does not stop hypercapitalism from, functioning. They'll just replace him. The shareholder meeting continued that day.
They wanted it to. If anything, the state became more oppressive and had the legitimacy to repress because people were so scared of the violent anarchist who doesn't care for order and just wants chaos and wants to kill you and eat your babies or whatever. So yeah, back then people were convinced that anarchists were just violent rioters who just wanted chaos and disorder, so the bombings didn't really help their case. Which brings us
to... actually, even the CIO, Barla, even the CIA, funds, genuine grassroots right-wing movements, arms those movements. They do movement building too. They also pair it with collective action that is poised to take over once the violent act happens. It's not. It's very rarely just assassination.
Recently, propaganda of the deed has rarely exceeded broken bank windows, burning trash cans, or toppled police cars. The times of assassinations of monarchs and of industrialists, of bombings of factories or parliaments as anti-capitalist and anti-statist actions were believed to be behind us. We don't know why the assassin killed the CEO. Some will claim it's Luigi Mangione, but it can't be him because we had breakfast on the morning of December 4th. So it's...
I was gonna make a joke like this too. This guy, I'm actually really glad I found this video because while this is specifically about the art, I think I am in a different lane. The video that I'm making is in a different lane. This is definitely touching on a lot of the same things I've talked about.
In any case, unlike the propaganda of the deed of the late 19th and early 20th century, there's almost a consensus about the death of the CEO. Despite the attempts to make it sound like the assassin...
I wish I lived in middle America and had a big room like this. I do not have a big room like this.
is a deranged rat.
He has a chair, true, but look at that rug.
People support the killer. And that's where the art comes in. I think the fact that memes were so heavily used shows the support for the action. You could argue that people online meme about everything, but I would disagree. There isn't that many memes going around about the genocide of Palestinian people, for example. By looking up Luigi Mangione art, I find memes left and right about him being the Luigi, to him being photoshopped as a saint or photoshopped to give him a fake alibi. By looking up deny, defend, depose art, you get to some less humorous art. And this one, by Spade, or Spade.inc on Instagram, is the one I saw circulate the most. For people who might be watching this video 10 years from now, in case you didn't know, the killing was filmed by a security camera, which made it even more impactful for the public. This image is taken directly from the footage that was played on loop to the world. To get more insights on this artwork, I contacted Brandon from Punk with a Camera, who coordinated and commissioned the artwork.
My name is Brandon, and for the better part of a decade, I've been running Punk with a Camera, which is part, film and media, and the other part is creating in-house merchandising and distribution. That's what we've been focusing on mainly these days, but soon enough, we'll finally swap back over to the more film side. We have a YouTube channel. We've mainly released like live session recordings that are very raw and intimate with bands, as well as a couple documentaries and shorts. And the long-term goal of what we're doing is to create a film house that can essentially be its own executive producer, and we can just focus on making really cool T-shirts that fund everything and pay everyone who works for me a really fair wage, and then just not have to deal with some corporate person saying they don't like our script.
Brandon commissions artists for Punk with a Camera, usually sending them a sketch or a synopsis or reference images for what he wants. Here's how he came up with the idea for Deny, Defend, Depose.
Yeah, basically I was studying the news articles and I was asking myself, of this specific world event, what image was seen the most? And I concluded that it was the CCTV image of him getting shot. If this is what you're trying to do, if you're trying to like help.
I mean, I think that was probably true back then, but I think nowadays it's actually Luigi's image that's the one that has stayed with everybody the most. It's Luigi himself. Like we have moved away from the act and are now like hyper focused on the individual, you know? Like I will never think of Brie Loom the same. I will never think of Brie Loom the same. And yes, of course, everybody's going to talk about how hot he is and how he's like, posting thirst traps and shit.
Spread a message, it has to be while it's culturally relevant, Because at the end of the day, we're not really in the business of making T-shirt sales. We're in the business of beginning communication on important topics. I think that my end goal with any art that I create, especially if I want it to be political, is to begin conversations with people who otherwise would be silent. You can look at this as a great example that a lot of people have been feeling that class consciousness has become, closer to midnight because of this event, and through the continual conversation of it, we can start to normalize that these conversations should not be taboo. And if I can accomplish that through political art and everything else, that is my end goal.
Ravachol was executed in 1892, and this artwork was made in 1893. The CEO was executed, and this artwork was made hours later, even before it was common knowledge that the bullet casings had Deny, Defend, Depose written on them.
I mean, it's so good. Did anybody notice like the noose of the shadow? I guess it's like very obvious.
That the bullet casings had Deny, Defend, Depose written on them. Spade's artwork is amazing. On the technical side, it used black and white, pointillist technique, and etching, which really conveys the classic mass-produced artworks of a time when anarchist and socialist fights had more traction.
Yeah, it's like screen printed, right? It looks like this, right?
Ravachol portrait. At the risk of repeating myself, I want to give like a candid review of the artwork, just because, I don't know, why not? I contacted the artist, by the way, and they answered me. She said, let me find it for you. The artwork took a touch over 9 hours. Really, the only thing I added in terms of my own special touch was the noose and exaggeration of the existing shadow, and the suggestion of the phrase because I had heard of the book Deny, Delay, Defend, why insurance companies don't pay out and what you can do about it. So the second that the casing information came out, I was like, my guy, this is the one. Not sure if it's really that important though. It is. It's not, I don't know. I think it is. And then she wrote, but yeah, it went viral, I guess. Kinda neat. So yeah, I love that it's a screen grab of like the CCTV, that it really encapsulates why it was so popular. Not only the fact that, you know, the killing itself, but also the angle and the means by which that image was spread throughout the world. So they realized that, which I really love. The noose, of course, in the shadow of the CEO is a great touch. The leading lines, going from bottom left to top right, the kind of implied hierarchy, right, of shooting towards the top. I probably not like, you know, all thought of, but that's my job, I guess, finding things that that artists themselves don't even think about. But yeah, the hierarchy of shooting upwards, of the leading lines, the cars all shooting, all going towards that one CEO in the corner. I feel like there isn't that much to say, but like the power of the image in itself is there, and it just speaks for itself, I guess.
Art criticism.
I really love it. However, what's fascinating about this artwork isn't how it was made, but how it determined the goals it was made to achieve. This is obviously political art, and as someone with clear political convictions, I'm often questioning the pertinence of political art, its effectiveness, and its goals. What Brandon from Punk with a Camera and Spade did was develop a workflow which, beyond the final product itself, works towards their political goals. What made this artwork so powerful and so widespread, beyond how cool it looks, is its expediency and its willingness to capitalize on an event as soon as possible, to establish a narrative and resonate with as many people as possible. I'm not going to pretend like this image established the narrative, that it changed the world and finally gave the people class consciousness. However, after seeing it online, being shared, being worn as t-shirts, and videos of it on TikTok, I do believe that artists can provide symbols when such events happen. We live in a world where class consciousness needs to be developed, where revolutionary spirit needs to be developed. We're in desperate need of revolutionary optimism.
Okay, but I guess my big question is, and it seems like he's like very much taking it for granted, but like, do we really think that Luigi like increases class consciousness? I'm not so certain. I actually don't think so. I don't think it is. I don't think it does. I think maybe in some ways, the conversation, like there may have been some, there may have been some like conservatives who are like, oh yeah, like we need to stop looking left and right and start looking top to bottom. Like I think that idea was like very, very was interesting in a moment, but I don't think it lasted very long. And again, I still like go back to this dynamic of like America loves this because it's individual action. If it was collective action, it would be like these same people would hate it. And I have nothing to like base that on, but like if this was a collective action for Medicare for all or against healthcare, insurance companies, everybody would hate it. If it was anonymous groups, taking actions against healthcare CEOs, they would not be given the same support. It's the action itself is not the thing that got people involved. It was like It's a fucking hero story. Like literally, Luigi is very much like an American superhero story, right? Somebody who goes through something unjust, has like the catalyst event, and then rises up out of the masses to enact the change and the justice that he feels that the society is not delivering him. This is the exact plot of The Punisher. This is the exact plot of John Wick. This is movies. This is what it is. Are we saying it didn't start a conversation? I think it started a conversation, but towards what? And then where do we go from there? It can't, because this is the main thing I want to point out, is that this just while it started a conversation, if we don't have the ability to leverage it, if there's no organizational structures and collectivist action or collectivist organizations that can mobilize people towards that conversation and lead that conversation, it's nothing. It's just nothing. You know?
Symbols alone can't change systems. They won't abolish capitalism. We can't.
That's action though. Class consciousness is that as a concept is just about the consciousness. I actually disagree. I think class consciousness it starts with the consciousness, but I think it's more so about organizing. It's about being organized and being able to leverage your numbers and leverage your collective power to change the structure. Despite the name, in my opinion, class consciousness is not just being conscious of your class position is nothing. It's nothing. It's the collective. It's the organizing and the collective utilization of your class and of your power that you hold. That's the thing. I don't think that Luigi reminded people of the power that they already hold. I think it encourage it just yeah, do you know what I mean? I guess that's the distinction. But it is very American. This whole thing is hyper American, and I love that we have all these examples of Western. I guess Ravachol was not American, right? He was French.
Can't overestimate the power of assassinations and of artworks, but they are symbols. And these symbols, when shared and identified with, can become powerful means for unity and mobilization. All right, I hope you enjoyed the video. I have a lot of people to thank. So
I actually really did enjoy that video.
With the camera and Spade.Inc. or just Spade.
That was great.
For contributing and helping out with this video. I want to thank everyone in the last video. It was a pretty important video for me, and a lot of people gave a lot of...
W video, W creator. Sean Grenier. He's got a Magritte video. Henry Cartier. Cool. Okay, we're gonna that's all of the research for the video we have. Let's check out this video. Tyler Oliveira investigated himself. He's taking a page out of the police department's handbooks. He's saying, self-reflection? What is that? I'll do it on my own.
YouTuber by the name of Vince Vintage released a 49-minute-long video titled Exposing Tyler Oliveira, YouTube's biggest...
Wait, is that how you say it?
Where he called
Oliveira? That's how you say it? I thought it was Oliveira.
Calls me a liar, implies that I am a racist, and ultimately tries to destroy my career. In this video, I'll be debunking Vince's outright lies and false claims in order of the most absurd, baseless, nonsensical claims to the more creative speculation that he presents to an audience that already hates me. To do this, I'll even present some behind-the-scenes footage that will completely dismantle his baseless lies and irresponsible speculation. And I'm
Let's
also
go.
going to acknowledge a few mistakes I've made over the last 2
Also, bro, where are you recording this? Where are you right now? What is this room you're in? It's just like junk?
Here's some of which Vince actually does point out. Thank you, Vince. But before I disprove all of the lies Vince uses in his attempt to destroy my name, my reputation, and my channel, I want to set the stage. Vince is a YouTuber who creates video essays. Besides a single photo of him getting married, congratulations by the way, Vince's entire Twitter account is dedicated to myself and my channel over the last couple months. Non-stop, my balls in his mouth like an obsessive ex-girlfriend. Vince is also 33 years old. While I might not typically bring that up in this context, given how Vince talks about this guy who tried to ruin his life for seemingly no reason, I thought it was rather ironic.
A 37-year-old piece of shit, low-life loser, who has nothing better to fucking do, just wants it down and doesn't have to prove anything about it.
And Vince's poorly
So he just starts off by being like, this guy is actually super old and not cool. Okay, we're starting off strong, Tyler. I like this. Okay.
hit piece against me and my name is the longest video ever uploaded on his channel.
I mean, I will agree, Vince's video was not great. It was not great. You know what I mean? This is a let them fight moment? Yeah.
This video is one about Jeffrey Epstein. Yup, it seems like this is a bit personal, but it doesn't matter. If his
Wait, where's the fork?
criticism is valid and I am in fact just a liar,
Oh, that.
then I agree, Vince.
It is a giant fork.
Call me out. But unfortunately for Vince, it's simply not the case. For simplicity, I'll be using Vince's own tweet of points he asked me to address as a roadmap for this video. Let's get into it. Why did
Perfect.
Tyler hide the fact that he shopped at a KKK memorabilia store that sells bleep and passed it off as an antique store? In this video, I walked into the store, bought some automatic assault rocks, this license plate, and a copy of the city ordinance because the entire premise of the video was the city where everyone must legally own a gun. Every head of household residing in the city limits of the city of Kennesaw is required to maintain a firearm together with ammunition, therefore, in the city penal code. That was kind of the whole point of the video. This is a civil
What? That was the whole point of it. You couldn't have gotten that anywhere else?
War antique store that sells all sorts of artifacts and memorabilia from the Civil War time period. This is one of the silliest points ever, but Vince provides it in his attempt to paint me as a racist.
I'm not even gonna call you a racist, a Hitler, Tyler Hitler.
Vince knows there are many objects for sale in the store just by looking at the footage in my video, but he creates a chapter titled KKK in his video, implying I went in there to go on some sort of racist shopping spree when I bought literal rocks.
I mean, hell, he bought so much stuff
Bro, look at the store.
from this place that he needed a bag to take out everything he bought. I mean, it's just a grand old time at the KKK store, right?
I maybe spent 10 minutes in the store, talked to this lady, got an interview for the video, bought some rocks for the bit, and left. This point sort of outlines how desperate Vince is to paint me as a racist at whatever the cost.
I'm not even gonna call you a racist, a Hitler, Tyler Hitler. Now, do you think supporting a store like
I don't think it should be his main thing, but yeah, this is one example of you being, if not racist yourself, very comfortable in racist spaces. He bought racist shit for the bit, yeah. Like what? Like Tyler, of course you're a racist. Like actually, at this point, just stop being a pussy about it and admit it. Like just be upfront with your bigotry. You are clearly, like, you're so clearly a fucking, like, yes, you're a warrior in the rise of white supremacist fascism in America right now. Just own it, dude. It's a good grift. You fit into a grift so well. Just own it. You don't have to deny this anymore, and your audience doesn't even want you to.
Like this might come off as maybe a little bit racist.
Can someone explain the assault rocks bit? I don't get it. They're rocks you throw at people. And they're both like being racist and like saying throw rocks at black people, and then also like making fun of like liberals who, you know, and like gun control, because like, you know, well, a rock is just as dangerous as a gun. So you're gonna regulate rocks? I could hurt you with a rock. Guns don't kill people, people kill people.
Literally an antique store with a Civil War theming in the deep south of Georgia. I bought rocks, a piece of paper, and a plate with guns on it. It's all
Like, dude, the Civil War theming doesn't explain the N-word being used flippantly, selling like joke items in the store still today. It's not like this is what they used to sell on the streets. No, it's like you're selling it right now. Like, you're having racists come in here to buy their Confederate flag, and you're selling using the N-word to make racist jokes right now.
If you pay admission to go to a Civil War museum, you're somehow supporting slavery. It doesn't even make sense. And Vince,
it's not a museum.
Preys on an audience that already hates me to create this narrative that I am a racist. Why did he?
You are.
The fact that he gave the most racist man in America a welcome gift he bought from the KKK memorabilia store that sells said bleep. First of all, I didn't hide anything. I even posted a photo of him and I on Instagram with a caption.
Look at you. This man literally ran for president. I gifted him automatic assault rocks from Kenosha. I don't know how you say it. Did he censor shit? No, it's a derivative of the N-word. Like, this guy is like the leader of the KKK. He is literally the most racist man in America. That's what he like proudly wears that. Does he reference that? Does he give that context in this picture he posts of him cheesing? Like, look at him.
Titled, I gifted him automatic assault rocks from Kenosha. For context, I saw the original video where the most racist man in a video meets another YouTuber, Pootie, and Pootie asks him this.
Me or this white rock right here? Be honest, don't lie to me.
The rock, it serves a purpose.
Secondly, the video where we met the most racist man in America was posted 1 week after the video we made in Kenosha, Georgia. Here's all the proof that my trip to Kenosha, Georgia, and then to Zinc, Arkansas was in one trip. I still have the rocks from Kenosha, Georgia. They were in my bag. I thought of it on the fly. It all worked out once again. But no, this wasn't.
Dude, he's actually so stupid. He's so stupid, like he doesn't understand why this is a problem. Like, he's just too stupid.
Premeditated genius meetup. The guy doesn't even have a phone. You can't set meetings with this guy. He was out there. I knew I still had the rocks in the car. I knew about the Pootie bit with the rocks. I knew I could make him laugh.
So you knew that he was incredibly racist to another YouTuber's face. And you were still like, I gotta go and take a smiling photo with this guy and bring him a gift. Like, this is the problem. You're not denying the main problem. Why do you want to associate with this fucking cretin? Like, with this incredibly bigoted, fucking hateful person?
If I gave him the rocks, I did. Boom! We have a video. I lied. I did see the Pootie video, and I brought a gift. I had no intention to meet you, and we saw her. Like, that's the guy from that one video. It's gonna blow your mind. You ready for this? Okay, so I know you like the rock more than Pootie. I got an automatic assault rocks.
We know you like these more than black people. And I thought that was hilarious. So I brought you rocks.
You right?
Oh, yes.
But Vince is so caught up in me being a racist that he wants to connect me giving this guy rocks, which is a callback to this video by Pootie that it's...
But like, yeah, why is that a good thing to call back to? I don't understand this at all. You're actually so stupid. None of this makes any sense.
Somehow KKK related. They're just rocks. They're fucking rocks. Why did Tyler use a PS5 as bait to get someone to break into his car? 1, that's a TV, not a PS5. 2, to see if someone would break in and take it. We ran a little...
Yes, okay, great. Nobody broke in and took it. So you set up an experiment and you got results. And then when they weren't the results that you wanted, you threw them away and continued making this video about the crime and car break-ins. Like, isn't that the problem? That you're not actually going in here with an open mind and you're not trying to find the truth? You're going in to reinforce right-wing talking points? You set up an experiment and you got results. Nobody broke into your car. So what is going on? They didn't change your opinion at all. That's the fucking problem. This is the center of the issue. This is the center of the critique. And you're just like, this entire video so far is you just being like, oh, well, I did that. And no, I didn't learn anything from it. Problem? It's like, what? Yeah, dude, that doesn't make any sense.
Mark Rober-esque sting operation with the TV and controller in the car. Fun fact, because I hate thieves, we emptied the boxes and put towels in them. But to be fair to Vince, his real point is that car break-ins and auto theft is so rare in the city of Oakland that we had to perform a little sting operation to show that cars do get broken into.
Because frankly, when
I mean, literally, yes.
places, it's not as bad as he always wants it to be. So
no, literally, yes.
by Tyler showing all these news clips, it could seem way worse than what it really is.
What's hilarious about this though is that Vince has hyperanalyzed all of my videos. He's watched the entire Oakland video, yet he fails to include this scene where we walk up to a woman who is taping cardboard to her car window that just got broken into.
Know anyone else who's had their car broken into like this?
Oh yeah.
Yeah?
Everybody.
Everybody?
This isn't my first time going through this. So
how many times has that happened to you?
I can't even count on two hands. I've had my car stolen 2 or 3 times, broken into, more than 10 times.
Yeah.
The next person we talked to in the video says this.
Just talked to Auntie outside who had her car window broken in.
That's normal, man.
Normal?
Yeah, that's normal out here.
Everyday occurrence?
Rule number 1, bro, don't leave your stuff in the car.
And what's even funnier is that the crime statistics state that in 2023, Oakland reached the highest number of car thefts in more than a decade, with a 44% increase since 2022. But
okay. We need to search that. Okay, let's go to this is Oakland, City of Oakland data reports. They release them weekly. But let's check annual. 2023. No. Here, there's probably an Oakland. Okay, so homicides have dropped. Violent crime is falling. Here, Oakland report. Compared to 2023, homicides and firearm assaults are down 10 to 20%, but residential robberies have doubled. For other crimes, data is still unclear. That's crazy. They doubled. While leaders claim that crime is down by 33%, they're comparing final crime totals of 2023 to incompletely counted crime totals for 2024. Wait, and the underreporting error at this time was 33%. Okay, so you're fucking with the data. What does that mean? Underreporting error. So you're just like making up crimes that weren't reported? How does that work? That's sus. Robbery is down 24% this year compared to 2023. Burglary is down 55%. And wait. Okay, so this is from like the Department of Violence Prevention. Oakland Police reported 71. Robbery is down. Yeah, this is the crime report. Where is he getting that info? Okay, here, this is perfect. This is just for 1 week, though. Year to date, 2023. Wait, yeah, robbery year to date changes down 55%. Wait, what is he talking about? The only thing that's rose is other dangerous weapon robberies, which is at 4% rise. But burglaries are down 55% year to date. What?
But this is part of Vince's argument that
A 44% increase, he says, in 2023. But what about now?
with a 44% increase since 2022. But this is part of Vince's argument that he begins to construct that we need to create evidence or falsify B-roll to legitimize the crime that doesn't exist in these cities, according to him. And Vince even gets ahead of himself with his victory lap as he begins to heart comments on his YouTube video about me, basically co-signing more speculation. This comment with 5,000 likes that he hearted and therefore surfaced to the top of his comment section reads, "The reason the gas station attendant said that on the loudspeaker was because they saw him leave his car there with the PS5 on the dash. This speaker is actually programmed to say this on loop because, guess what? So many people break into cars at this given gas station."
Owner of this property is not responsible for any theft or vandalism. Thank you for visiting Hagen Burger Shell. Please ensure that all of your valuables are secure. The owner of this property is not responsible for any theft or vandalism.
But I did talk to the actual gas station attendant and he said this.
They wouldn't.
No, Deft One. That's actually probably because of like the rise in like vulnerabilities to cars, like the Kias. It was mostly Kia, right? Like there was like a vulnerability in Kias that made them incredibly easy to steal.
Break into our.
I mean, it's also like higher economic precarity, people being priced out of Oakland and of the Bay Area in general. You know? Oh yeah, and Hyundai. Yeah. I mean, it's there's a lot of reasons why this stuff happens, but truthfully, crime is going down nationally, going down in most American cities.
Our car.
But you would never learn that by watching Tyler Oliveira.
Hey, I gotta give a 5-star review to Hagen Burger. No break-ins at 11 p.m.
No, not at night.
Okay, got it. Tomorrow morning?
You gotta come in the morning.
Oh, shit.
Why did Tyler hide the fact he brought on known fraudster Darren Stalcup as his Oakland homeless expert? In my Oakland video, I introduced Darren as a Bay Area native and investigative journalist.
In this Oakland video, Tyler brings along this prestigious reporter. Now, this guy isn't a journalist. He's actually a used car salesman who pulled a $7,000 GoFundMe scam a couple months earlier.
So Vince basically clowns Darren for getting a 9-to-5 as a car salesman, referring to this Facebook post by Darren. So Darren told me that he's been doing citizen journalism since 2015 after his cousin Scotty was murdered by fentanyl dealers in the Bay Area. Recently, Darren's tried to move on and get a more traditional 9-to-5, and he proudly and excitedly got a job as a car salesman. Vince
Murdered by fentanyl dealers.
refers to this Facebook post in an attempt to discredit Darren and the work he's done since 2015 in the Bay Area as a citizen journalist. My Oakland video with Darren went live August 14th, and then over a month later, Darren got a job as a car salesman. He was excited to get a new job and a reliable paycheck. Seems pretty understandable and commendable, right? I asked Darren himself.
Of course, that's not the problem. Of course, that's not the problem, dude. Is that you brought him on as an expert for homelessness. And all this guy does is go out and like make hate propaganda about poor people.
And got a job, and he said, mentally, I'm not the same. I think about all the faces, the stories, the losses. Maybe I've got PTSD, or maybe it's just the anxiety that
The problem is not that he got a job.
with what ifs and should haves. I'm human, just like everyone else, yet I feel this crushing weight, this responsibility that I can't shake off. I just want a moment of peace, a chance to breathe without the world collapsing around me. And the dumbest part of Vince's point here is that Darren got the job afterwards. Basically, Vince is trying to attack Darren's credibility because he got a job, and in turn attacking my credibility, and in turn attacking the validity of our Oakland video. Secondly,
hold on. Is this box behind him?
Basically, Vince is
like a little children's Mercedes truck that he unwrapped when he was like 12 years old and then put it in this room and never thought about it again. Because he's probably a rich, spoiled Nepo baby. Yeah, Lamborghini underneath it.
is trying to attack Darren's credibility because he got a job, and in turn attacking my credibility, and in turn attacking the validity of our Oakland video. Secondly, Vince attacks Darren for running a GoFundMe where he asks his Twitter followers for money to move out of the Tenderloin.
Who pulled a $7,000 GoFundMe scam a couple months earlier.
I talk a lot about right-wing grifters in my videos, but this
Cat?
Fox hosted one that was...
Cat, get behind me. If Tyler comes after Cat, I'm gonna fucking lose it, dude.
so lazy. I'm honestly kind of impressed. This guy, Darren Mark Stallcup, is trying to raise $10,000 to move from the Tenderloin neighborhood of San Francisco to another neighborhood in San Francisco.
Darren told him what he wanted the money for, used the money for that purpose, and received the money from consensual adults. What is the problem? Vince basically throws Darren under the bus to attack the credibility of everything we've done. Next, misplaced B-roll.
Wait.
B-roll.
Wait, what? Were you saving San Francisco when you spent your GoFundMe donations here? Post a bunch of pictures of him traveling?
Under the bus to attack the credibility.
Man, instead of trying to make peace of a situation or extend an olive branch, you are loading the cannon again. I will not retaliate with anger or call you names or attempt to load my cannon. This is a few years old, homie. There are no skeletons in my closet. At the time, the Marina Times wrote an actual piece, but nowadays... What? But nowadays, today, I have a great relationship with the Marina Times, and they already issued a redaction. We were on positive terms. Now I love seeing these old little memories. Yes, I was in Europe because that's where my European wife's family lives. I never spent GoFundMe money on Europe. That's where that's where my family and friends live. Thank you. Sorry you have never smoked a joint at Loch Ness Lake. Maybe someday, homie. Okay, bro.
Of everything we've done. Next, misplaced B-roll and B-roll mistakes. In my videos, when we're talking about, let's say, crime, we may show an example of this crime happening in the given city. Now, Vince just spent the last 4 months going through roughly 2 years worth of my videos, analyzing almost 15 hours worth of my content. What Vince finds is a handful of examples where a given B-roll shot takes place.
Also really funny because like you're a citizen journalist reporting on like a homeless beat, and you went to Europe. Did you didn't think to ask, like, hey, why don't they have homeless people here? You didn't, like, that didn't occur to you? Like, why, how come there's so much fewer homeless people in Europe? You didn't ask that? You didn't think to ask anybody? Because they would have answered you. There's public housing. Like, there's public housing that people can use. I know they still have homeless, but like not on the scale as America at all. Not even close.
In a different city. For example, here's this shot in our Oakland video about a machine gun manhunt that turned out to be from West Oakland, Pittsburgh. Now, Vince is right. This is a mistake and we messed up. This shot was from the wrong Oakland. Vince uses this example and a few others to create this argument that I, Evil Tyler, am hand placing specific shots to create a false narrative about the cities we discuss and cover in our videos.
Once again, Tyler is literally making shit up to push a narrative.
But here's the problem. I don't place the B-roll for my videos. I have 2 editors.
I love this. I love it when YouTubers are like, I have no control over what I publish on my channel. Just throw everybody that works for you under the bus. Really nice, dude. Yeah. Listen, it's not my fault. It's somebody else's fault.
My main channel, and one editor's job is dedicated to finding B-roll for the videos.
That's crazy. You should rename the channel. You should rename the channel. It says Tyler Oliveira here under your name. So like, I think that you're the one posting and you're responsible for what you're posting. It should say Tyler Oliveira and 2 editors. Then I would be, you know what I mean? Then that would make more sense. Change your name, dude.
It's me or my editing team. Ultimately, it's my channel with my name and it's my responsibility. I agree with Vince. These are lazy, dumb mistakes that never should have made it to the final cut. But the problem is, if you take out the few incorrect shots we placed in some of these videos, for instance, let's take Oakland and replace it with this shot.
And machine guns.
Machine guns? Or this shot, or this shot, or this shot. The same purpose is achieved at visualizing the gun crimes in question. Another
I can't be mad at him. I mean, I can. I hate him. I hate him with all my guts. You know what I mean? But like, he's just doing exactly what local news has done every single night for the last 30 years. Like, you understand that, right? Like, this content is not new. It's like, literally turn on channel 3 on your TV right now. It's there. It's this. Like, this is what you'll see. You know,
is this shot of a shootout in Chicago that made it.
That's where he's getting all this footage from, and it's literally coming from CBS News Chicago. Yeah, like,
so Tyler deliberately knew what he was doing.
Okay, let's take out that shot and replace it with any of these shots. Does the gun crime go away? Does the gun wounds of these people that we interviewed in the Memphis video go away?
I got shot. My arm. I got shot. Stomach, side, back.
Got multiple times, man. It's dangerous out here.
You guys are strapped?
Yeah.
How old are you?
I'm 13.
You ever been blipped?
Yeah.
Actually, holy shit. When did that happen?
Let me show you something, man.
This is unexpected. I didn't expect that so many people to get shot. You nearly died?
Yeah, I see you, man, 2-3 weeks. You just be out here like we in that shit pop off. People crazy out here right now.
But what's more deceptive is that we know Vince has combed through all of my videos. He doesn't show any of the people I talk to in my videos that tell us about the gun crime. And just to show how easy it is to make a mistake, Vince himself improperly cites this clip.
This clip isn't from Chicago. It's from Houston, Texas, 4 years ago. Tyler makes
no, they're probably uninsured.
To fit his narrative.
Hearts the comment where his viewer points his mistake out, and at the end of the comment, it still reads, so Tyler still lied about it. Or this example of Vince pointing out this flag.
Oh my god, and there's an ISIS flag. Clearly that isn't just a peaceful protest that they have ISIS flags in Sweden.
And his viewers correct him, stating it is the Shahada. If this is the logic, then Vince and I both lied about this nothing burger shot that could easily be replaced with 100 other examples of B-roll that serve the same purpose. And in this case, the fact that I can literally replace all of the shots you pointed out with 100 other examples that prove the exact same thing begs the question, why would we even put these shots in there on purpose, leave them in, and not hide them or cut them out a year later? It doesn't make sense because we didn't, just like you didn't maliciously say this B-roll shot was from Houston when it was actually from Dallas. Vince is ultimately zooming in on granular detail to argue that I am a deceptive, manipulative liar when he himself does the exact same thing in his video attacking me.
It's more of a hypocrisy of his morals. And I found this quote from an openly gay member.
I mean, I agree. I think actually I agree with Tyler here. I think focusing on like these like very, very minute details is like you're missing the forest through the trees. I think you should attack Tyler on his like overall ideology. Because like in almost every one of these videos, he is like basically like giving a prescriptive like policy to solve them. You know what I mean? Like he is. And those are almost always incredibly right-wing, incredibly fascist. Like he has no interest in in like genuinely helping any of the people. Like what do you think in this video that he's talking about with gun violence? You think Tyler Oliveira gives a fuck about people who are affected by gun violence? Like no. Dude, he wants them all arrested and put in jail. Like that's his solution to this. That is genuinely his solution to this. Like we know that. Like you don't have to get him on the details. You can hit them in general. Like, genuinely, you can hit them in general. And this is what it leads to when you try to do this, where you're like, oh, I found this. I gotcha. It's like, no, you don't have to get them. Everybody knows exactly what Tyler Vieira does. Like, the role that he plays in right-wing media creation, you know, it's very on its face. It's right there. Like,
that sums up Craig's situation nicely. It's a violation of principles to vote one way and act another.
Why did he pretend to be asylum seeker to get processed by Border Patrol? To see where we would end up, the behind-the-scenes logistics of how the government would process someone claiming asylum and what that process looked like. Seems kind of interesting as an American tax-paying citizen to know how this process works. What's funny about this though is Vince feigns some moral outrage that I'm in the van for 20 seconds.
What the fuck are you thinking, Tyler? Literally, you took up the spot of someone that was an actual person fleeing their lives as a fucking meme. What the actual fuck are you thinking? You know the Border Patrol system is backed up for years, and you're just—
no, you're right, gamer girl.
For no reason at all.
And that I've taken up someone's spot to enter America when once—
like, again, it's just stop being a pussy. Own it, man. Own it. You have all of the power. You're sitting here wearing like some fucking country club polo, standing in front of your childhood Lamborghini. You know, just fucking own it that you're a racist piece of shit. And this is a successful grift. And you're going to do, you know, MAGA. You're a MAGA content creator. And you're against migrants. Just own it. Like, I don't know why you have to posture as some quote unquote journalist. Your stuff has no journalistic integrity. Everybody knows that. Everybody sees that with a brain. You're fooling zero people. You're fooling nobody, you know?
Literally in the car for 20 seconds. The Border Patrol guys laugh it off. No harm, no foul.
Let's go. What about this guy?
See?
He's a YouTuber.
No.
You see the camera?
I got denied access. It's not like I pushed some pregnant woman out of the way to take the last spot in the van. There was no one else left waiting to get in the van. Even if I did take a seat, I wouldn't have been taking someone else's seat. You know this, Vince, because you watched my video and you see me in the back of the line. Why did Tyler pretend to be alone in fear for his life in Jamaica? But in reality, his tour guide was right next to him the entire time. Oh, this is one of Vince's big gotcha moments where he thinks he proves that I'm willing to lie about the tiniest of stuff. So why wouldn't I then embellish or lie about even bigger, more important issues? But the problem is he's wrong, and here's the evidence to prove it. For context, he's referring to when I'm in Trenchtown, one of Jamaica's most dangerous neighborhoods. At a certain point, my guide—
yeah, but was it dangerous? You can't just say it's one of the most dangerous neighborhoods. Was it dangerous? That's what we're watching the video for, motherfucker.
Random dude tells me to come to the farm.
I'm over the farm.
The farm?
The farm. That is our farm.
Right over there.
Yeah, we can go over there. Come.
To which my cameraman, myself, and this guy go to the farm. It all ends well. We had a great time. I even used my voiceover to immediately compliment this guy for giving me a little tour and showing me unexpected hospitality. While my guide was nowhere in sight, I first thought I was setting myself up to get robbed. But it turns out this guy was giving me a full tour of the community with unexpected hospitality. Vince zooms in on this voiceover, trying to paint this moment as if I was lying and that my—
But he zoomed in on a voiceover? I gotta see that. How do you do that?
Guide was with me the entire time. Visiting the garden right now. A little baby young mango. Is this where you make the juice?
So I'm thinking, oh my god, Tyler's gonna get murdered. Tyler's in the murder capital of the world without his guide. Oh my god, he's gonna die, he's gonna get robbed. Seems pretty bad. But let's watch this interaction from a different angle.
Is this where you make the juice?
Yes.
Thank you, thank you. Oh, so this is what we just tried.
Oh, okay. That's Tyler's cameraman. That's clearly the same thing going on. Where's this camera angle from? Oh, it's almost like his guide was right there and took this footage, but Tyler had to sell it off is that his guide was nowhere to be seen and that Tyler was gonna get murdered.
But in reality, my guide was not there, and here's 20...
We just watched a video of him there. How are you gonna tell us that he's not there?
8 minutes of behind-the-scenes footage that show him and I separated.
Wait, the U.S. Army tracksuit is wild on that. Look at that, the U.S. Army tracksuit. Hell yeah. With the bottoms matching. Hell yeah. I've been to Jamaica. It's fucking awesome. It was sick as hell. Also, yeah, dude, everybody's trying to give you their fucking awesome jerk sauce. Look, you can see it. Oh, this is like a drink. Or is this the sauce? This was my experience of Jamaica, dude. Somebody comes up with a bunch of like a ball of aluminum foil. And then they walk up to you and they open it and they got some like fucking jerk pork or something in there. Oh my God. And they're like, you have to try it with my sauce. And everybody has their own sauce that they made. I was like, oh God, you are speaking to my Kansas City right now. You're speaking to me. I was like, this is very Kansas City. Everybody got their own sauce they make. Everybody's smoking meats and shit. I was like, damn, I'm home. It was like Kansas City, but with more rum.
Reconnect.
Tyler and Blake up there getting some footage and thing. As for me, it's a little bit early in the morning. I'm hungry.
And here's my guide's POV in that same 2-hour-long vlog that Vince points to in his video, stating that we were together the entire time. Yet look, where am I? We aren't together. And then look at that. There's the exact moment from my guide's POV where we reconnected.
Tyler's guide posted a 2-hour-long vlog of their entire day, and the guide was there the entire time. Tyler wasn't walking on his own about to get murdered. That was all just made up.
But Vince knows that no one is going to fact check this, and he tries to use it to build his case that I'm a liar. Vince's continual self-glaze of his attention to detail only further pronounces his malice in the way he cuts this video together and proves that he either lied or B, he didn't have all the evidence and he speculated.
And this is just something where it's so small. But why do you have to lie about this?
His entire point is that I'm trying to paint this sense of danger that doesn't actually exist, which is funny because he conveniently cuts out and omits all of this testimony from people that live in the community.
Well, we're seeing a lot of people dying by guns. That is the most violence we are seeing right now.
Well, Trenchtown is full of crime and violence going on. It's been a long time now till my child come and get involved by crossfire. He's now shot and can't walk.
Crime and violence, sometimes we just need that for stop. Just the crime and violence.
They'll shoot each other?
Yeah. Thing is just different now, and it wasn't like this before. As you can see, it's like it's a cemetery.
Vince also cuts out any of the good vibes or positive moments. We met this entire self-sufficient community.
He should have just re-uploaded your video, dude. That's true. I'll say it. He should have just fucking re-uploaded your entire video.
In the ghetto, but everyone's super nice.
Boom, 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 boom. In Trenchtown with my boy.
Because his goal is that when I reach out to someone from a different city, they Google my name, find his video, and they find out I'm just some big bad liar trying to paint their community as negative. Look at this comment and tell me anything he's done thus far is in good faith. Why did Tyler fabricate the story of the Jamaica bank?
You don't deserve any good faith, Tyler. What the fuck? What good faith? Why would you deserve any good faith, man? You're a fucking fascist, like, propagandist.
Vince is referring
Eat
to
shit.
the beryllium truck I pointed out for 1 second in my Jamaica video. Bullet holes on that thing. We saw a beryllium truck. That's the equivalent of one of the trucks in the US that carries the cash. The beryllium trucks are these big black armored trucks that are often used in Jamaica to transport cash. My guide, Jamaica Walk By, was the one who actually
I don't care about this anymore.
I want to go to Baghdad.
I'm sorry, chat. I lost interest. I do not care. Fuck that guy.
I want to go to Baghdad.
6
p.m.
Yo, VO! What up, VO? Damn, everybody in here tonight. Shout out, VO. VO, are you still Ayaya? Ayaya? Are you still Ayaya?
Right, I've got a train in 7 hours. Let's explore.
Oh, yeah.
Basra.
Oh, yeah, she is. She's Ayayaing.
A focal point during the Iraq.
Brett almost witnessed me drunkenly petting a coyote. You know, those are big words from somebody who didn't even see the coyote.
War, Basra hosted tens of thousands of British troops who truly believed their mission was to liberate the country from a tyrannical regime. The reality was far more complicated. While the public justification of the war was based on weapons of mass destruction and the promise of liberation, these claims were later proven false. For many Iraqis in Basra, the presence of British troops brought stability and opportunities for rebuilding.
It's good I didn't. Wait, have you seen that video of the guy petting a coyote? Have you seen this?
What the hell is that? Oh, hey, little coyote. Ow, come here. Can we be friends? Can we? Ouch. Come here, let me pet you. Ouch. Ow, ow, come here, let me be friends. Come here, little coyote.
Why is he so persistent? He's just like, ow.
Let me pet you. Let me pet you. Ouch. Let me pet you, little coyote. Let me pet you, coyote. Hey, let me pet you. Ouch.
I mean, to be fair, he's not biting him hard.
Whoa, look out.
He's not biting him hard. He's just giving him like little like get away from me nips. If that wanted to, he could take off his fingers. Like
building. For others, their presence brought disruption, destruction.
Literally how I wanted to start my 2025, I've been robbed. It would have set you off on a good path, I think. We can all just choose to tell that story, Vio. Me and 276 people who are in here now. As long as nobody tells, I'll tell everybody you petted it. I'll tell everybody we pulled over after that party and Vio pet this coyote.
And resentment.
Is this invasion worse than what Saddam Hussein did to his own people?
At least Saddam Hussein is an Iraqi one.
But what does Basra look like today in 2024? And how will the people of the streets of Basra take to a young...
Okay, chat, we've been watching this guy's videos. He's doing a tour of Iraq. He's a very based travel YouTuber. His last few videos have been incredibly very thoughtful and well made. I like them a lot. They're very beautiful. They're sweet, humanizing, really good travel content.
Strapping, handsome, British idiot like me. I'll tell you who doesn't look after their facial hair. Jihadi extremists.
God damn it. Bro, why you gotta fuck me like that? I just was glazing you.
Assalamu alaikum, habibi. This is, any English? Yes? This is,
I'm never going to. I will never glaze another YouTuber like again. This always happens.
This is an old casino.
What?
I'm from Britannia.
Dude, people are so nice in Iraq.
Thank you, bro. Yeah. Just so. Hello, brother. How you doing?
I love you.
I love you too,
I love
bro.
you.
I love you too.
Oh, thank you, my friend.
I love you too. I love you too. I love all of you. Mike, okay. I'll write it down for you. Thank you, brother. Hey, bro. Hey, boys. Hanging out with the boys. Britannia. London City. Big Ben. Exactly. Big Ben. Queen Elizabeth. All that good shit.
I love that when you just like start rattling off your country's contributions to the world. Because I mean, they don't speak very much English. He speaks no Arabic. He will throw out a habibi and like a, salam alaikum, he'll throw out those, but that's it. Like,
yes. Go! Listen, is this an casino? Casino,
yes.
Casino, but it's now finished.
No, finished.
Why? What happened?
Because
when
I love you.
The police?
Yes.
The police finished
yes.
After Saddam? After Saddam Hussein, the police finished it?
Finished.
Yes. I've heard that when Saddam Hussein was in power, things were a lot more lenient. There was more alcohol and there was casinos. And after Saddam Hussein fell, these casinos, these alcohol shops, these bars, all became a lot more strict. So I think this is an example of one of those.
Good.
Who speaks the best English out of you?
It's also kind of funny that it's on a riverboat. In Kansas City, the laws, I don't know what the laws are, but I would assume it would be the kind of the same here. That like the laws on the river are different for gambling. I don't know why, but you actually have to go to the river to vote to gamble.
Does anyone have a cigarette?
Oh yeah,
cigarette.
Oh, bro, he's letting this guy hold the camera, and you know there's water here. Like, this guy's just holding the camera above the water. I'd be pissing my pants. I'd be like, no, I don't want to put you in that position. Like, what? So they set up the laws to outlaw gambling in Kansas City, but accidentally forgot to include waterways. There's nothing there's nothing in the rule book that says a dog can't play basketball. That's basically where we're at, yeah.
Go. Okay, wait, hang on, I'll hold this.
Go.
Also, Maddie, are you like snowed inside of your house right now? If you open the door, it'll just be like a wall of snow. That's how I'm imagining the Midwest in Kansas City right now.
Thank you, brother.
Ooh, I freaking love sunflower seeds.
I feel like if we're going to find happiness in Basra, Assalamu alaikum. How are you, sir?
Y'all been trapped inside?
I understand. Families. It's only families. You can't go to
You can't go alone?
Happy Land. I think it's women and...
Wait, they don't let single men into this place. They're like, no, we don't want your kind. No incels. No incels allowed here. You need to have a leash and a wife to hold it, okay?
and children, basically, today at Happy Land. Never mind. God, that would have been awkward, wouldn't it? If I was the only man in Happy Land surrounded by very, very Muslim women and children.
Why would that have been a problem? Yes, exactly, Foreign. That's what I meant with the leash and the wife too, right? Is that you have to be, somebody has to be responsible for these men. They're so fucking out of line, you know. But also, like, why would he be, he wouldn't be out of line, right? Like, hopefully.
Just like on a on the teacup rides. On the fucking pirate swing. Just like that, just chilling. So we actually do have a bit of a plan today. 3 things mainly. Number 1, I don't know if you've realized.
Dude, I would thrive in that environment. Because okay, a really fun thing to do, chat. It's just fun. When I'm on any ride, I don't care how fun it is. I'm screaming at the top of my lungs. It's just a weird thing that I do. And I just learned early that it makes it a lot more fun for everybody involved. When I was a shitty teenager, I used to go on like rides like the you know, like the swinging ride, or rides rides that like go in a circle or something where you can like see the operator. I would act really scared, and then like as soon as it started going, I would just like scream at the top of my lungs, begging them to stop the ride. I would just be like, stop, please stop the ride. And they would just like crack up laughing. They thought it was so fucking funny. I was just a shitty teenager, but it was fun. It was cute and fun for everybody. You were literally that kid. I was, yeah. But it was harmless. It was harmless. Yeah, it's fun to scream. Yeah. No, they thought it was funny. I was funny. That's the difference. You guys are imagining it cringe, and you need to imagine it very cool and funny. You know?
But there is a giant hairy animal going on my face. So we're going to try and sort that out. Number 2, eat some good food. And number 3, a meet up with a 16-year-old boy. It's not how it sounds.
God damn, D.
Someone reached out to me on Instagram.
No, they never stopped the ride because they knew I was joking. We were all laughing our asses off. I am not cringe. I am epic. Exactly. Exactly.
Young man.
I wonder what Becca thinks. You should ask Becca about in Vietnam. In Vietnam, we went to like this like amusement park one time, and it was a very weird amusement park outside of Saigon. Like, for example, they had one roller coaster, and you had to pay every time you rode it. It was like less than $1 or whatever, but you had to buy a ticket to ride the roller coaster inside of the amusement park. And so Becca and I rode it. It was a terrible roller coaster, like really shitty. But we were alone. Yeah, it was like a Buddhist theme park. It was Buddha themed. And they also had another weird thing about this amusement park was it was like rainbow unicorn land on the outside. And a lot of their quote unquote rides were just like haunted houses, like automated haunted houses that you would walk through. Okay, I have to find this. First off, what's the name of the ride? Saigon Amuse. I used to know the name of it. Suitin. Yeah. Okay, we'll find it. Suitin. Yes, this is it. Yo, Gianni Dags, thank you for the raid. It's kind of sick. Definitely a cool place to walk around. Like a bunch of installations. They got this big ass, like, I did not do any of the water stuff. I'm not a big fan of water parks. But they had some rides. It was cool. Okay, but I gotta find like a travel person going through one of the walking rides. Oh yeah, here we go.
Bump, parang maraming bumps yung ano yung. Sige.
Yeah.
Tayo.
Yes, this is the one. This is the one. Okay, so on the outside, here, let's see if he shows the outside of it. Yeah. Yes, Unicorn Palace. Okay, so it's this like giant unicorn. It's all like colorful, rainbow. I can't read any of the signs. I don't know. I would, but I assume that none of the signage actually represents what is happening in here. So you walk in and there's like these animatronics.
Ito yung entrance. Pasok tayo. Horror ata to, guys.
Chat, this is so funny.
Mukhang horror nga to, guys. Ayan o.
I wonder if we can get translation.
Hindi ko naman sila naiintindihan, so hindi ako matatakot.
And then you go in.
Hindi ko naman sila naiintindihan, so hindi ako matatakot.
And it's like graphic depictions of torture, which are supposed to represent like various levels of like Buddhist hell. Like this guy's, they're all like being tortured. And it's just, it's like a giant unicorn rainbow thing on the outside.
Iniwan ko na yung mga kasama ko, guys, ang babagal.
He's not showing it all.
Para siyang kulungan, guys, tapos maraming mga nanggugulat-gulat lang.
It's a prison.
Ayan, papalabas na tayo, guys.
He's like, I'm scared, we're leaving.
Okay. Ayan. Ayun lang, guys, ang babagal ng mga...
Yeah, anyway, it's very weird and funny. There's like one where there's like this giant bird coming down and like ripping out somebody's insides, and there's like animatronics Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah.
Man who studied in America, and he's from Basra, and he said, Mike, I'd love to show you around some of the.
No, that's like their hell. That's like Buddhist hell, I guess. Which I don't know. As far as I know, I didn't know there was a hell in Buddhism, but I'm sure there's a lot of different, like, different kinds of Buddhism.
Shana Shields, they're called, old buildings in Basra, and introduce you to some of my family and the mosque and the prayers. And I said, you know what? Let's do that. That sounds cool. He seems like a very confident young man, so I think we'll do that. But first, let's get a beard trim. Habibi, I'm looking for somewhere.
Oh yeah, there was like a Harry Potter, like really bad copyright ripoff Harry Potter haunted house. Also, yeah, it had a lot of werewolves in it, which I don't remember being a very, I mean, obviously there's like the one book, but they don't really come back, really.
Where to shave my beard. Barber. Yeah. This way and then this way. Okay. Shukran Habibi. Thank you so much.
Can someone fill me in on what's going on right now? I was just yapping, telling a story, but this travel vlogger is in Iraq and has been making some great videos.
Assalamu alaikum.
It's a frozen hell with blizzards and cannibalistic ogres. Yeah.
See you. Bye-bye. Wow. I feel like a different man. I feel like a new man. Look at me. The Iraqis, they take such good pride in their facial.
I love getting haircuts. I love getting haircuts in different countries. It's kind of fun.
Facial hair. Arabs in general, and I felt really bad walking around with this, messy, horrible, untrimmed, unkept beard. I'll tell you who doesn't look after their facial hair. Jihadi extremists. Ready?
He said it again. Yeah, why twice?
This is the old town in Basra, founded in 636 AD. It's one of the earliest Islamic settlements in history. It became a hub for not just trade, but knowledge. The Arabic language.
No, he is, I promise. I'll actually defend him despite this transgression, okay? I don't know what he means by that, but...
Mathematics and philosophy. I really wish I came here earlier on in the day, but I just didn't know. I couldn't figure out exactly where it was. But we're gonna meet a friend. We're gonna meet this kid that I've been talking to. That sounds so wrong. We're gonna meet my friend, and he's...
Wait, was that... Yeah, who was the portrait? This one? I was like, this guy does look familiar, but I didn't know. Is it Hassan Nasrallah? Or who's that? I was looking at it. Yeah.
So this is Ali Hussein, right?
Yeah, Ali Hussein.
And Ali reached out to me, and he was like...
Interesting to see that in Iraq.
You've been in Basra. You're from Basra, right?
I am from Basra, yeah.
And he was like, look, there's some cool areas, some Shanashil areas. And he's like, I can teach you about them. So we're going to hang out for a bit. How are you doing, bro? What have you been up to?
I'm fine. What?
What have you been up to? What have you been doing?
Mostly school.
Mostly school?
Yeah.
How old are you, bro?
I'm 16 right now.
16, dude. But you're so young, but you seem so confident and so mature, you know?
Thank you.
So cool, bro. So what do you want to do?
Happy 2025.
Thomas Church. It looks like it's been. It doesn't look like it's in very good condition. So are you Christian or are you?
No, I'm Muslim.
He looks like you, Euros.
Muslim.
I don't think so.
Hi, Assalamu alaikum. Hi, Assalamu alaikum. Is there a big Christian population here then?
No, it's kind of small.
It's kind of small, yeah.
Yeah, I got Christian friends.
You got Christian friends?
Yeah.
So being a Christian here in such a, kind of devoutly Muslim place, what would that have looked like?
Yeah, everybody he meets is glowing with charisma and like hospitality and love. It's honestly awesome.
When, you know,
I gotta pee.
What does that look like? What does being Christian look like in a devoutly Muslim?
Well, it's actually normal, and we respect the Christian population. There are periods of conflict, like when ISIS came.
Yeah, of course.
At that period, it was really bad for Christians.
I can imagine. What was that like? I mean,
they would do all sorts of things to Christians, Yazidis, if you know them.
Basically, you didn't want to be a Christian when ISIS were here, basically.
Yeah. Because they would actually, a lot of the Christian Iraqi population went out to other countries because of the conditions around here. But now it's mostly okay. They're mostly like safe.
How old were you when ISIS were here? You must have been what, like 8 years old?
They were in 2014.
2014. So
yeah,
6 years old. Do you remember anything from that time?
Well, ISIS mostly came in Mosul and the northern areas of Iraq.
Did they reach the south?
No, they were very far from us.
Okay.
I have no memories of them coming, but sometimes I had nightmares.
أنا أكثر شيء أحب تشيلسي.
Chelsea. You're a Chelsea fan. There you go. You look a bit like Jose Mourinho. There you go, bro.
You want to see the church?
I'd love to, yeah. And as from a Christian man, that would be great, and we could maybe talk about the church a little bit.
If you want to go,
it's okay. Yeah, cool. We could talk to him.
Hey, what do you mean?
Could you ask him how many generations he's lived in? How many generations has his family lived in Basra?
ايش قلت اجيال من عائلتك يعني كمسيح عايشين بالبصره؟
يعني هسه احنا كل الطوائف يعني سريان وكلدان واثور وارثوذكس وارمن وكلها ما بين 120 125 عائله.
Also before the conflict, there were.
Oh, I missed something cute. I had to pee, dude. I had to pee.
It's okay. Yeah, cool. That would be Mourinho.
I'm coming, but
Is this far enough?
Nightmares.
أنا أكثر شيء أحب تشيلسي.
Chelsea. You're a Chelsea fan. There you go. You look a bit like Jose Mourinho. There you go, bro.
That is cute.
You want to see the church?
I'd love to, yeah. And as from a Christian man, that would be great, and we could maybe talk about the church a little bit.
If you want to go,
it's okay. Yeah, cool. We could talk to him.
Hey, what do you mean?
Could you ask him how many generations he's lived in? How many generations has his family lived in Basra?
ايش قلت اجيال من عائلتك يعني كمسيح عايشين بالبصره؟
يعني هسه احنا كل الطوائف يعني سريان وكلدان واثور وارثوذكس.
Of all the denominations of Christianity, only around 120 to 135 families remain.
The conflict, there were about 1,000 Christians family.
And can I ask him what happened to the 900 or?
شنو صار للعوائل المسيحية كانت عايشة؟
كلها تهجرت.
They all migrated.
شكرا. Thank you, sir.
Wow.
Okay, so the church is under works, but we've been granted special permission. Ali sorted me out to have a look at what a Christian church looks like here in Basra.
على صدام كانت هنا صلاة بها وتقيم الصلاة وكل شيء يصير. بس بعدين من جت هاي الملاعب العيد كلها طفرت.
So, what was life like as a Christian after Saddam Hussein fell?
بهدل.
It was a mess.
Thank you for telling me. Shukran. Thank you, Habibi. Thank you. Tell him I am also Christian, Catholic.
هو هم مسيحي.
Of course he's Christian. He's white.
You know. Yeah, of course.
Actually, thank you for the opportunity because I've never been here before.
Really? I love it. I love it. One of my favorite parts about traveling, and it never happens to me anymore because I always travel by myself, but is experiencing something with someone, and it's the first time they've experienced.
Yeah, I love this too. I've done this many times. It's super fun.
You know?
Yeah, it's cool.
It makes it so much nicer and so much more special.
Definitely.
Thank you.
Thank you too.
On like the food show, we would have like a host, like a local, always guiding us through, and a lot of times they'd be like, "Dude, I've never done anything like this in my country. Like, this is fun as hell. This is crazy." And it's not because that wasn't being done in their country. It's just like, people stay in their circles, and like, you know, getting a kid from Accra in Ghana to go into the you know, into like the a small village in the north, like why would that happen normally?
His name is Farid.
Farid. Thank you, Farid. Thank you, Habibi. Could I ask one more question to Farid? Do you remember, obviously you remember when the British were occupying Basra?
يقول تذكر من البريطانيين كانوا بالبصرة؟
ايه احنا كان بيتنا بشارع وطن.
He used to live in another place.
Okay, not in Basra.
No, also in Basra, but in a different
Oh, but in a different area. And what did life look like when the British were here?
شلون كانت الحياة من البريطانيين كانوا؟
البريطانيين عم عوادي مو مثل ذول الامريكان شلاب. الامريكان شلاب ما بس واحد يطلعون يطقونه. هذول لا عمي سياستهم وين ذول هذول وين؟
He says that the Brits are much better than the Americans, and he talked a bit smack about the Americans.
Okay. So
yeah, rightfully so.
Thank you so much. Shukran. Thank you.
I wish he translated that. I wanted to know what he said. It was like the only thing he didn't like get translated.
He tells me to take good care of you.
Thank you, brother. Thank you, sir. Habibi, shlonek.
Oh, Meeps, you translate it? He said Brits are humans and Americans are dogs.
Good.
Yeah, well, I mean, he has good reason to say that. Okay? He would know. Let me just say that.
Dude, these streets are...
Although, about the British, I mean, humans.
They look visually. They look stunning, right? So these are the Shanna Shield.
These are.
So what's the definition of Shanna Shield? Like, is there a meaning behind it, or does that word mean anything?
Well, my grandpa can tell you about that.
Yeah.
I told you about him. We could meet him whenever you like.
Yeah, of course. Let's go for a walk, and then we can meet him and talk to him.
That's so pretty.
So this is the entrance to the mosque.
This is the mosque. Okay. Yeah.
When it was built,
Oh,
it
Majid.
was the first, the biggest mosque in Basra at that time.
Okay, the biggest mosque in Basra.
Yeah.
Wow, it's beautiful.
It is beautiful from the inside. You can check that.
And this man is a guard of the mosque?
Yeah, Haris يقول إيه Haris.
Hard.
There is a Islamic school around here also.
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. How are you, sir? Slonek.
How are you?
Very good, thank you.
Where are you from?
Britannia.
Okay.
Let's
I love people like
wherever that sound is coming from.
Just curious.
This is where the shops start.
Just curious Andes. Just hanging out. Just, what are you doing here?
And it goes all the way over there to the end of the street.
Very cool. Yeah, let's have a walk up and let's see what's going on.
So here you buy groceries.
This is the grocery place.
Yeah. This is the traditional one.
It's a very loud market, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
What are they?
Dude, I cannot deal with places like this. I respect the audio marketing, okay, but whenever everybody is just fighting to make them louder than each other, and they do this, at some point it's like, dude, just go to a different area.
They're shouting the prices of each vegetable.
The prices of each vegetable. Okay, tomatoes, this much dinar. Carrots, this many dinars. Onions, this many dinars.
And then they just play recordings, so it's like, no. Like, if you were just yelling it, then I might listen. You know what I mean? But
no crosswalks in Iraq.
The recordings, oh man.
I mean, the thing is, you say it needs a lot of work, the traffic system, but it already works, right? People just cross the road. You walk ahead of me, bro. No. It kind of works, dude, right? People just walk. People just walk and the cars stop. It's kind of sweet. Thank you. Yeah, sometimes people are nice and sometimes they're not.
So those cars,
Yeah.
you'd pay the guy like 1,000, sometimes 2, sometimes up to 5 if it's a long distance. And
Yeah.
he would just walk with you, carry your bags, and like drive. You basically rent a cart and someone who carries it.
So you pay him like 1,000 dinar, which is what, like in dollars? I'm trying to figure it out.
Less than $1.
Less than $1, and he'll come around with you in the market,
Yeah.
and he'll basically be your shopping trolley
Yeah.
man.
and you can just, he'll carry it around. Nice. Thank you so much. Shukran. We're gonna share this, right?
Yeah, you can eat it.
Right, so, just quickly. This is
Just a bunch of bits of sheep.
inside
Yeah.
a sheep's head. Do
Oh yeah, baby.
you know exactly what it is?
No, I know that it contains the sheep's tongue.
Trotters? There ain't no way this British man just referred to sheep as, or feet as trotters. Riverboat Jack, welcome in. Thank you for the raid. Yeah, we were talking about riverboats earlier tonight. That's actually kind of wild. That's actually wild. Wait, can we go back to this though? Trotters? That's a word for feet? I hope so. I'm going to start using that. I'm going to use it next time any man on the internet puts their feet on the internet, like Lolo. This is the reply. Nice trotters. Nice trotters. W Lolo. I mean, true. Always. But what the fuck, trotters?
The sheep's tongue?
Yeah, maybe.
Mari, did you just do the did you just do that on the mobile app? I changed my emote prefix like 7 or 8 months ago. It has been so fucking long since I've changed that prefix, and the mobile app is still broken. It does it for me sometimes too. I don't trust it anymore. I don't even click emotes through the thing like that. I don't trust it.
Some of the brain, I don't know.
Maybe some of.
You know what I do is I do colon, like colon. Here, I'll show you. Like this. I have to type. I type it all out. I go colon, and then I'll do giga bread, and then you can push enter, and then you can post. Because I don't trust them. I don't trust it anymore.
Of the brain as well.
My grandma makes this.
It's really, really.
Buddhism is actually crazy about hells. That's wild.
Hot at the moment.
I mean, I think in Vietnam, in southern Vietnam near Saigon, a lot of it was Adida Buddhism. I think that's what it was in Vietnamese. I don't know if that just means Buddhism in Vietnamese. Adida Phat. But dude, we would listen, like, there's a Buddhist temple nearby. Oh my god, there's a Buddhist temple that we lived near in Vietnam, and we would hear this 24/7, and it was actually so calming. Adidas. That chest tattoo is quite problematic. Yeah, somebody should tell him. You hear that all the time.
The meaty parts of it are incredibly tender. So this is looks like sausage with rice. Is that rice? I hope it's rice. The cheek, the tongue, everything.
Oh, the tongue.
I'm getting on like an 8-hour train after this. It might not be the best idea to eat an entire sheep's head before the train, because I might shit myself.
I don't think he likes it. I think he's eating to be polite here.
It doesn't taste that bad, but I think for me it's the thought of that it comes from the sheep's head.
That's wild, Cara.
That gives it a strange taste. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's a little gamey.
I'm really bad at talking about food and being kind of some kind of food critic. crossing the road in Iraq is...
I love tongue. If I'm at a taco spot and they got lengua, give me 3 lengua. That's what I'm getting every time. I've made the mistake of being like, I'll just get 2 lengua and then 1 carnitas. Nope. I finished the 2 lengua and then I'm like, where's my 3rd lengua? Every time. Can you explain a gamey? Can you explain gamey? I feel like I get it, but I don't know. Like different types of meat, especially like the further away you get from like pig and cow, meaning like if you're eating like horse or sheep or goat, it's like it also like it will taste a little bit like more animal-y, like you know, when you like walk into a barn, the smell of like a barn or like yeah. Like the smell of like animal, like must almost. Yeah. I mean, seasoning helps a lot with that, and also like how it's prepared and stuff like that.
A little bit scary.
This is like the washroom.
Okay.
Ooh, blonde red. That's kind of really good idea.
Yes. Your hands and feet and face are all of us. So leave your shoes.
Yeah. So how do we wash before praying?
First, those have to be above your elbows.
These have to be above my elbows.
Yeah. Putting the water in
Your mouth?
Water in your mouth. You try to suck it up a little bit.
Suck up into my nose a bit?
Yeah, not to the point you get, you know.
Just a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Okay.
And then?
Then your ears.
My ears?
Yeah. Just, yeah. Now you wash your right hand to
Yeah.
the elbow.
Yeah. Great.
Now we are done.
Now we're good to go and pray.
I agree more. Like I really like goat and sheep. It's really beautiful.
Such a beautiful moment, you know, even though I'm not Muslim, it was so nice to sit there and watch the process and see how proud Ali is of, thank you Ali, how proud Ali is to show me his faith and his religion.
Shaking my head at you, Gaiba.
It was really, really beautiful moment. So now we're going to, I've got to go to the train station in like 20 minutes, but
yes.
I really want to I want to see the family that made this confident young man. Do you know what I mean? You don't get 16-year-olds like this dude.
He's cheesing, bro. I love it.
Existing buildings.
Yeah.
It looks like the British style.
Yeah, we were talking
arches,
about
with the arches and the
the arches, the famous arches.
It is rehabilitated later on.
Yeah.
But it is the first buildings established by the British.
There you go. So, good and bad. I do need to go, unfortunately. As I said, I could sit here and I could talk to you for hours. Your grandson is a wonderful young man, and he's helped me out so much today, and I can see exactly where he gets it from.
But I have to declare to you.
Go, please.
Really?
Yeah.
You like the British.
I know, Lou. I know. Sir, I understand. We're the same.
What has happened?
Bro, you can't be out here in mismatched socks anywhere near Asia. Okay? If you're in Asia, you got to get your sock game good. You're going to be taking your shoes off a lot.
I guess that one, I don't know why.
Yeah, I know. Don't, it's, there's no, you don't have to be explaining to me, my friend. I promise you.
People will tell you.
So much for your time.
Put those trotters in matching socks. True. True.
You are welcome.
Shukran. Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for allowing me into your beautiful home. Yeah.
Trotter moment, dude.
Your time. I really appreciate it. Thank you, guys. coming in and then saying, talking to you and then leaving. I would much rather stay longer.
Nah, we're a house off shoe. God damn it, we're a house off shoe. I just said no. We're a shoe off house. We take our shoes off in the house.
I was 16, I wish I was as confident as this young man. He is so clever and he's so smart and he's way smarter than I was when I was 16, man. Thank you guys. See you later. Thank you. Yalla. Right, let's finally get on this train that we need to get on to Baghdad. I
What up, X Kings?
checked everything.
Okay.
Yes.
You've been watching and you've been watching and not following. What the heck? People do that. People do that.
Yeah, all good, all good. You have very nice teeth.
Who else? Who else is out there? Follow, you coward. Come back another time, you cowards. Come on. Follow. Show yourself.
Your teeth are very nice.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I didn't mean to call you a coward. I was just making a joke. It was just a funny bit. I didn't mean that. I will never call you any names again.
I'm going to get on this overnight train to Baghdad.
Nobody's following.
It's going to suck.
I know. I fucked up.
I'll see you on the next one.
Honestly, W name calling. No. L name calling. In 2007, British forces officially handed over control of Basra to the Iraqi government. While the withdrawal marked the end of direct British combat operations, the city remained unstable. See, these videos are good, chat. It's estimated that 200,000 Iraqi civilians lost their lives due to conflict from 2003 to 2011.
We want peace. All. We want all people in Iraq. We want peace. We want peace.
And do you think you have peace now? A good chance at peace?
Yes. Yes.
You know how badly I wish I didn't have to do this in front of your kids right now?
Oh, baby.
I do not have an option.
We got Cop Watch. I got this video on my Twitter feed, and I said, "Ooh, I need to see the whole thing." Because this guy is rich. He's a CEO. He's a Christian, and he's white. He's literally everything that they exist to protect. And he still gets fucked over. Okay?
I'm an impairment task force member, so I've done a lot of these. When you're wrong with this, as you are, what happens? I haven't been yet, but so if I was wrong, his charges will be dropped. Yeah.
Sir, so
and do you know what? You're going to get in deep.
Sir, so let me tell you something.
Probably not, but that's okay.
Sir, I'm an elder at the church right down the street at Jupiter. I'm with my 3 children right now. I've never been arrested in my life. This is crazy, man.
Right.
I run a Christian private equity company, and you said your body camera's on the whole
It's been on the entire time. Yes, sir.
Hate injustice, and with this assistance in front of my kids, I will make it my life's mission for justice to be served.
It's insane. Cops are so useless.
Welcome back to the Donnie Rapture channel. In today's body cam video, we will be following along with Florida Fish and Wildlife Officer Stiltner, a so-called impairment task force officer.
I love it when YouTubers take a video that they had nothing to do with, and then they like plaster their logos all over it. Wait, hold on. Let me say that again. Yo, I love when... I'm just kidding.
A completely sober and drug-free man for boating under the influence. What Officer Stiltner didn't know at the time was just how connected, trusted, and beloved this man was by many high-ranking officials, such as Ron DeSantis and Jeb Bush. This video serves as
dude, the best. This guy's got friends in high places. Ron DeSantis and Jeb Bush. Jeb?
a great example as to why I personally believe the seated...
No, you spelled it wrong, sign. It's with an exclamation point.
Variety tests are a joke in how good people end up arrested, handcuffed in front of their own friends and family.
Easy mistake.
Training and abuse of power. Now I gotta say, there are plenty of great FWC officers. Officer Stiltner is not one of them.
Listen, this is not an ACAB channel. Everybody else is great, But this guy, he sucks.
August 21st, 2020.
Listen, there's a lot of good cops. We just have no videos. We just have no videos of them. No video evidence exists, but they're real. Trust me. Trust me.
While on water-based patrol, FWC officers Stiltner and Gilmore observed the vessel speeding in a slow wake zone. The video picks up as officers instruct the operator to come to a stop.
Hey, you're gonna have to trim your motors up and go slow. Watch out. Okay, just pull up in here where you get better water. Dude, he's not paying attention to where he's going. He almost ran into that shoal sign. He put the vessel in reverse when I told him to put it in neutral. He's all over the place.
Okay, driving a boat is not A, it's not hard, and B, it's not very precise. Like, just weird.
Maybe. Real quick while we got you there, do you have a life jacket for every person on board besides the little ones? Yes, I do. You mind showing that to me real quick?
No problem, officer.
Okay, and then do you have a Type 4 throwable?
What is that?
Like a square cushion or a throw ring. You guys go to the island today?
No, we just went straight to the little place across from that development right there.
That's the one. Cool. Yep.
And then what else do you need around it?
Yeah. He put it in reverse because obviously, you know, he could have just hit the brakes in a boat. Oh wait, no, that's not how you. That's how you stop. Oh, okay.
Fire extinguisher, sound producing device. You never seen a police on a boat before?
No.
What up, Scootish? Welcome in.
Okay.
But I could get one today.
And do you have a bell horn or a whistle on the boat? Turn into his stern.
What's a bell?
I'm sorry?
What's a bell horn?
A bell horn
Wait,
or a whistle?
Squiggles, it's your birthday?
Bell horn.
Bell.
It's Squiggles' birthday? Okay, chat. Bill's birthday, man. Squiggles the duck. 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 Oh! What the heck? I broke my computer. Oops. Okay, we're back. It minimized every window on my screen. Okay, we're back. Chat, can you please go joining me and following Squiggles? It would be really cool if on Squiggles' birthday, we got Squiggles to, what should we say, 350 followers? Go follow right now, 325. Let's see that number go up, baby. Let's see it go up. 328, okay, good start. I'm gonna check back in. I want to get 350 tonight, okay? Go follow, please.
Or a whistle.
Got it.
That'll do it. And how much have you had to drink today?
Zero.
Zero?
Zero.
Okay, because you're kind of, are you nervous around law enforcement or something? Or is it your first time on the boat?
No, I'm not typically on boats, to be honest with you.
No, okay. All right, I kind of want to check out your eyes, just make sure you're okay to operate, because you've kind of given me some weird things here. So do you mind me taking a look at your eyes?
What? What is he doing? What has he done that's been weird?
Real quick. All right, do me a favor, just throw on that life jacket right there, and I'll just have you come over here for me real quick.
You're going to find this hilarious later.
Yeah?
I don't drink or do anything.
Okay, no worries.
You want to do it? I can't reach.
No, I kind of need you to do it. This
Are you rolling?
car right here. Oh, yeah.
Can you roll?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. And your officer name?
Stiltner.
Badge number?
FWC P528. All right, just take a seat right here for me.
Okay, so let's recap really fast, because this is actually insane. The safety inspection is essentially a preliminary field sobriety test. And covertly, officers are...
I love this like bootlicker YouTube account who's like, listen, this family white man who's friends with Ron DeSantis? Now, my allegiance is to the police can only go so far. You know.
We're looking for signs of impairment, which are normally things like bloodshot eyes, stumbling, slurring words, and empty cans, and the smell of intoxicants. But none of those were factors for this officer. No, this officer used the following to start his BUI investigation.
Where is this taking place? I would assume in Florida. Actually, I don't know. Yeah, Palm Beach.
According to the report, the man pulled out 10 to 12 life jackets when instructed to only show life jackets for the adults. The officer observed fidgety fingers when opening the life jacket bag. When asked to show the officer the gauge of the fire extinguisher, the man foolishly handed it to him the wrong way, with the gauge not facing the officer. The officer
What?
wrote up in a paragraph on how the man thought he said bell horn, when it's completely understandable because the officer said it like this.
Do you have a bell horn or a whistle on the boat?
And lastly, the officer claimed that the man had difficulty putting the life jacket on, stating that he put it on upside down first and requested assistance to strap it from behind. These are the lamest clues of impairment.
Dude, what? Oh my god, bro. Just don't even, you know what? Don't even interact. This is why you don't talk to cops. You don't need to be nice to cops. Like, if they want to arrest you, just don't talk to them. If they want to fuck with you, they're going to fuck with you. This is the moral of the story. There's nothing you can say that will ever improve your, like, standing with them. Just don't talk to them. You don't have to talk to them. You really don't. Like, it's literally the law. You don't have to talk to them. You know, just give them the paperwork, show them the life jackets or whatever. Just like fuck off, you know.
I've ever encountered in a BOI.
I don't think that would have stopped this interaction. It seems like this guy is bored and just like out to ruin somebody's life.
Investigation, and we're
but you know,
started.
Just keep your head still and just look at my top of my finger here with your eyes and your eyes only, okay?
Unfortunately, officers don't record the nystagmus test, but in his report, the officer claimed that he had lack of smooth pursuit in the left and right eye, distinct sustained nystagmus at max deviation, and onset nystagmus prior to a 45-degree angle. But we have absolutely no way of verifying the officer's claims. And until officers start putting cameras in their little pens, I'll never accept them as evidence.
Yeah, why does the camera go down during that?
Why do you have to be doing that? He's doing his job. This is why we're safe.
Leopard eating his face. The leopard is eating his face. He's like, this is why we're safe.
So how much longer is this test?
A few more minutes.
A few more minutes?
Yep, just give me some time, brother.
I'm with all my kids right now.
I understand.
Dude.
That's why we're doing what we're doing, brother.
You don't smell alcohol in my breath. There's not 1 ounce of alcohol on the boat.
Alcohol is not the only thing that causes nystagmus.
What else does?
Drugs. All right. Nope, sit back down. Sit back down. I got a few more tasks here for you, if you're willing to cooperate with that.
I'm not willing to cooperate anymore.
Okay.
Good. Finally.
What more tasks would you ask of me?
There are standardized field sobriety tasks that are going to help me determine your level of impairment.
My level of impairment?
Correct.
And for what reason did you see that I would be impaired at all? One reason.
Yeah, so stumbling with your fingers, trying to get those zippers open.
Oh my god.
On your bag. When I told you to show me the gauge for the fire extinguisher, you weren't able to turn it to me without knowing. I had to ask you again to turn it towards me. I asked you multiple times for a bell, horn, or whistle. I said bell, horn, or whistle. And then you said, what's a bell horn? And I said, a bell, horn, or whistle. And you again said, what's a bell horn? And I said, bell, comma, horn, or whistle. Again, a few things that are a little bit off, plus you're having nystagmus with your eyes. So I just want to make sure that you're okay to drive. Okay?
Great.
Like, what is it? I don't understand this at all. He thinks he took drugs, like what, like LSD? Like prescription medication? How would you prove this in a court of law?
All right, so what I'm going to have you do here for me, just sit at the front edge of your seat, kind of like you're doing, feet shoulder width apart so you're comfortable and stable. Are you stable where you're sitting right now?
I think I am. I'm on a boat on the water.
Okay, that's fine, as long as you're not falling back or anything weird like that, okay?
We are about to watch seated field sobriety tasks, which are a test of one's cognitive abilities, not balance. And they're a trap. Never, ever, ever take them. And I want to let you guys in on a little secret. Not only is this man 100% sober and drug-free, he's incredibly successful and smart. Like, there's an article about him in Forbes magazine. I Googled him.
Oh, Google him, dude. There's an article in Forbes magazine. He fucking knows Jeb Bush. All right? This guy knows Jeb Bush.
This guy's the real deal. So let's see how a smart, sober, and drug-free man does on this little test. Oh, and throughout the test, I'll be throwing up all the clues of impairment Officer Stiltner claimed to have observed during the test.
You're gonna make a fist with both hands. Extend your index finger, palms forward like that.
Yeah, isn't the Forbes 20, 30 under 30 list like a death? Isn't that a very good indicator of somebody like ruining their lives? It's like a curse, right?
Remain in this position while I explain the task. Do you understand that?
Yes.
When I say begin, you're gonna tilt your head back to a 45-degree angle, okay? You're gonna close your eyes. I'm not, okay? When I tell you to, you're gonna touch the tip of your nose with the tip of your finger and return it immediately back down to its side.
I'm not paying attention. Hold on. So you want me to go like this? You're going to go back 45 degrees. I'm going to close my eye. No, I'm going to keep my eyes open or close my eyes.
Okay. You're going to close your eyes.
Okay.
Okay. So,
Okay.
all right.
I'm going to close my eyes.
No, not yet. Listen to the directions, okay? When I say begin, you're going to tilt your head back to a 45-degree angle and close your eyes, okay? It's going to look like this. All right, that's a 45-degree angle, and then you're going to close your eyes, okay? When I tell you to, you're going to touch the tip of your nose with the tip of your index finger and immediately return it back down to your side, okay? So look, tip of your nose, okay? Tip of your index finger. Nope. Stay in that position. You're going to touch the tip of your
Don't do it. Don't do it yet.
nose with the tip of your finger and immediately return it back down to your side, okay? When I say the tip of your nose, I mean the very tip, dime-sized portion on the very tip of your nose, okay?
What the fuck is this, man? This is so stupid.
I'm not going to touch the side. Yeah,
not the bridge, not the side, not underneath, okay? Look at me. When I say
Yeah, not death. I just meant like career death.
dime-sized portion underneath the fingernail, okay?
Oh my god.
Sides, not the pad of your finger.
Yeah, you want the tippy top of the finger on the tippy
Tip
top
of the finger to the tip of the nose and return it back down. Do you understand?
I do.
Okay. Go ahead and begin for me.
This is so stupid.
Tilt your head back to a 45-degree angle and close your eyes. All right, left. Right.
Bro, this is literally failing this ridiculous test is a crime. He's going to charge him with a crime. He's going to take him to jail because he wasn't able to do this stupid fucking test.
I guess I keep my eyes open here, so I close my eyes, right?
Keep your eyes closed. Yep. Left. Remember to maintain that 45 degree.
Try it right now. Okay. I missed the tip of my nose. Wait, that is so hard to do. Wait, try it. Hold on, try it. Actually, try it. It's very, because when you can't see your finger, you have no relation to where your hand is around your face. Yeah, no, now try it on a boat. Yeah, try it on a boat, right? Okay, that one was good. Okay, that one. Okay, I'm better. I'm better, but first one, yeah, it's literally designed. The first one, it's literally designed to make you fucking fail. It's actually, I'm sober as any right now. I'm super sober.
That's good.
I literally am.
Yep. Right.
In front of a dick cop too, yeah. Yeah, bro, I know exactly the feeling. I know exactly the feeling that he's going through.
Right. And left. All right, so next I'm going to have you do is palm pat, okay? You're going to place your hands palm to palm.
Is this the last one, officer?
Say again?
Is this the last one?
I got two more. This one and the next one.
And then what happens after this if I'm golden and cleared?
Say again?
After I do this, if I'm golden and cleared, do I get to go home?
Yeah, if you're good to go, then you get to go. Okay?
Nah, dude. If you want to arrest me, just arrest me, man. I don't give a fuck. I'm not doing this shit. Like, yeah, just no. I ain't doing this. No.
What happens if people deny this?
Say again?
What happens if people
Yeah, like go find your evidence of your suspicions of my like bullshit. Do your job. I'm not doing this.
I have to advise them of their Taylor warning, which says I have to make my
Yeah, I have anxiety. Just shoot me in the head. What the fuck?
SPSTs can be held against you in court. Place your hands palm to palm. Nope, stay in that good stable position for me. There you go. I'm gonna have you place your hands palm to palm with one hand up and one hand down. It's gonna look like that. Okay? Remain in this position while I explain the task. Do you understand?
I understand.
When I tell you to begin, you're gonna turn the top hand over and count out loud 1, then turn the hand back over and count out loud 2, counting only when the hands make contact. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Wait, you're not doing it right. You just described that you're supposed to flip them, right? Like that's what he wants, right? That's what he does. That's what I heard. Yeah, I'm fucking failing this. Okay, like this. Yeah.
Speed up as you go and do not stop until told.
1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. How long you want me? 1,
Keep going. Speed up.
2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Chopped pats. The fuck does that mean?
2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. I need some water. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1,
Okay,
2.
you can stop. Officer Stiltner, Florida Fish and Wildlife. Correct, yes ma'am, state police. Officer, I'm gonna have you do for me is you're gonna go ahead and make a fist with both hands. Place your left fist at the center of your chest and your right fist against your left fist. Okay, it's gonna look like this. Remain in this position while I explain the task. Do you understand?
Yeah.
This is such horseshit.
4 tasks, okay? The first task is to count out loud from 1 to 4 while you move your fist in a step-like fashion, making contact at your fist between each step. It's gonna look like this, okay? 1, 2, 3, 4, okay? Put your left fist against your chest. Yep, stay right there, don't move. Keep your feet where. Second task is to memorize the position of your fist after you've counted to 4. Clap your hands 3 times and return your fist to the memorized position, okay? So you'll be here
Oh my god.
3 times, back to the memorized position, okay? Okay, count out loud, reverse order.
This is so stupid.
Returning your left fist to your chest. Finish, palms down in your lap.
All right, let's do it.
Okay?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
So I'm gonna have you to stand up for me. Okay.
That was the last one, no?
Yeah, put that one down. Turn around for me. Put your hands behind your back. You're under arrest.
Dude, I've not had a single thing.
Well, you're outside. Okay.
So that, my friends, is an example of a sober man failing the seated field sobriety test, administered by an officer claiming...
Bro, why is this guy's his voiceover is so poorly mixed?
...hundreds of times, and is an impairment task force officer who...
Officer's such a fucking waste of space and money, man.
...about to be arrested...
This is so silly.
It's about to happen in front of his pregnant wife and children. Oh, and his friend whose wife is also pregnant and their little children, who were all just building sandcastles minutes before this all happened.
Dude.
We literally haven't had a single step.
Dude, you could...
You're not moving.
Are you proud of yourself, bro?
Not a single step.
Are you proud of yourself? Like, is this, you think this is cool and normal?
Google me. I don't touch anything.
Okay, listen, brother. You're showing extreme signs of
I'm
impairment,
nervous.
okay?
You're nervous. I'm nervous as heck. I have all my kids.
Okay, that has nothing to do with your eyes, okay?
My eyes breathalyze me. Do anything.
My eyes?
Check
We will.
everything in there.
All right, listen. You are going to get an opportunity to provide a breath sample, okay?
Great. I will gladly do it.
You won't be able to do that until you get to the jail, okay?
Yep, and what are all my options right now?
So when we get to the jail, we'll discuss the rest of those options, okay? Right now, you have no options. Your options are you're going to go to the jail.
Okay, for
voting under the influence while normal faculties are impaired.
Oh my god.
faculties did I just pass or fail?
All of the things that I just did. So all of those tasks, your nystagmus in your eyes, the pre-indicators that I saw in your vessel that we already discussed.
Didn't I just pass all those tests?
None. Excuse me?
When you're wrong with this, as you are, what happens?
I haven't been yet,
Do you get in trouble?
but so if I
haven't been yet. Yeah, that's definitely true. Yeah, I'm sure, bro.
was wrong,
This test seems very conclusive. I'm sure it works every time. Actually, I'm perfect, and I never do anything wrong, ever. So,
Sir, so
Yeah,
let me,
and you know what? You're gonna get in deep as shit.
sir, so let me tell you something.
probably not, but that's okay.
Sir, so, okay, if you Google me, I'm on Governor Ron DeSantis' council.
Okay.
Okay, if you reach out to the chief in Jupiter and you tell him that you're with me, we were with him last night. He's Dan and Shay that's doing the concert tomorrow night. You could search me, you could search the house, you could search everything. I'm an elder at the church right down the street at Jupiter, at Family Church where his bus is parked right now. I'm with my 3 children right now.
Brother, listen to me. You know how badly I wish I
What a waste.
kids right now?
But
I do not have an option, brother.
I got it. I have to. I have to kidnap you, dude. I have no option here. What a psycho. What a weirdo, man. Like,
Know anything about me? First of all, I am doing my job. You guys are blowing through a manatee zone, okay, which is a slow speed zone with your kids on the boat. If you'd have hit that sandbar at full speed, you could have launched all 3 of your kids out of the front of the boat.
if you would have wrecked the boat at full speed, everyone would have died. Yeah, well, I mean, if you were my mom's brother, you'd be my uncle, but you're not. So like none of that happened. Like, you know, I know you want to live in this like reality, but none of this matters. Like, what are you doing? You're about to arrest me.
Boat, okay, which is why we do what we do. Yeah, so it wasn't like you weren't doing anything at all.
You're
Correct.
saying I'm under the influence.
Based off of the interaction with you that I'm having right now, your normal faculties are impaired.
You're with the guy that's with his 3 kids and his friends are in town for one night, and the day that they're here, I'm trying to show them out, I'm trying to take them a good time. He's not drinking, I'm not drinking, none of us are under the influence, and I mean, it's ridiculous, man. I live 10 houses away from here.
It's not a discussion.
So you said you have not been wrong yet, right?
Excuse me?
You said you have not been wrong yet.
Not yet, luckily.
No, congratulations.
That's awesome. That reveals so much. He's like, no, I'm never wrong. I'm never wrong. People who say that really, really smart. Usually very, very intelligent and good people.
I hope so, brother.
Dude, you are. Like there's
I
nothing,
hope so, but
like,
listen.
What do you, like, look at me. Do you think that I'm someone that's going to be on what? On what sort of thing do you think I'm
He's trying to pull the white card here. Now, this is a tactical white card. You think I'm someone who would do this? Do I look like the kind of person, you know?
I don't know you. Don't call me brother because you're not my brother. If you're my brother, you would understand I am for you. I am with you. I'm for everybody. Like, this is...
Dude, just let me suck your dick right now. I'll prove it. Let me suck your dick right now. It will be a good example for my children. I need to show them how much I love the cops. Like,
I've never been arrested in my life. This is crazy, man.
no, don't look away, kids. Don't look away. This is how you treat the police.
Wow, this is crazy. I'm in my church. Like, I'm the furthest thing from this, and you're arresting me for no reason.
I hope that that's the case. I know what else to tell you, but your faculties are telling me otherwise, and I have to do my job.
You're not. And you said your body cameras were on the whole time.
It's been on the entire time. Yes, sir. Here's the deal, okay? Nothing that we went over is pass or fail. You either do well or you don't. You either show the amount of indicators that those...
What? Nothing that we just did is pass or fail. It's you either do well or you don't. What? That's oh God.
In San Francisco University has determined it determines
we
impairment.
can start there.
Okay.
We can start there.
You're more than welcome to petition the United States government because these are now.
Dude, there's no way that this holds up in court. I'm sorry, but there's zero chance this holds up in any court in America.
California is correct.
Yeah, these are national standardized field sobriety tasks. Okay, everything that I did here, none of this is made up off the top of my head. Okay,
you know I'm not impaired at all.
But
you know it.
But I wouldn't have. Well, I'm sorry. I'll stop calling you brother. I wouldn't have even.
Yeah, the city of San Francisco voted, and here we are in Florida, and you're fucking guilty, brother.
On my boat, if I didn't think something weird was going on.
I was nervous, man. I'm super nervous.
That's why I asked. Yeah, that's why I asked.
Yeah, and my pride didn't want to admit it. What's the easiest way to just have my attorney show up? Is that typically what's the easiest, brother?
There is none of that. You're gonna have an 8-hour hold, like I said.
Oh, give me some water.
At this time, he's not going to be able to do that. He'll get water at the jail.
And we're not allowing him to drink water.
Actually, is this the same water that he just opened? Okay. No, where's the water that he just opened? Give me a brand new water. It needs to crack. There you go, bro.
I hate injustice, and what this just did in front of my kids. me not touching ever a drug, obviously 0 alcohol, that means I'm 100% picture perfect. It's me being arrested in front of my 3 kids.
Listen, I've already.
Yeah,
No. There's nothing that will protect you. If this doesn't show you, chat, there's nothing that will protect you. Like the police in America fuck over everybody.
I will make it my life's mission for justice to be served. Like 100%.
Okay.
I just know that.
You know, that's what I've dedicated my life to that.
But no, but you're doing injustice.
I've dedicated my life to ruining, just taking fathers off of their boats in front of their children and kidnapping them, man. It's awesome. I love this job.
I hope that that's true. If that's true, then I made a mistake, and then those charges will be dropped. But right now, I have to go based off of my experience and training.
It's also like what I don't understand what evidence they are going to get. Like how does this amount to evidence for an arrest? It makes no sense. How does anybody think that what's he arrested for? Boating under the influence. There's no alcohol anywhere. He has no evidence at all. Just this silly little dance he made him do.
Otherwise, do you understand that?
No, I don't agree at all. Because
you don't have to agree. Do you understand what I'm saying?
You were looking for a reason to show your power.
Yep.
On your boat and in front of others.
Yep.
This is the last thing that I want to do.
No, that's exactly it, dude. You nailed it.
This is the last thing I want to do.
You can promise.
It's very obvious to everybody watching this video. It's very obvious to everybody involved here. It doesn't matter what you think. Like, we all know exactly what's going on. Everybody knows exactly what's going on.
Tell them the boat's right next to you.
The boat's right next to me, and you're on speakerphone. But Mike is handcuffed.
The wife called the lawyer.
Hey, Coach, you there? Hey, Coach, I'm literally in handcuffs, like Jesus being persecuted.
Oh, no. Oh, God. Oh, wow. It really comes out, huh? His Jesus complex just popped out. I'm Jesus? Wait, why did you say that? What?
Nothing wrong. They're saying that I'm under the influence.
No, I'm Jesus.
I don't do drugs. I did not touch an ounce of alcohol. We took our kids to let them build sandcastles.
I'm Jesus, but less gay. True.
I spoke to John Maxwell.
I would never touch anybody's fucking trotters, bro. Jesus was out there cleaning trotters. You never find me doing that gay shit.
The boat for a little bit, and now we just went home, and I'm in handcuffs. Are you with the officers right now? Right in front of me. And I keep asking, how in the world am I being arrested for being under the influence? Like, give me a breathalyzer, search my boat, search everything. And they said that I was fidgety, that my eyes, that it's not that I didn't pass or fail the test, it's at their discretion, blah, blah, blah. What's the officer's name?
Stiltner.
Stiltner?
Ask him I should call Governor Jeb Bush or Ron
Should he call Governor Bush
for me?
Call the governor, brother.
Here, I guess they're going to have somebody come out and get them. Okay. I don't have any more time to waste doing this. So if your friend's going to come get them.
It seems like you have a lot of time to waste. What do you mean, dude? You're wasting everyone's time. This is your job, is to waste people's time.
Come pull your boat, give them a ride home, and then you can pay to get it out of the Ceto impound lot.
Just as far as when they get to jail.
Wait, why can't they just drive it? Wait, what the fuck? Why do they have to get their car towed? Or their boat towed?
Yep, absolutely.
We can't do that field. You don't have that.
No, yeah, absolutely not. Not admissible by the state of Florida. Defense attorneys have gotten way too good with that and said that that's not good enough. So we have to take everybody to the jail now. So yeah.
Dude, that's so funny. They said field breathalyzer tests are not good enough because the defense attorney will fight against it. But this fucking dumbass little test This dance, clap your hands and count shit. That's admissible. What a joke. Oh my god, dude. Florida, cut it off. Cut Florida off, send it into the ocean. You and Cuba work it out, okay? Work it out over there.
Yeah, that's due to defense attorneys being good at their job. I'm an impairment task force member, so I've done a lot of these. I've done a lot of extensive training with them.
Impairment task force?
This is kind of my specialty with the agency. So again, I have to go with my best judgment. For right now, this is that.
I'll be fine. Thank you so much, though.
No. Sit down.
If you could take them, that'd be great.
Do not pull away from me like that, brother. Don't do that again. You understand me?
Yeah. Lean into me. Lean into me.
Oh, thank you.
How do you give my wife a courtesy?
I can give her a phone call on my state cell. Yes, sir. Hey.
Bro, I hope this guy was on Xanax or something.
Let me go do my job.
Low key. He deserves it. I hope he's on a Quaalude. He popped like an 80s Quaalude on his way out. You know what I mean?
Hankinson has called him 3 times, which we will later find out is due to his major contacting him regarding this arrest of a high-profile man. Officer Stiltner stays on the phone with this lieutenant for 5 minutes, and it's times like these I really hate the mute button.
So what is it you do for work?
And everything. Gosh.
Like private equity, you said? Something like that?
Yeah, like I mean, private equity company.
Private equity. Oh! He's what? He's on the board of Blue Cross Blue Shield? Oh my god. Oh my god. I wish I would have known at the beginning. What's Blue Cross Blue Shield? It's like one of the largest health insurance companies in the world. Wow. So when Luigi does it, everybody gets all mad. But when this cop does it, nobody beats an eye. Oh, wow.
To church, so it's
I started a church, yeah. Dude, imagine that, bro. Bro thinks he's getting into heaven. Bro thinks he really thinks he's getting into heaven. That's awesome. Dude, he thinks he is Jesus. So cool. Hey, do you know there's like one thing that Jesus said about like camels and like needles and like the eye of a needle? You remember that? What do you think about that? What do you think Jesus thinks of your private equity company and your position on the board of Blue Cross Blue Shield as you deny people life-saving surgeries? What do you think about that? I think Jesus might be kind of pissed.
hilarious because
Because it is true. Like when the lepers approached Jesus, he said, "Sir, this miracle has not been pre-approved. This miracle, you're gonna need to get a third opinion on that. I don't think this miracle is medically necessary."
you could have paid me $1 billion to do drugs.
And that's the thing. We just have to go based off what we see, and then that's what like you'll be able to provide.
Yeah, dude, he just keeps explaining to him. I just get to make it up. Over and over again, he just is like, I just get to make it up. You don't get it. It's up to me. I just get to do whatever I want. Yo, what up, Landon? Welcome in. Thank you for the raid.
Help you stand up, okay? Then I'm gonna come up here and we're gonna make sure you get up here without falling, all right?
All right. I called you about being with me.
Oh yeah. You got some friends in high places, buddy. The major was calling my lieutenant to see what was going on. That could... Well,
Do you feel like you're fucked now? Do you realize how fucked you are now?
they trust our training,
No.
Wanted to be briefed on
I don't think so.
on the situation, basically. Yeah, so, I mean, there's a lot of impairment factors that go into play when we do what we do. So all those field sobriety tasks that I went through, You know, I've done that 100 times, 100 plus times, and those are fairly accurate. It doesn't have to do with any one particular thing. It's impairment beyond normal faculties, right? That's how it's written in the state statute. Well, normal faculties could be sleep deprivation.
Yeah, like normal for who? Like that is such a bad way. That is a terrible way to write a law. Normal for who? Your normal is gonna be different than my normal. It's gonna be different than a child's normal. It's gonna be different than an old person's normal. What does that mean? What does normal mean at all? I mean, it's meaningless. It means absolutely nothing.
Or something along those lines, right? It's totally objective, so to speak, right? It has to do with,
Yeah.
you know, all of the different indicators that we look at. You know, is that person impaired? And that's typically what we're looking for, and that's what we're trying to make our decision based off of. I hope you're not, but I think you are.
But he wasn't. The body cam video ends here, but I'm gonna read you guys the report. The man gladly provided breath samples, which were all zeros. Officer Stiltner went as far as requesting his urine, which also came back clean. And check this out. The man also consented to be evaluated by a DRE, drug recognition expert, which only solidified the man's lack of impairment and this officer's big mistake. And the charges were likely dropped, because I can't find any court records anywhere regarding this incident. The sad truth is, this happens to other people that aren't as well connected as this man.
It's also really funny because all of his well-connected friends probably went to him and were like, "Hey, buddy, I'm so sorry that happened. You're not gonna sue, right?" No. I bet everybody avoided any accountability in this. I bet nothing happened. And this guy is a coward. He doesn't, come on, he's a fucking pencil pusher. He's on the board of Blue Cross Blue Shield. This guy has never questioned an authority figure in his entire life. And that's why he's on the board of Blue Cross Blue Shield. This guy has sucked every dick that has ever stood above him his entire life.
Troubling to me is when Officer Stiltner asked if he would be in big trouble for making this mistake, he basically laughed it off, and it makes me sick. Although Officer Stiltner may not be held accountable by his department, I can only hope that his fellow officers and general public see this video. If you guys like today's video, be sure to hit that like button. If you aren't subscribed,
Be sure to hit that like button. Okay, we're gonna do one more cop watch video. This one from Lackluster. Chief fired, rookie reprimanded. Updates of failing from the top down.
Real quick, man. You heard it. I'm not required, sir, to help you in your investigation.
So I'm looking at possibly charging you with gross negligent operation and possibly attempted murder for almost running me over and killing me today because you.
Look at who he's talking to. Yeah, Grandma, you really scared the bejesus out of me. I thought you were gonna kill me, Grandma.
Can't pay attention.
Yeah, I know you held me on my birthday, but you know what? That law's the law.
Have fired the chief of police.
You sound very hateful. You really do.
2 ongoing lawsuits.
Obviously, police license. There's no registration. All right, I'll pay your cop. Oh, anyways, how we doing?
Gender and what are your pronouns?
I have a penis.
Welcome back to the Lackluster
What the
channel.
fuck?
Today we'll check out some highlights and updates to some of the biggest stories of December. First up is Hazard, Kentucky, where Appalachian
based I'm a penis.
News First filmed his attempt to file a records request.
I've seen this one.
Request, and I wasn't here early
This one's crazy.
enough.
I
Like a personnel file of each officer, or just like
of the officers?
yeah.
You need...
I mean, not their actual like complaints and stuff like that. Just their hire date, their name, salary.
Well, they can't release the salary.
Oh yeah, they will. That's absolutely public records.
You can ask him, not unless you work here. They can't.
Well, just take my request.
I mean, this is funny because it's like he 100% is entitled to this information, but this is not how you go up. This is not how you get the information. Like you have to like file a Freedom of Information Act like claim with like probably the city attorney, and then the city attorney will facilitate this and get the info and provide it to you. You just don't walk up to a police department. They're not going to give you this info. Like, no.
And send it to your clerk and they'll deny it.
I am the clerk, honey. I'm trying to figure it out, but you can lose that attitude. You don't have to be rude and towards me.
I ain't got that too.
You sound very hateful. You really do. I can't give
hateful
you information on the officers. Now, I could give you a list with their name on it and their badge number.
Yeah.
But, like, I can't give you, like, their pay and stuff like that.
Are you filming us right now?
Huh? Are you filming us right now?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Yeah, you can't do that.
that's illegal in the police station.
I don't think it is.
He's the chief of police, sir.
This is a secure government building. You can't film it here. Please turn it off. I ain't gonna turn it off. Then beat it. Huh? Beat it. Beat it? Beat it. You can't film in here. I told you it's illegal. You can't. What's the law?
Do you want me to
Wait
get
just a minute, I'll show you. Turn your camera off or leave. What law was it? I told you this is a secure government building. You cannot film here. I disagree. I don't care. What if I don't leave? If you don't leave, I'll make you leave. Now, are you going to leave or not? Why are you doing this? Because the media should have a right to that information. So you should have a right to come in here and argue with the police chief about whether or not you can film here.
Damn straight.
I'm telling you, attorney.
No, damn straight. He should have a right to come in and argue with the police chief. Damn straight he should. Yep. That's exactly what we're saying.
Camera off, please. Give you one more chance. Are you going to turn your camera off, please? Don't touch my camera.
The chief grabs ANF's cell phone, and while attempting to turn it off, it appears that he presses the stop button too many times, accidentally restarting the recording.
Classic.
Just arrest me. I am. Damn, I'm waiting on somebody to come down here and arrest me. Don't put my hands on. No,
dude, do you know how many times I'm like standing behind somebody filming something and I have to be like, hey, you're not recording. Do you know how many times I like they'll just have the camera app open and I'll be like, hey, push record. And they're like, oh.
You don't come in here and tell me what to do.
I swear to God, I've done it like probably over a dozen times. Because I'm like, I can obviously tell you want to be recording this. I feel bad. I'm a videographer. Like, I don't know. There's been moments where I've like didn't hit the record button, probably. Like, you know, that sucks.
This is my police station. You work for the people, though. I work for the city of Hazard. I don't work for you. You don't come in here and tell me what to do. You don't come in.
No, you do, bitch. You do work for me. Who do you think the city is? Who do you think the city is, man?
Tell me what I have to do and say. You understand that?
Just days after covering that story, this news was released.
Hazard City Commissioners have fired the chief of police following allegations of misconduct. Darren Williams faces 2 ongoing lawsuits, one from a man claiming wrongful arrest while filing an open records request.
Dude, what? This guy must have been this is not the full story. This never happens.
And another from his former deputy chief, who says she was retaliated against after reporting him for excessive force.
With immediate access to so much information online, having objective, factual news becomes incredibly important.
Skip.
And now, back to the video. Joe had just purchased a pre-owned car, but he received
Straight Arrow News. Straight Arrow News sponsorship too.
Registration.
Yikes.
In Texas, there's a 5-day grace period to register a vehicle under those conditions. But on the very day he purchased the vehicle, Officer Thompson of the Florence Police
Oh yeah, we watched this one last time.
Department pulled Joe over for the expired tags.
Yeah, we watched this one. This one was crazy. We're gonna skip it though.
Let you know. If we now go back to earlier in the month, I covered Jared and his unlawful detainment with 2 rookies in Tulare County.
I hear you, sir.
Can you roll down the window so my partner at least can talk to you? Have you had anything to drink tonight, sir? Have you had anything to drink tonight? Sir, we're gonna need you to step out of the vehicle, okay? We're gonna need you to step out of the vehicle, okay? Go ahead and open the door for my partner here.
You don't got anything on you, bro? Nothing on you? Anything to drink tonight? What's going on?
I have had nothing to drink.
Okay.
I'd like your names and badge numbers, please.
Absolutely.
I've told you.
We'll provide those.
You're stopping me?
Well,
Are you detaining me? Yes or no?
This is a 10.
Are you detaining me? Yes or no?
At this point, yes. We're a little concerned.
For what violation of law?
It's 11. What? It's 11:15 at night.
True. It's 11:15 at night, and that means we get to kidnap one person. Yo, we don't make the laws, bro. We just follow them. I wish I didn't have to do this. You know, it's just the time of night, bro. We just gotta get you.
You're parked here. You're just sitting here. I don't know. I'm kind of worried that there might be a crime here.
What crime?
I'm kind of worried there might be a crime. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe it could be. Maybe
worried that maybe this car could be stolen. Maybe that you have something in the car that
you're okay.
Based on the way you're acting.
Can I put my hands down?
Absolutely. No, I have no problem with that. Yeah. Thank you. We just want to check out with you, man. Make sure you're good. Are you safe? Or is everything been good tonight?
I was until two armed men, teenage lookalikes. Look, you can't even see his face. Look how young he looks. I was doing fine until two men with guns knocked on my door. And now they're fucking asking me questions and threatening to kidnap me. It's very scary.
I both know that there is no violation of law here, and you have no grounds to detain me. Zero grounds to detain me.
He's right.
You have stories about a vehicle being stolen.
So
he's cooking.
It's 11 o'clock at night, and you're just parked here. You know, this whole area is ridden with crime. I don't know who you are. Your windows are tinted. The back end.
Maybe you should go deal with that. If this whole area. If this whole area is ridden with crime, then what are you doing here? Is this the police chief? No, he's skipping around to different stories. So this is a different interaction.
If this vehicle has been rear-ended, and you're not opening the door, like that's just super weird.
Sir,
don't you think?
You know very well I have not been drinking. You know very well I've had.
At this point, I don't know anything. I don't even know your name.
I'm not going to say anything further to you. Yeah. I want an attorney. I want to plead the Fifth Amendment. Where are you going to go from here?
I don't know. Do you have a license to drive the car at least?
I said I am pleading the Fifth Amendment.
Are you sure?
Do you know what the Fifth Amendment is?
I understand that. I'm just asking you questions if you're willing to respond.
Do you know what the Sixth Amendment indication of the right to counsel is?
I am very, very aware of it.
And do you think it's appropriate for you to continue to ask me questions
when it comes to
given that I have pled my Sixth Amendment right to an attorney and my Fifth Amendment right to remain silent? Do you think it's
He's cooking him, dude.
appropriate to keep asking me questions?
It smells like bacon, bro. Yummy, like Sunday morning.
I mean, absolutely.
It is not appropriate, sir.
It's absolutely
and if you didn't learn that in the police academy, then I don't really know what to tell you.
It's absolutely appropriate. I don't know. Have you ever attended a police academy? It requires us to memorize those amendments, sir.
Oh my God. No fucking way. Dude. Oh no. Oh, chat. He could hear me this entire time. Oh, chat. I didn't realize he was listening. I didn't know that he could hear me. He's listening right now. Oh no.
Very aware of it.
I can't believe this is the way this guy looks. And then this is the other one. I'm dying. I'm dying, bro. This fucking dignified old man just sitting in his car at 11 p.m. gets pulled over by these two fucking knuckleheads. Oh, man. Oh, my God.
Okay, and I'm not trying to hassle you. I'm not trying to give you a hard time. I'm just concerned about
what you're trying to do.
I'm just trying to contact you and see what's going on.
In this area, it's not a good area. We just want to make sure you're okay. You're not missing out of Madeira or something, possibly.
What?
We don't know. So if you can give us your identification, we can make sure that you're okay. We'll be on our way.
Yeah, we'll just leave. Yeah, as far as I'm concerned. Do you have a license to drive?
What are your grounds for the
You don't want to help us figure this out real quick, man?
You heard it. I'm not required, sir, to help you in your investigation.
Yeah, exactly.
I've already told you, the Fifth Amendment, the Sixth Amendment, I'm not required to assist you in your investigation. You are unlawfully detaining me, and the longer this continues, the worse it gets. The worse the detention gets for the absence of a violation of law.
Okay, sir. Like you had mentioned, though, you're going to be on your way. We're good with that. If you want to go ahead and leave, you can leave right now.
What about the sergeant?
He's still en route, but if you want to leave, you can leave right now.
And why have I been detained for 10 minutes? What violation of law have I committed?
You might not be violating any laws, but we're here to investigate, make sure that you're okay.
No violation of law, in other words. You cannot detain people without a violation of law. You cannot do that.
Okay, well,
it violates the Fourth Amendment. It's like talking to a brick wall. It's not my job to educate you.
Quite honestly, I kind of feel the same way.
I'm finished.
I feel the same way.
Go ahead and be on your way.
You need, both of you, you need to learn the law. You cannot do this to people. I'd like to leave.
Okay, you're free to leave. Like I said, we just want to investigate and make sure there's no crime occurring.
Jared filed a complaint against the deputies, and the department claims to have reprimanded them.
Twin cops quit. Good cops quit. You know what I mean? ACAB and good cops, they quit. These are two good cops. Let's go.
After 20 years as a deputy, Ray Allen was finally sworn in as sheriff, taking control just a few weeks after his wife vacated the seat. She left office in 2011 by way of a gunshot wound to the head. Initial reports say the sheriff's department was
I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what?
Taking control just a few weeks after his wife vacated the seat. She left office in 2011 by way of a gunshot wound to the head.
Is there like some Game of Thrones style fight over the sheriff's seat in this city? What is happening? She left the seat by way of a gunshot to the head.
Initial reports say the sheriff's department was first on scene and told the Vermont State Police that Connie had possibly ended her own life. Ray and
the sheriff's department was the first on scene. This is getting juicy. Ooh.
Connie Allen's oldest sons were twins, and both Blake and Brandon Allen followed in their parents' footsteps, becoming deputies themselves, earning—
It's their children? Bro, this is fucking Game of Thrones. And the kids left? The kids quit the force because they think their dad killed their mom? Whoa. This is good. Wait, I want to know everything about this.
Their first feature right here on this channel just about a year ago for this incident.
Sit down. Really?
Wait, they've been on the channel?
What's really is you acting the way you're acting. We're sick of it. For 1 second, be quiet while I talk to you. You want to come chum us up when we're not doing law enforcement, then you act like this, a raging jerk, and with your buddy.
You're being a jerk. You're hurting my fucking feelings, making me all angry. You're just like my wife.
Stop interrupting.
You're just like my bitch wife. Why don't you let me talk?
Shut your mouth. Hey, you have your license? Mr. Bellows. Sick of it. So, I didn't tell you. Sit on the bumper. Listen, buddy.
You want the license.
Listen.
No, I'm
what fucking part of listen do you not understand?
At the time, it wasn't clear that the sergeant and the more vocal bully of the three are brothers, working under their father, Sheriff Ray Allen. That incident occurred in November of 2023. Months later, 74-year-old Judith Waller was leaving a 4th of July parade.
Pull in! Stop your car! Put it in park!
Oh, this is the grandma one, too?
Put it in park! I'm about ready to charge you with...
God damn, bro. This shit just keeps giving. Holy fuck.
Gross negligent operation. You almost ran me over. Stop! Give me your...
You almost ran me over?
License right now.
You are out of
I'm not out of control. You are.
Who are you?
Corporal Allen with the sheriff's office. Get out of the car right now.
He walked towards the car. Wait, what? He literally ran towards the car. What do you mean she almost ran you over?
Out of the car.
Excuse me.
Get out of the car. You want to give an attitude and be that way? Get over
Don't
on the
touch
sidewalk.
me.
I can touch you. Get on the sidewalk.
I can touch you. I have a gun. I have a gun.
Ran me over, and I've already talked to you. Stop.
You don't
Be
want
quiet.
to hear my side of the story.
No, I'm just witness. You almost just ran over the courtroom.
Oh my God.
What is your problem today, ma'am?
I don't have a problem.
Yes, you do. You almost ran me over.
You want my answer? You asked me a question.
Then what's your answer? It better be a good one.
We were aware of
Step
you.
back. 3 steps back now.
Oh my God. This is over. This is over. All cops are bastards, dude. This guy's such a piece of shit. Like, holy fuck, what a freak. This is an old lady, bro. You are using fighting tone with an old lady. Like, you sound like a fucking weirdo, man. Oh my God.
For people like you that don't want to listen about run me over. I'm trying to make sure everyone's safe. You honked your horn, which is an illegal offense.
I didn't honk my
And then
horn.
you almost ran me over.
When did she honk?
I did not.
Yes, you did. I have witnesses. Do you want to go to jail today and then we can fight it in court?
I'd rather not.
This is absolutely ridiculous.
I'm not going to.
I don't want to listen to what you have to say.
I know
You have
you don't.
Okay.
I know you don't want
And
to.
So you just,
she almost just ran me over.
what is this, a lecture? You're just gonna lecture this old lady?
It has nothing but attitude. I took her from the car. She's.
Okay, I will stay with her. Go ahead and write her up.
This is ridiculous. And then she wants to make a complaint about me.
I didn't say that.
So I'm looking.
Dude, what a little bitch. Oh my God, this guy is awful. What a fucking little fragile little snowflake. Holy shit. What a snowflake.
Looking at possibly charging you with gross negligent operation and possibly attempted murder for almost running me over and killing me.
Cool, dude.
You can't pay attention. So I'm going to be reviewing all of my stuff, speaking with the state's attorney. If he feels that there's enough, which I already know there is, I'd probably be tracking you down to arrest you.
I can be found right there at that address.
Okay, and I hope you smarten up. You're free to go. Go.
Okay. Ellen, boys, have a good day.
How about you leave before you get arrested?
Judith
We can still shoot you.
was released without a citation, but cowardly Brandon wrote in his report that Judith was agitated, would not comply, and was argumentative, that she drove in a very unsafe manner.
Dude, this is the video. This is so funny. This is him almost getting run over. Like, also, like, why are you in the middle of the road? Why are you in the middle of the road?
Very unsafe manner, and that he felt that his life was...
He must have been so scared. He was so scared he was going to get ran over that he ran towards the car.
Was in danger. A few weeks later, Judith filed a complaint with the Vermont Criminal Justice Council. They likely received it as they were still investigating a separate incident.
I turned my blue lights on well before you went by me. Any reason why you didn't stop? What kind of sick? Like you're going to throw up or you have to use the toilet? Are they home for you to
pooper or vomit? What? Do I need to answer that, bro?
Use the toilet. If you got to use the toilet, I'm going above and beyond what I'm supposed to be doing, but this is ridiculous. So in Corporal Allen's
Dude, how dare you?
Sheriff's Office, I'm stopping you for your speed coming down the road.
I don't mind. I can go on your car. Like, I'll do it right on the windshield. You know? I don't mind. I can do it out here, actually.
And then also not stopping for my blue lights.
I didn't see them.
I turned them on well before you even got to me.
I didn't know you were...
Stop arguing with me and go to the bathroom. You're
Car.
telling me that we can't do what I need to because you have to go to the bathroom and you're wasting time. Hey, you just whacked my hand.
Dude,
Oh my God, dude, they're so fragile. These are fucking chill. Oh my God, bro. His tone is so silly, man. He's such a little bitch. Like, actually needs to grow up. You just whacked my hand.
I'm not a dude.
Yeah, petulant, yes.
Stop now. Stop right now.
Wow.
You hit my hand.
Bracelet.
You hit my hand.
My bracelet touched you,
And
they have cameras here.
Go back to the car now.
You are ridiculous.
No, you are.
And if I get sick, it's definitely all on you.
No, it's on you.
You know what?
Stop. You're being aggressive. I need your license, registration, proof of insurance. If you didn't mean to hit me, one thing, but you hit me.
I did not. I went like this.
And you hit my wrist. I said you hit my wrist. License.
Oh my God, what a little bitch, bro.
Registration. Stop. You are. Act like an adult and then you'll get treated. You're the one.
Who had to
Stop! You're out of control and you need to stop.
There's that.
No, you're ridiculous. Put your hands on the truck so I can talk to my supervisor.
Do you want my license? You asked for it. I'm getting it for you. Here.
Hands on the truck. Now. Hands on the truck. Stop! Stop! Hands on the truck!
No, you guys.
You were asked to put your hands on the
Stop! Stop resisting! Stop resisting!
Bro.
No, stop resisting.
The media reports that Natasha was.
What would this guy do if he wasn't a cop? Like, can you, like, this person doesn't exist in the world unless he's doing this thing. This is the only thing. You know? Shove crayons in his nose. Yeah, for real. Serial killer? Yeah. Like, there's no use for this person. Or he would have to change. Wait, so we think the cop is in the wrong? Nah, dude, he's great. You're right. No, this is a super reasonable way to react in a situation. I'm confused. Yeah, I can tell. That happens a lot to you, doesn't it?
And ticketed for speeding. Natasha appealed the ticket, and Brendan Allen never showed up to court. A local media publication was tipped off as to the last two incidents. They then obtained the body footage in August of 2024, and just 2 days later, Brandon and Blake both resigned from the sheriff's office. Eric and Steve first exposed to me the twins working for their dad, who was the acting sheriff. They are currently working on a lawsuit, and if you'd like to help, I've listed their GoFundMe down below.
Dude, those guys were crazy. Also, we never followed up. I kind of want to follow up. Did this guy kill his wife? Do we have names?
She left office in 2011 by way of a gunshot wound to the head. Initial reports say the sheriff's department was first on scene and told the Vermont State Police that Connie had possibly...
Okay, here. Connie? Wait, what the fuck? Oh, Connie Allen. Okay. Connie Allen, sheriff. There's like zero reporting on this, by the way. Wait, what's this? Videos show... Oh, this is the grandma one. 74-year-olds. Man, what a good cop. Yeah, first link said suicide, but remember it was the sheriff's department that was the first people on the scene. You know? He stayed sheriff at least a decade after. I don't know. This found dead. It doesn't say killed. Where does it say killed? I mean, then state police said they do not suspect foul play. Yeah. I wonder why. I wonder why. I mean, it was the sheriff, yeah, but when both of the sons work for the sheriff's department and the husband work for the sheriff's department, you don't think that's a conflict of interest? Like, if you're at a murder, the first person, like everybody knows, you've watched any kind of crime TV shows, the first person suspected in a murder of a woman is the husband, and you're letting him be the investigator? Like, I don't like that. Yeah.
Yeah, just taking some picture and video.
Why did the video not... Wait, what? Not disclose she died? It did. It said she left the force as a result of a gunshot wound to the head. Oh yeah, this is the video we were just looking at. Or the article.
Of who?
Of just everything I can see. Sorry, can I get your name?
Why are you standing right here, though?
Can I get your name?
Not yet. I want to ask you what you're doing.
Okay. Well, if you don't want to give me your name, I don't want to talk to you.
Are you filming cars coming and going?
Can I get your name?
Are you filming cars coming and going from this police facility?
Can I get your name, sir?
I asked you a question first.
Do I have to answer you?
No, you don't have to answer.
Yeah,
okay.
So.
Okay, thank you.
Have a good day, random guy.
Later that evening, James returned to the building to submit a records request and was approached immediately by 3 officers.
I'll find that out for you. I think these officers want to talk to you.
Right now, you're getting placed under arrest for criminal harassment, okay?
For criminal harassment?
Yep.
Criminal harassment? Oh my god.
Okay.
That's rich.
I'm under arrest now, right? So yeah, just so I know what I'm talking about.
You do have to identify
yourself. James Henry. Okay, James. It's Tony. Pardon me? Tony's my name, James. That's how people usually interact. They exchange names.
Officer, what's James here for?
He was observed outside of the station at the members' entrance for the cars to come in and out of the station. He was observed recording on his cell phone with a tripod and some microphones. He was charged with...
Dude, like, this guy needs knee pads? Why do you need knee? What are you doing out there? Why are you on your knees so much?
harassment, watching and besetting.
Do you understand?
He trips a lot? Yeah.
Why you were arrested?
I know that I was exercising my Canadian charter rights.
Okay.
Section 2, Part B, freedom of the press.
So it's more that you don't agree with why you were arrested?
Global News was on the intersection in front of me recording as well, at the same time I was.
Okay. James, just going to remind you that you're on camera.
I'm stating it for the camera.
If you're stating for the camera, that's fine. But this might, I'm just saying in my experience, it might be better for you to save your side of the story for your lawyer.
For sure.
So the question is, do you understand?
I understand I've been unlawfully arrested for watching and besetting.
Thank you. What is your gender and what are your pronouns?
I have a penis.
Okay.
I have a penis.
Does that mean
I'm a man?
A man? Okay.
WP. Prove it.
James was held for 24 hours and was released with charges of criminal harassment and intimidating by watching or besetting, and had to bail himself out.
But you know why they made me bail myself out? So they can add these conditions. Do not engage in video recording of any member known to you to be a member of the Toronto Police Service.
What? This is a fucking condition of bail? What? That's psychotic. How this is a clear violation of a First Amendment right.
Just like they've done to all the other auditors who've ever tried to do this in Canada. They're trying to silence us.
James set up a GoFundMe as he intended to fight the charges and sue the agency.
Oh, it's Canada. Oh, they don't got no First Amendment. That makes sense.
The officers involved.
I forgot.
But it appears that the Canadian government pressured GoFundMe, and the raise was shut down.
Why would GoFundMe do that? Well, let's be real. It was the Toronto Police Force. They're trying to silence me completely. They're trying to completely knock us auditors off the map in Canada. We are going to fight. We are going to take this to trial. We are going to make new case law.
6 months later, in June, all charges were unconditionally withdrawn, with the Crown Attorney stating, quote, "There is no reasonable prospect for conviction." And the following month, James filed notice of his intent to sue. Shortly afterwards, his personal items were released.
Sign on the extra for me?
What's that? Where they say that I got it?
Yep.
I want to make sure they work first. I gave them to you in working order. Okay. See, I didn't
They broke them?
give that to you like that.
They didn't give it to me.
No, I'm just documenting it, so I can add it to the lawsuit, that's all, sir. And I'd like to make sure that they work as well. Now, there's incriminating evidence against officers on here, so they have reason to destroy it. This happened a lot. Broken equipment. People complain about it a lot, or no?
People complain about everything.
You think I have good reason to complain, or no?
I don't judge. But usually people that come here, there's a reason why they're here.
Yeah, exactly. They're never wrong. It's everybody's, everybody deserves it. You don't get it.
You know, I was unlawfully arrested and my charges were withdrawn.
I have no idea what's going on.
It took until early December of 2024, 11 months for his records request to be returned. When he received the files and opened them, he had the arrest report and the dismissal, but the body cam footage was missing. After emailing them, they apologized, claiming that they forgot the videos, and eventually sent the missing files. But when James viewed them, one of the files had several minutes completely redacted, and finally, after enough pressure, he received the full body cam videos.
But, bro.
The following is what the department intentionally removed from the records request.
Yeah, that's as far as I go.
Straight.
Unfortunately, this thing fell off. I cracked it.
These pieces of shit, dude.
Okay. Oh, shoot.
No redactions were made except for me. We're the only ones that do the redactions for body-worn camera.
Okay, so just to be clear, you accidentally didn't send me Lamb's body.
Wait, what the fuck? Stout, man? That's crazy.
Camera footage. And then you sent me his footage.
So the original...
And then how does I just want to know, how does the last 5 minutes of him breaking my stuff, how did that become redacted?
When I redacted it, I realized that the footage was removed and it shouldn't have been. So I just sent you the wrong copy. Nothing that...
What? You redacted it.
was intentional. It's not something that was going to withhold from you. We're fully transparent. We're not going to withhold anything from you if you're entitled to that information. So just wanted to give you a heads up on that.
Sylvan, I'd really love to believe that you're fully transparent, but it just so happened that it was missing, and then it just so happened that it was redacted of him breaking my stuff. And that is why you redacted that footage, Savannah. That's my suspicion, is that you redacted that footage on purpose. I do not believe that you accidentally did it twice.
And finally, we learned that officers all across New Jersey purchase gold cards to pass out to their family and friends. And when a gold card is presented during a traffic stop, the gold card holder is granted leniency that neither you or I would have received.
Nice. Get out of jail free card. Let's go.
Come on, go. State police, do you have your license with you? Do you have any documentation? You don't have any of those cards or anything like that? Alright, well, yeah, so 103, okay? This is speed, alright?
Why did they change the voice? This is modulated to protect the cop's identity? Why?
You said your dad's a lieutenant in where? Okay. Is that Jersey?
He spends the next few minutes trying to verify the girl's father is an officer, and then returns. The comptroller reviewed 500 stops where no...
How do people get a hold of this body camera footage? I mean, body camera footage is public. You just have to request it. Right? So, lawyers can request all this stuff. It's not something they can really, hide. Although we did learn the other day that Ohio is charging people for body camera footage, which is really nice.
Action was taken and found that a staggering 27% of them were let go after presenting a card.
New Jersey State Police. Yeah, so I got a whole laundry list here. I just started behind. Okay. All right, look, signs of impairment, obviously, from everything that I just listed. Have you had anything to drink yet? How do you know? Look, all right, drive safe, okay? So keep it down, please.
Damn, dude. They think he's drunk and they're just going to let him go.
All right. Have a good night, son.
And if the driver showed a badge, the encounters often ended in less than 10 seconds.
Sure. I'll be sure. Okay. I'll be sure. Stay safe. Clear all the way up. Have a nice night.
State police license restriction. There's no registration. Okay, you're a cop. Oh, no worries. How we doing?
Of course, you're driving in the grass, passing people, stores all over the place, not true?
Thin blue line, baby.
Okay. You have your license? It's in your wallet? Yeah, I am a retired trooper. You're what? I'm a retired trooper. That's my car. I work for, Gotcha. All right, just give me a quick second to confirm that. I'll get you out of here, okay? How do I access the, roster in the internet to look up, retired troopers? Roll call roster. Oh, hell yeah. You're all good to go, sir. You have a great day. No, you're good.
With about 2 minutes worth of digging, I found these cards are sold by the unions and other online stores to just about any government agent. And they're currently available for your daughter-in-law, your surgeon, your priest or rabbi, and now even your sugar mama.
Oh my god! Oh no!
Surgeon, your priest or rabbi, and now even your sugar mama. Featuring terrible 90s era graphic design.
Oh my god.
Patch and a custom QR code for easy gang affiliation verification. Also available is the Family Gold Card wallet, now with extra cringe. Don't forget your Brothers Before Others sticker to add
baby
to your window. And for you drunkards that consistently lose your wallets at the bar, misplacing your gold card, now you can just engrave it onto a flag. We know you won't lose your booze, so you'll always get off. That's it for today, but stay tuned as I have more updates and big stories coming soon. A big thanks to Straight Arrow News for sponsoring this video.
Oh my god. By the way, chat, if you haven't seen, there's a documentary series on HBO called Telemarketers. It's like 3 or 4 episodes only. I highly recommend it. It's like about these union fundraising, like scam calls and like selling like stickers that you put on the back of your car to protect you from the police and stuff like that. It's so good. I highly recommend it. Movie night, I probably can't stream it because it's like HBO. And people, you know what I mean? I don't want to get clapped. We try to stick to like older movies or like stuff that's like smaller, easier to rip off. You know what I mean? I'm just kidding. But I think actually, chat, we are going to do something of a movie night tomorrow night. We're going to check out this documentary tomorrow. It's 2 hours long. Return. Former white supremacists talk about how they left hate behind. We're gonna check this out. All the comments are like it's really good. It got recommended to me. I don't even remember how, but it looks really cool and it looks really good. And I like flipped through it. It looks very interesting. So that'll be tomorrow. We'll probably pair that with an article about this guy who like infiltrated, stuff like that. So. Chat, have a good night. We're gonna raid out to Joan Adams. Tomorrow EU friendly times. I stream the same night every night. We're gonna raid over to Joan Adams. Joan is a friend of the show. It's her her streamerversary. And it's the start of her subathon, okay? So I need you guys to fucking go in there and light that shit up, alright? She's doing some comfy fishing content. We're going to light that shit up. We're going to extend this subathon into next week. All right. And you're going to stick around so that Joan can get partner. You're going to leave it on when you go to sleep. Okay. You're going to have it on in the background for the next month while she's on this subathon. All right. I love you. Thank you for hanging out tonight. I really appreciate you all. I had a really fun time. It was a good stream. Yeah, I hope you all